Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Welcome to another episode of Everyday People. Today I'll be having a conversation with Mr. Richard. Mr. Richard has been a cobbler for over 50 years and he will be speaking to us what led him into this job and the achievements he's made so far. Let's go and speak with him.
Mr. Nat, you were second year. The Abaya Mikodi second year, me papa womb camp 1963. No more 9 years. You could do Abusun Mincha was second year. Yamu Wachimoda, Newtown. It means Papa who on 1963. And Mikodi, Abusun Mincha was second year. The name will be a bob of a one and me pry, I want my 9 left. Into what I want to make you see. Me fi second day 24th October 1975 na me ba me mama nchen e wo tema e ke say Mr. Father nchen na so anche no esima nto anche no to we senya contract bi wo Lome na me se ho de me nko na me ba me brother nchen I'm 18, 19 years. Well, it's a banisano. The Gaia born or tema. It's a medical than chance. You could marry her into more Bigmo, Secretary. Satan Secretary. As of a big more, begin on my stores in the army. Oh, Bushu, it's a drop, and someone will be at me. Ambulance now I kiosk back up and a full distribution kiosk at Champortan. And I never. But yes, store boy. That I need to have 1 CD a day.
1 CD a day?
Yes. 1 CD a day. Until my madam big more. Or should I be said? The women now I am Nanka, Yamam 37. 1976.
Operation
operation. Nti me koda ho me say 2 weeks. And check in a accident be happy. In a champo table. Esoya. Nti ban say wo mo prepare no. Na wo mo wu no. Ye transforming all over the country. Nearby hospital in Tenta near Shesa microphone. No Masuwa, Yanyaku Nanti and Satana Musudia. And I'm out from Ankara, again Ankara. It's near to me not take a crack on young call. Be and back, I could see 2 weeks time, no Samba. Into 2 weeks time, no, Miss Samba, I get some folder. I don't take the one. Ayra, couple of big way, and I'm going to make one with the Ayra. It's never knew the other time. Never mamma, will take care. Never know the brothers no, or cafe, Mobonia Hardy. It's my best circle, I'm a mamma baby man. Also, one day, a day, once to know which your mammy, or the Scalbes Yamma.
Someone's not the amount or something basic.
Now, or the Abuami for operation. It's never know beer. Because the Messanto Hospital is a quick S3 and in Yamama. And I miss you. To me, you must a year. Never yet so mistaken a building channel. I saw them mistaken a man. Mamma see my infant. Let's say 6 months. And it's like 6 months. 1 month next every month be 30 cities for 6 months. Well, I feel or say in Sembe Bray. Na me kwaso me gye adwuma. Nti me gye ase adwuma no. Na me am second na every Saturday me call prisons. Prison quarters. Ya me corporation ko mo mpobo na nyama ma wo. I was second weekends. Nti aba na sa. Na me so okay. So once a day no embo ame. Na me establish me adwuma wo. I was second inside ho. Saturday and Tessa. You go to Kaka. No, Mamma is fine. And Mamma is never be called high. Oh, you go to 1980 in Amewari. It's a good way, I mean, Saturday. And time I'm quite time, second almost 2 in Nameba. If you will, Mochia. And I get a mamma or some medicine. And time I'm quite not. Or Pamo be a team bushel in Nemediha 84. Mohasta up to 2000 and I go for the Bapa and Siena. There's never boo if you're in Namia, Miami tent, my office. And see, almost see stone will make Yapon hold you.
Now, I'm compensating.
Some men careful. Men careful. And Tabana Sana. Maybe an autumn way. No, so. And may be look at her and map from Metina, and the same music. Yaman child and Yabia. Men family Yamas mean the agro. Many therefore, I won't call us 7. One more since you are one penny for Yaman Chadi, the first born say, Ochiti, or Chito secondary. And I'm a second born say teacher on Sea Bar. And I third one also. Where can I go with you? Look at the phone. I'm a woman whom a bush enemy, I'm no gamble. And he was going to me. Into month me and Boami. Never decided that be. Yammy won't me and Boamia. Now send me a make a yammy. Mpo say, Woman semi proud. Just inform who. Nothing I mentioned, you mammy. And run on the shame Yamin, Miss Brothers. I'm a member, crab a demon almost 12 years. You sure there's so weird. Ignore we are, Yamin Chadi. Never the same. Listen, mammy, 207. So, well, my third one say, or a midwife. Why are you? Yammy. na me do ba pa me do no pa ye friend of Richmond ono wuye 207 o yare kakra be say 1 month o yare be say Thursday oko school ni esin ni su chi no nya 11 years so well etinya ko fi na me no ko hospital we drip ko sin so ye bibia after a while still you call me if you go bomb pay to me nanti di na go nyina be fia na yale ne mo ayati make say obi di ni afa bibi ya mencha no 1 month pepe Thursday you know o film no ye me do papa windi no ha so ya mencha de 2 years later no sama be ma fofo na sha de ma enti ono abatro or form 3 ono abatro September ya abatro enti ya mencha de esa say adwuma wi na me yentimi na hwe me ma no aba me ma no so mo ndi me ho agro mo ndi me ho agro pra na kese banka se bia sei no mo di nuka
dan pa chewenya say
for 70 years bon say what if akwa enche no why mre because ubedi di ubeda ube nantina katoa se befi dabi mimi ya bia na ministry shipa ntino obe mbaruma kan se dada de waya maye no efombo nti odo eti na fi ni esu nya hwe na me se dabi sisi ya nyamencha de ni washo na me fi ko ma no ko tina ni ma 26 years oh mi ala mi si da no 3 bedrooms
so si dai
3 bedrooms na ka se so far no me am betime si dan ba 5 well na 5 no se metina wo fi a o ma me asase me si dan sisi a me high danda and I mean that da musu da
all from this job
those years na nka me wa ha me menja me tumi ekuma papa
na ya wo
ebi wa ho a bebe ekuma se ya ade tumenya those na nya gi series ebi a 1 million 2 million 5 million 500 edi sebo na se se me move wa ha no me ba sata na mo ba fun ya mba be nti ni pa kakra phone ba ya number wo mo ni tu fi ha no bebe ni be bia me ko nti o mo na me share ko so na me Mr. Richard is your way so me o ha na me no opposite na me de me number ma o nti o mo na ma fra o me bia me so mi ameni na me so na ba ne sign e tell them no okay dem akaka yenti am de fi ha ndema ba ye bibi to asi nti ndano amegma na bafu mu kakra na afu mu a na se peja mu a na bafu mu a na peja ame pimpe so a mesan me do
Mr. Richard na won say sisi an economy ni mu nye affect you in any way ana
some can say affect me papa those years you know na me customers dey blow dia cars impenu for permanent order General Champion from head of state no madam for I was second lead
now you dey papa man
Davi very madam once you was second lead no army mu no ni second lead regional commissioner so well that no nya me head of state a champion chirabe and then Stephen Obimpe yes you tell me do ho mu nyina say na Stephen Obimpe no ye never commander I was second and actually and assistant it every weekend be no mo tap ebo long tennis I was schedule run about no more tennis court na me wo ho na me ti wo boss ma wo ti wo mo ku a no ma che mi bi o mo mo bobo o Genu Park ya se me bobo ntino ki se mante o ne mo Genu Park da It was now a small boy. I need to one of my more information. Say you go how. Now what chasing about her? Now me say I'm in a catcher me. I copy me say a champion. It take over power. Then I'm second. It's a bank crime. Every me no second. Now me to come top of me. Copy me say a champion. The cast is a na me bank. I say hi, small. Masaba, me say hi, masaba. It's not man for senka. Me kwa srano. I will castle. Listen me a bia. Me fa no ho share. Say madam papa now. Wa be pini na me kono akoye. Da be sadu me mpe. You are from Penofo every individual will to say John Essay, Essay, Obo Zakes, Obo Blaster, Kofi Abri, Obo Lemon Wise, Obo Zakes, Obo Olympics, Obo Kotoko, Kofi Bedu Kotoko, Kofi Bedu Kotoko, Ninginabo, Nanga Zakes, Obo Takwadi, Koof. So well, now me register as a person. So I can be Brahmin. To me, I'm born. I'm the fee in the buy. And 11 was pressing now. I say, going to so or you for just street. Into almost 11 was pressing it. I want to and the best of the segment was such inside our sale. 11 wise. Over a crown of Bobo, every woman lives in a house. Woman pack or mocha, around cinema. It's madame from Noha, make a jump, sir. Me Boazakes, me new way, Bobo. I know when you need to pass, I know when you need no Mabam chain. And son up, Saturday was on me, blue said, they're making it now. And Tom was, hey, Papa, what you know? Ball, what's a good fabric? Say, me master knew. Say you can't ball about the guy or no ball chairman. Now soon you mentioned the son about. So well, once I make economy. It's a man customers now. Baby crackers. Because of CC hustle, I be congested. Into a woman of my family, so Richard says you to me by her. Nearby, you never be parking a car. So well, it's a man something from Melusu de Brie. Well, never give my chair. Now, after my age, 15 cities. And I see how to second on a high man. Who never be so backward in a will contain that be. My call, Prince Will, Leonard in our culture, a coin in hall. And a house on me once a yam, be move happy. Like I said, you may die. My little customers in Internet maps, my better now. A sissy apropono. Me here work a crowd.
Like fine bands.
One say me say I say I am a person me harm but me say bia me ko to materials. Mo ma me ska dabi. Oh, e nyama bebre ya me to. O say nyama gu an. O be sha shunsha boys ni wo mbo konkon. Wo mo ya shunsha ni tu. Me se me machine me the grande. Se me tumpo bo no ase ya e bi hill. Ana bia me to me ko to bona. Na me da to fo machine in the grand import one in that be movie. Me will be. They say a mattress or so to go. I never bought half so. When we are tired, the tumbo when I say full, that the ball hill. Well, when we say no, it say, when you work at me out on the baby, and the good face American, the machine. Many upon the machine could see Panahasi, the Lapo, in your phone that should be curious. So, well, me meeting in our boat. It's my boat at that canoe, and I've been matching in our boat. And it should be back. Let's say, Mokotobia 2 pairs and off. As I see, I'll be back. Just a some more, maybe 3 days and 4 days, or some and Sana Dabi. And the customer Papa sharp. And Branson, maybe I call time saver. And I call me workshop on the make. About maybe to send me there.
Riches does not want to go on pension. He wants to sustain the family, help the family before he goes on retirement, which he says he will be spending at Dentra. Thereby Eugenia, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
What we say is that the land is yours, but the land use is under an authority. So in the same vein, this road needs to be fixed. My house is by the road. All the landlords, landladies along that stretch have contributed. Why not? It's development. But seek approval from the municipal assembly, district assembly, metro assembly for you to undertake that project.
Hello there, and welcome to another episode of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. Today we want to understand what the local governance system looks like. How well do you know our local governance system? We're here to speak to the head of the service, that's Dr. Nana Atto Arthur. We'll get to understand all the questions and all the doubts and all the things that you are asking questions about when it comes to the local governance system. What can be done, what cannot be done? We'll get all the answers here. Hello, Doc.
Hi.
Thank you very much for allowing us into your office this afternoon.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, Doc. So, first of all, we want to understand how big or not, what's the local governance system like? Can you give us an overview of when we say the local government system, what does it look like?
Yes. First of all, let me indicate to you that there's a difference between local government and local governance.
Okay.
If look at local government today, with the coming into force of the PNDC law 207, decentralization local government has become part of our governance structure in Ghana. So if you talk about government today, we have local government and national government. With the decentralization that we are practicing today, it comes with the metro, municipal, and district assemblies.
Okay.
So today we have a number of we call them MMDAs, Metro District 261. Indeed, let me indicate that when the PNDC law 207 came to be in 1988, it was concretized in the 1992 Constitution, Chapter 20. There's local government and decentralization, and that is what we are practicing today. In other words, when 1988 PNDC law 207 came to being, when we came to the Fourth Republican Constitution, it has to be concretized, find place in our Constitution. That's Chapter 20 of it. And what we're practicing today, we have something we call political decentralization, administrative decentralization, and fiscal decentralization. Political decentralization has to do with the ministries, policies that are designed at that level.
Okay.
Now when it comes to administrative decentralization, that's where we find the local government service. The implementation of the policies from that end at our sub-national level, RCCs, regional coordinating councils, metro district assemblies. So if you ask a local government service, any staff in our 16 RCCs plus the 261 metro municipal district assemblies, they belong to local government service. In fact, there's small distinction. When we are the RCCs, the regional ministers are not part of the service. They belong to the presidency.
Okay.
If you are the MMDs, the chief executive, the MMDCs are not our staff. They report to the minister, local government, decentralization, and rural development. Any other person you find in any assembly, in any RCC, belongs to a local government service.
So that's to say that you have quite a huge chunk of, perhaps I'll say the public service machinery.
Huge.
How huge is that? What's the number?
I can tell you that we are about 50,000. It's not as huge as Ghana Education Service though.
Okay.
But as government machinery at that lower level, we are huge. When I say at the lower level, the civil service constitutes the government machinery at the national level.
Okay. All right.
And at the lower level, or called sub-national level, it is the local government service. Very huge.
And that's a huge number. But it seems like not too many people get to understand or know where your service actually comes in when it comes to development. And I'm asking this for a specific reason.
Let me indicate that.
Okay.
If you look at the functions of the district assemblies, they are in charge of total development of their municipalities, district or metropolitan. Social, economic, technical, whatever. Total development. Except that we are working on a principle in theory referred to as principle of subsidiarity.
Okay.
What is beyond the district level or municipal level is taken over at the region and then national for that matter. That is what is referred to as principle of subsidiarity. So for instance, if you are in an assembly, whether municipal or district, you can be talking about basic schools construction. You can be talking about CHIPS compounds, health-wise. You can be talking about farm roads, feeder roads that could be at the jurisdiction of the districts or the municipalities. Now, if you want to talk about secondary school, then of course the national takes it over. So that is a principle, underneath the decentralization local government that we are practicing in Ghana.
That's to say that, so your service handles all the big time development issues. When we talk about developing the nation, for instance, Ghana as it is, that's where your service really works in.
At the local level, that's what I've earlier on alluded to. That is the government machinery at the sub-national level. At the national level, you are talking about government machinery as the civil service.
Okay.
So, as I said, if anybody needed anything in any municipality, you first walk to the municipal assembly or the district assembly. Because what we have not realized is this: the national effects are the sum total of the local effects. Bring it home. President will be talking about Ghana beyond aid. At our level, I'll be talking about Adenta beyond aid, Commanded Negua for beyond aid, Hohoe beyond aid, Dafema Busie Isa, Lambusie, because that is my level. And it is the sum total of these assemblies, 261, that constitute Ghana.
Okay.
And so if at the lower level, the foundation is strong, it has positive impact at the national level. And in engineering, I'm an engineer. In engineering, we say that if the foundation is strong, the superstructure is strong.
Okay.
If the foundation is weak, even if the superstructure is strong, the foundation will erode. Anything that comes will erode the foundation. That's the more reason why we think that if we build the local, take it to local economic development, if we look at that strongly, it will have positive impact at the national level.
How is it that over the years, it seems like developments have been rather directed at parliamentarians, to the extent that there are not too many people who, like you mentioned earlier, would walk into the office of a local governance head to ask for development, but would rather go to a political person like a parliamentarian? Where did all that disconnect happen?
I believe that we need to understand it very well, because technically, I'm of the view that the MP's work is not necessarily development at the local level. It is the assemblies, whether metro, municipal, or district assemblies. The MP, except that I've been an MP before.
Yes.
You are campaigning. You go to Commanded Negua for my constituency. Many a time, telling your constituents that, look, I'm asking you, pleading with you to vote for me, because when I go to Parliament, I'll make sure that laws will be favorable to you, the constituents. That's not what they want to listen. Immediately you get there, did you use this road before you got to a J. Crow? Did you use this road before you got to Abrim Berase? Say yes. Did you see the nature of the road? So, at best, I will be speaking about the road, that rough road, so that they will vote for me. When they do that, that is now incumbent on me in Parliament to be lobbying, and that is the word, lobbying. But the real work is
not done
at
by
the municipalities.
Okay.
If I lobby and not able to get it, where am I going to find funds to undertake even a 1 kilometer feeder road? Otherwise, the municipalities have been charged. They have the locus to collect internally generated revenue. I'm collecting property rates. I'm collecting these taxes, that taxes here and there. They are supposed to be used for development at that lower level. Besides, we have National Assembly Common Fund. That is a grant from the national level to the sub-national level. So that is where the development is. It is not in Parliament. A parliamentarian's role, lobbying for a project, and more importantly, oversighting the executive. That is a major role of parliamentarian, apart from making laws. You understand? If I'm not able to lobby for a project to my constituency, that actually isn't my major responsibility. The lower level, that is the local government and the national government, in this case, the executive. Otherwise, when we generalize it, the judiciary, the legislative work come into play when I talk about national government. But I'm referring to the executive arm of the government. So, in effect, development is actually at the doorsteps of the MMDAs.
All right, so now we know what the structure is. We've heard about how or who to turn to when it comes to development. When we return from this break, Dr. Ato Arthur will take us through what the step-by-step processes are, and I'll bring you a unique story of something that happened at Nahinson around in the Ashanti region, a case in point where we would ask questions about. So don't go nowhere, we'll be back shortly. I'm still here with the head of the local government service, Dr. Nana Ato Arthur. Doc, now there are processes to get work done. Ordinarily, is it the local government service that would identify maybe developmental needs and go and effect those things, or there are also processes for citizens like myself to also walk up to any of your offices to do that?
That is not the responsibility of the local government service.
Okay.
Generally, local government service is responsible for the human resource. I told you about institutionalization, fiscal decentralization, and political decentralization. My office here, we are responsible for the human resource in all the RCCs and MMDs. Like I told you, from chief director, the RCCs to the lowest level. If at the MMDA, the coordinating director to a lower or the lowest level at that area. But when it comes to projects, every assembly, it's the highest political authority in that area. The assemblies, they have what you call their annual development plans. From their medium-term development plans, they have their annual development plans. The annual development plans will indicate in a given year what projects that they want to undertake.
Okay.
And because in the development of the annual development plan, they've engaged their citizens, their communities. The communities will be able to indicate that we need 5-kilometer farm road from this area, whether it's reshaping. We need a basic school in this area, a KG, or 3-classroom block, or 6-classroom block. We need a children's compound or a clinic. That would all have been identified. So that will be taken to the assembly, the General Assembly. The General Assembly will give approval. It's like what happens at the national level. The Minister of Finance, on behalf of the President, comes for the annual budget. So at the Assembly, these plans have been quantified at the monetary level so that it becomes a budget. And so, given year, they will determine that we are putting up a building in this year. There's a KG block, there's a 6-classroom block. It is at that level. Okay. It's not determined from our end here. But let me also quickly come in because of what you said. If a citizen in a given area wants, let's say, this 500-meter road in front of our house, we want to tar this area, you need to go to the assembly, get approval from the assembly, for the assembly to know that this road is being done privately by these residents along this corridor. You cannot just get up and say, I live here, I have money, I am tarring this 5-10 kilometer road, this stretch around our area without approval from the assembly.
Wouldn't that be helping the government in any way?
It is helping.
Okay.
But you can't be doing things haphazard. Because assembly would have even come that this is the way this road has been designed.
Okay.
That is where you, the private person who wants to help, take that. Otherwise, you don't have the designs, there's no approval from the assembly. Mind you, even when you have your piece of land and you want to put up a building,
yeah, there are procedures to go.
there are procedures.
Sure.
You need a permit. What we say is that the land is yours, but the land use is under an authority. So in the same vein, this road needs to be fixed. My house is by the road. All the landlords, landladies along that stretch have contributed. Why not? It's development. But seek approval from the municipal assembly, district assembly, metro assembly for you to undertake that project. Otherwise, there will be people who will run helter-skelter, particularly in an election year like this. Oh, I have taken this upon myself to do this. I'm helping the assembly. Yes, but get approval before you undertake that project. If both of us, the assembly is to complete a project, 1 million Ghana cedis. If residents along a corridor say they can help, why not? But get permission before you undertake.
And because you mentioned that, I'll bring you to that story I talked about. Right. The headline on GhanaWeb says, Chief of Nainson arrested for repairing roads authorities failed to attend to after several appeals. Now, that's a case in point. You've explained why there's a need to get authorization.
Right.
But I want to find out from you, how best can the service work with especially traditional leaders to ensure that sometimes some of these concerns, because from this story, the chief had made several attempts to get authorities to fix the road, and to the point where he felt he wasn't getting the needed responses, so he took it upon himself. How best can the local government service work with especially traditional leaders to ensure that the needed developments, they get it the way they want it?
That is where the governance, that terminology, comes in.
Okay.
You're talking about governance. It's beyond government. Traditional authorities are part, the media, civil society, faith-based, they are all part of governance. So as I sit here, traditional authorities are very, very important in the developmental realm. Why? You want to put up this building. The land doesn't belong to government. You need to approach a traditional authority. Yeah. So they are very important. There are a lot of conflicts that traditional authorities help governments to solve. For that matter, they are very, very, very important. For me, if a chief approaches a municipality, a district, a metropolitan assembly that want to fix this road, or they've written several times and they've not gotten that positive response, as a chief, you may not even need to walk to a municipal assembly. You can find the chief executive to your palace. Dr. Atuaka, this road, we've written to you a couple of times. We've not gotten any response from you. My community has contributed, or we have even citizens outside, and they want to support us to do this. So we want to undertake this. I don't think any chief executive will say no to a chief who wants to support his or her own citizens. I wouldn't understand the story very well.
Okay.
But for me, if there were the understanding between the palace or the chief and the local government in question, I don't think we would have gotten to where we are. It's unfortunate, honestly, because we need to work together. A local government cannot be there without a traditional authority. But wherever you are sitting, that office, wherever you are, it belongs to a traditional authority.
Okay.
How can you do without a traditional authority? That is where I believe that there must be a synergy between traditional authorities and the local government for effective public service delivery.
All right,
Very
so
important.
just before we go, we've spoken about the traditional leaders aspects. How about the citizens? You are the head of the service. How do the citizens help? What roles are you expecting from citizens in the execution of your mandate?
Citizens are very important. You see, in the planning, budgeting, at the local government level, we engage citizens as part of validation of the plans. So citizens come in there. 2, for accountability's sake, call it downward accountability. If I'm a chief executive in Commander Nego Afabrim, I'm a chief executive at the Afrima Isa, wherever that I am, I'm downwardly accountable to the citizens in that jurisdiction. For that matter, that is where town hall meetings, that is where going on radios, phone-ins, citizens need to know what is going on in our various assemblies. So in a performance monitoring that we do, but we have what we call performance contracts. We even go to the extent of how far did the citizens get involved in the preparation of their plans. Citizens are important. We ask MMDCs, go on air, let people get to know what is happening in your area. Even on our boards, when you go to every assembly, notice boards, we require that the assemblies will be able to paste whatever project that they are undertaking on their notice boards, revenues that they are collecting on their notice boards. So people will get to know what is going on in those assemblies. And using the town hall meetings, assembly hall meetings, the other meetings, that's also the arena where the citizens will get to know what is happening in the assemblies for the sake of transparency and accountability. A chief executive is not only upwardly accountable to the president, and that also comes in with the election of MMDCs, to be able to be downwardly accountable to your citizens, rather than to be largely upwardly accountable to the president who appointed you.
So you want
I'm all for
elections?
the election of the MMDC. It's rather unfortunate the president gave us that opportunity, but it slipped by us. Because I think that, and you had the right question, how come that a lot of MPs are under pressure to do this, to do that, because they were elected?
Okay.
Because they were elected.
So the same pressure would have been mounted on MMDC.
Exactly, and the pressure would have been shared. Both MPs, MMDCs, but both of us were elected. And that is where I talk about the downward accountability, where you definitely be accountable to the people who elected you. But if nothing at all, you go back to them.
Okay.
So I'm all for the election of MMDCs, and just not election, on political party basis. Why? Today, we are electing assembly members. And in our law today, per our constitution.
They're not supposed to be political, right?
They're not supposed to be political.
Yes.
But I can tell you, even at the time there you find their posters on the walls, what they are wearing alone will indicate to you that this person is
aligned to
this political party.
But it's still not clear cut. They don't actually state.
Yeah, they don't state. But again, when it comes to endorsement or call it confirmation of DCEs who have been appointed by the president, that is where MPP, NDC, and other political party things come in. When they are electing their presiding members, today, you go to most assemblies in Central and other parts of Ghana, they don't have presiding members because it is NDC and MPP. So why are we doing all this into ourselves? That it is apolitical. You also find out that anytime we are going for assembly elections, you see MP people in the room, NDC people in the room, they are doing primaries. I've written on this. My PhD is on local governance. I've written on this. The unfinished business of decentralization, political accountability, local government in Ghana. It is real. In fact, a lot of evidence abound. So for me, we don't need to play ostriches.
Okay.
If we want to call a spade, let's call a spade a spade. I am all for election of MMDCs on political party basis.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Nana Ato Arthur, former MP for Commander Edina Eguafo Abrim,
former Central Ghana Minister.
Yes, he's held a lot of political positions. Thank you very much for allowing us into your space, and thank you for sharing about the local government service and your work, the distinctions and all of that. So thank you for joining us here on the Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. You can go on to www.ghanaweb.com for news and any other thing you're looking for. Until another time, be safe.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us all.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial fair.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
On Tuesday, September 17, 2024, students of the Christian Methodist School in Accra attacked one of their teachers. What was the crime of their teacher? He prevented them from copying during the West African certificate examination. We have the teacher here to narrate the ordeal he went through to us. It's in the person of Mr. Volta. Hello, sir.
Hello.
You're welcome to GhanaWeb.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You know, it was a very difficult experience for you, but we'd like you to go through what you went through with us.
Okay. So, like you said, it's very difficult, but I'll try my possible best. Yeah. So on Monday, which was 16th. So on 16th, Monday, the visual arts students wrote their last paper, which was integrated science. That was a core subject. So after they were done with the paper, they went to lay ambush outside the school, waiting for us to come so that they will attack us. So one of the students, who was a girl, heard about it, and she came back to the school to come and tell us that, there are a number of students outside, they want to attack you. So we asked them, why? Why would they want to attack? And they said, sir, you didn't allow them to cheat in the WASI. That is your crime. And I said, really? So I thought she was joking. But my colleague alerted me that, Charlie, the students can do that. So I'm in the Department of Physical Education, and I was with my head of department. So we have a rapport with the area guys because they come and use our pitch to play football in the evenings. And there are days that they buy balls for us as a department because they've been using our pitch, you know. So we talk and we have the rapport with them. So they came and asked us why the students are outside like that. Because under normal circumstances, everybody is done. And they should go to their houses. Why are they there? And we said, oh, this is what we have heard. So those boys said, okay, so we can't leave you to go like that. We will help you. But what can you also do? And I said, okay, so we can call the headmaster to call the police, Ghana police. At least they should be around. So assistant headmaster was called, and then he also called the police command. So immediately they responded and they came. Patrol team came. I think they were not less than 5, I can recall. Yes, so when they came, the students were there. They were breaking the louver blades and causing mayhem in the school, but they were not closer to where we were. So the moment the police came, they started running helter-skelter. So the police drove them out of the school. So at that particular time, the area boys also told us that, okay, so let's move. So they were escorting us. So they were around us and we were in the middle. So they escorted us little by little until we got to the junction where we could pick our car. Can you imagine that one of the boys actually tracked us right from the gate of the school till we picked a car to go home? He was tracking us. Yes. So we went home and then we thought that was their last paper, so they are not coming around again. And so the next day was the 17th, which was Tuesday. Other students were supposed to write economics. So we came, I was invigilating again. So we came and then we invigilated. Then after invigilation, we realized that there are students who didn't write economics, but they are in school uniform. So it means that the visual arts students came back in school uniform. Yes. Even though they didn't write paper, they came back to come and lay the ambush again. So like it happened on Monday, the area guys came out with us again. Now this is what happened. When they came out, we were moving. This time around, the moment the patrol team or the police were at the demonstration, you know, that was the day NDC protested for the this thing, the voter register. Yes. So the boys surrounded us, the area guys surrounded us, and then they were escorting us. So while they were escorting us, these students this time around threw water sachet at them. So they came back. They were furious. They ran back and then they were chasing the students. They want to catch them again. And I was telling them that, oh, this is just water. It's not anything serious. You leave them and let's go. So they left them and then they returned. Just in about 2 minutes, they started throwing stones at them. This time around, I told them they should leave them. They didn't mind. They went back looking for anybody in school uniform around that time to beat, because as at that particular time, we had closed the exams and everybody is supposed to be at home by then. So they
so it was the area boys who were running after the students.
Yes, after the students threw stones at us. So they went back. So whilst they were running after the students, I told my HOD and the other teacher that, oh, now the focus is not on us. So let's hurry up and leave the place. They said, okay. What you are saying is true. So we hurried up. And then halfway the journey, we saw that there was another ambush waiting for us. And we couldn't go back because the other squad were also using the other path. So that is where we stood. And then passerbyers decided to talk to the students. Oh, why do you want to? And they were bold. They were both telling them that they didn't allow us to cheat. He is too strict in the WASI. That is when we realized that they were not targeting anybody apart from me, because the teachers they went closer to the students and they were stopping them and they were talking to them. Do you get it? Yeah. So in the attempt to live where they were, I saw that the boys, the area boys, the boys they pursued, they all came around, and they were about 30. Wow. Yes, about 30. If you watch the video, we have about 13 seconds video. If you watch the video, they were about 30. So they outnumbers the other four teachers excluding me, and they hit me with the fist, one with the elbow, and then others with stones, you know. So there was a man, so I can even show you the wound. There was a man who was eating in his shop. So when he saw what was going on, he saw that, oh, the students were more than the teachers. He left his food. I think he was eating cake. He left the food, and then he came. So he's the one who came to cover me. And said that I should come. Can you see that I was eating, but I came for you? Come. So he shielded me and sent me to his shop, in front of the shop. And he told me that I should sit down. So the shop has glasses. So I was telling him that they will throw stone at your glass. And he said I shouldn't worry, I should just sit down. They can't. Stone came. But it didn't get to where I was sitting. I mean the glass, I was sitting closer to the glass. I didn't get there. So that was when the other teachers and the man, he had some colleagues, they also came around, and then they did human fence in front of me, and I was sitting down on a plastic chair. I think it was paining me very well, because there are places that the stones hit, even though it didn't create an external wound. Within, I could feel the pains. So I sat for more than 45 minutes. And then he saw that the students were gone. I think when we were sitting there, we saw that one policeman passed by. So that time, I had the opportunity to call headmaster. And I told headmaster that this is what is happening right now. So please, I beg you, if you can call the commander so that he will send some rescue team to come and rescue me, because I am finding it difficult to actually move. He said, okay. So in about 10 minutes time, he called back and told me that commander is not picking the call, but he was able to get a patrol team leader. The patrol team leader said where they are is not anywhere closer to Christian Methodists. So I should find a car, maybe a taxi, and use another route and then go back home. I said, okay, I hear. So I called Assistant Headmaster Academics too, and I told him that he should help me. He should also call police if he knows some. So he also called, but he didn't get to them.
So all this time the students were still waiting?
The students were around. You can see them loitering around, because the men were standing in front of me and they were shielding me. They were not able to come closer. So after Assistant Headmaster also called and said that he couldn't get them, I think the students left. So when they left, the man told us that, so now that they have left, we should come. So the man and his friends shielded us again. They sent us to the roadside, waited for a car, and then we entered the car. Now when we entered the car, the man did very well. Unfortunately, I was in great pain, so I couldn't ask for his name. But when I see him, I can identify him. Okay. So he made the driver stop. He looked into through the window to check those in the car before he told the driver to start moving. Yeah. So that's what he did, and then the car started moving. So when I got to my junction, I didn't alight at the normal place. Yes. So I went to another place. I alighted, and then I used another route to the house. That was what happened on Tuesday, 17 September 2024. So when I got to my coordinator master, and he asked if I'm home. I said, yes, I'm home. I said, okay, so I have to report at the police. And I told him that what is happening to me right now, I'm not sure I can go to the police station. And then I am afraid I can't go out. I can't go out right now. So, and he said, okay, but I have to report. So tomorrow, God willing, I should do that. So I went to the police station the next day, which was, I think, Wednesday, and reported the issue to the police. And then they gave me a medical form. And then they took my statement. So I wrote the names of the boys, those I could remember as at that time. There were a lot of them in the video or during the time the issue was happening. I know their faces, but their names I wasn't able to remember at once. So I wrote those I could remember, and then I gave the statement, and I went to the hospital.
Okay. Did you share the video with the police?
Yes, I did. I shared the video with the police. I shared it with my headmaster. So headmaster asked where I got the video from. And I told him that what happened was that when I got home, another student who completed the previous day, she used to buy food for us. So we'll call her, we'll send her, she'll buy food. So she used to come to our office. So she saw the video. And so she called and said, "Sir, where are you? Are you okay?" And I said, "Why?" He said, "I've seen you in a video. And the way they were throwing the stones at you, I don't think you are okay. That's why I'm asking." And I said, "Well, it actually happened, but I am safe now." And he said, "Oh, I'm very sorry." And I said, "Where is the video?" He said, "Oh, I can record it from somebody's state." And I said she should do it and send it to me. So she recorded the video and sent it to me. Okay. And then I forwarded it to the headmaster.
So you mentioned having some injuries.
Yes.
The doctors checked.
Yeah, the doctors checked. I went, the surgical officer checked, and I was given medication. And then she wrote a report, and then I sent it back to the police station.
Okay. With this, we go for a short break. We'll be back on Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. So, Mr. Volta, we ended at you sending a report to the police. Yes. Has any of the culprits been arrested by the police?
Yes, please. They've arrested two of them. Okay. Two of them, whose names and pictures were sent to the police CID. Yes. So I was, the day I sent the report to the police CID, that was the day the senior housemaster was still in school. So the senior housemaster too is a PE teacher. You get it? So he was at post, and then he called that, "Oh, they've arrested." He said, so first of all, he said he has seen one of the boys around, so he will let them arrest the boy so that he will come for him. Okay. Before that, the inspector told me that there is a boy inside. He doesn't know whether he is part or he's not part. So he will take me to the boy. I will go and look at his face, and I will confirm whether he is part or he's not part. Then I said, okay. He said, that is what I'm supposed to do. I shouldn't go and fight. I said, okay, I hear. So we went there, and the moment I saw him, I recognized him. Wow. He was part of them. Wow. And he threw a stone at me. Wow. Yes, that boy actually threw a stone at me. So I told that's my right lumbar. So I told the inspector that this boy is one of them. He threw a stone at me. And I don't know if I can mention his name, but I think let me hold on with the name. Okay. So we went back, and then senior housemaster called. Then he mentioned the boy he has seen. That was the boy was the first person to assault me. Wow. So he used his elbow to hit my jaw.
Wow.
Because he was asking that, why is it that I won't come and beat them? And then I have called people to come and guide me, and those people are beating them. Why is it that I will not come and beat them? So while he was talking, I didn't say anything. I was just standing there watching him because my other colleagues were calming the rest down. And then by the time I realized, he used his elbow to hit my jaw. That particular boy is a boy who has threatened me before. He has told me that he's going to beat me. That was when he slapped a teacher. And then he scaled the wall. When they decided to catch him, he scaled the wall and left. So later on, headmaster came and pleaded with the teacher that, oh, we should do it professionally. So the boy came back, he was given suspension. And then he came with his father. So I went to the headmistress's office, assistant headmistress administration's office. The father was sitting there with them. And I told the father that this your son told me that he will beat me. Look at me. Your son said he will beat me. When something happens to me, your son will be held responsible.
Was it before the incident?
Yes, this was before the incident. So the father told me that he begs. He's just a small boy and a foolish boy. He cannot do anything. I told him that you should talk to your son. This boy, the boys, what they say, they can actually do it. That's why they say it. So I left there. So can you imagine somebody who threatened that he's going to beat me?
Yes.
And then when the opportunity came, he was the first person to elbow me. And I was just looking at these boys. In fact, I actually asked one of the boys, so are you sure that when you meet me one-on-one and nobody is around, you can beat me? So I asked him. That boy said he should leave you so that he slaps me. I was looking at him. I taught him Form 1, Form 2. And I was just looking at him.
Yeah, it must be really painful that
I was in pain, not because of the stones, but it was paining me that children I have sacrificed my life to teach. They are the people who stood against me.
So have they started any criminal proceedings? Have you gone to court?
Not yet. We've not gone to court. But during the weekend, one of the boys who have been arrested, the father, somebody called. I don't know whether it's the father. He called, and I didn't know. So I picked, and he said he wants to see me. He wants to see me at the police station. And I told him I'm not in town. I'm not around. You can't see me. He said, when will I come? I said, I don't know. When I come, maybe you will see me, but I can't tell you because for security reasons, I am not even at where I live.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they are still in the police custody? The two arrested?
For my information, the two should be there because the police has not told me anything concerning the fact that they want to release them or they have released them.
Okay.
Because I saw them in there. So what I know is that they should be there.
Okay. And the dad called you to come to the police station?
Yes.
So they should be, I think they should be there?
Exactly. Yes. So that is that.
So the prosecutors, they haven't told you anything?
Yes, I've not been told anything. I've not been called yet.
Okay.
So I am waiting for their call. I'm waiting for them. They know the law. So whatever the law says, the law should have its course. I don't have anything to say. Even if the father calls me right now, I don't have anything to say. The law should have its course.
Okay.
Yes.
So this, like you indicated, is very difficult on you. Has it had any psychological effect on you?
Oh yes. I've not been able to have enough rest. So sometimes I sleep and I hear noise in the sleep. And I'm not able to sleep for long. I sleep and
incident.
Yes. So 1 hour I have to open my eyes. Sometimes I open my eyes and as if there are some of the boys around. So I'm trying to protect myself. So sometimes I see my wife, she will get up and then she will use the hand to check if I'm okay. And most of the time when she's doing that, my eyes are closed, but I'm not asleep. So I see her. So you can see what is happening in the house. She also doesn't sleep because of that. You know, when she saw the video, she was crying. I was also sobbing, but for her not to continue crying, I had to hide mine. Can you imagine? So psychologically, yes, I am facing a lot, and I'm going to go through therapy. I'm supposed to see my therapist today, but like I said, I wasn't in town. So I will talk to him later.
So aside seeking psychological help, your wounds, are they mending? Are you getting okay? The physical wound you sustained?
The physical...
Did the doctors give you any medication?
Yes, they gave me medications and I'm taking them. I took one this morning, and then there is a gel I'm supposed to use to dress the wound. So I am doing that as well. So when I cough or I sneeze, I hear pains at the places where the stone hit. Yes, so those places I I feel the pains. But I think by the grace of God, it is not severe as compared to Tuesday. Yes. Yeah.
So what about the school? Have they taken any measures to help you, support you since the incident?
Yes. So when I went to the hospital, the headmaster called me. And then he asked how things were going. And I told him that, well, I didn't plan for this. So I don't have enough money to do all the medical things. So immediately he told me that, okay, so that's why he called. I should let him know so that my Momo line, so that he will send something. So headmaster sent 250 cedis to help me augment whatever I had so that I can go on with the proceedings. So as we were ongoing, I realized that assistant headmistress domestic also called. So when she called, she told me that she was also calling to ask if I've been able to do the necessary things with the money on me. She knows that it is impromptu, so I should let her know when I am short of cash so that she can also help. So the next day, I went to the hospital again. So I told her, I called her and I informed her. Then she also sent 200 cedis. So that is what the school did so far. And headmaster told me that he has also written a formal letter to regional director
of the Ghana Education Service.
Yes, of Ghana Education Service concerning whatever that has happened. And he has mentioned some of the students. He wasn't there, so those that I mentioned, he mentioned some of them in his report to the director.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of security-wise, can you go to the school now? Are they putting measures in place to lead them to the school?
I don't really know if they are putting measures in place, but when I went to the police station, commander said that they will be going. That was the Friday when they captured the boys. That was the last paper for the day. And even Tuesday, that wasn't the last paper. You see what happened. So they actually went there. The patrol team went there. That is all that I can say. I've not been there again. I don't know what security measures that have been placed, that have been put in place so far. I'm not sure I am able to go there anytime soon. Okay. I'm not seeing myself going there right now. Yes, because I am afraid. I think about my family a lot. So if somebody, one of my friends called me and was like, so what will your family do if something bad had happened? And I said, I don't know. I don't know. But so for now, I've not thought of going there. Yes, so I told headmaster I'm not in town. He's around. He's aware that I'm not around.
Okay. Yes. So generally speaking, you see that we've seen this trend of violence in our secondary schools. Yes. Even before your incident, we saw a student being stabbed at Orally Senior High School. Does it tell on the kind of education we are giving our students now?
Okay, so with that, the issue.
Because it seems the students are becoming violent.
Yes.
We record pockets of violence, especially during examination. And this is not the first time a teacher has been attacked.
Exactly.
A teacher was attacked, I think, last year, Swasi. And
I think Bright Senior High School.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is this something we are not teaching our students?
It's not about the teaching. Okay. It is about the fact that you can't touch a student any longer. Whether to punish him or her for doing the wrong thing. You can't beat them. I see a lot of people saying that caning is not the only way of correcting a bad behavior. I agree. Yes. But this is the case where when you give the student a portion of work to do because he has misbehaved, he won't do it, and you can't do anything about it. Okay. Do you get it? You can't punish him. You can't do anything about it. They will come and sit around. You just can't touch them. Yes. So I think because of that is why they are still doing this.
Okay. So the lack of correction is why.
Yes.
There's more immorality.
I believe so, because when we were in school, it wasn't like that. Okay. when you don't come to school, you are even trying to hide from your teacher. How much more coming to stand in front of your teacher
and say you beat
and say
him.
you beat him
and even beating him?
Yes.
Wow.
And you actually walked the talk at long last. You get it? Yes. So this is what is happening.
Okay. So do you have any advice for students and teachers how
I think
this thing can be resolved?
Let me go with the teachers first. They are my colleagues. They have to be careful. Very, very careful. They have to be very careful with their students. It doesn't matter whether the student is in Form 1, Form 2, or Form 3. Any student at all can be dangerous. Because I saw Form 2 students during the attack, and I saw a past student in school uniform who joined them. I invigilated him last year, but he was in school uniform, dressed like a caring student.
Just to attack?
Yes, just to attack me. Can you imagine? So they should be careful. They should protect themselves wherever they get to. I don't know the kind of protection they will go for, but they should be very, very careful as they go back to their school, wherever they are. Because it's not only in Christian Methodist Senior High School. Yes, a lot of them happening in Bright Senior High School or Raleigh, you know. And the students, I want them to understand that we don't hate them. I don't know why they think we hate them. You can't say I hate you because I didn't allow you to cheat. You are not supposed to cheat in the exam room. You are supposed to learn. Come and sit down and write whatever that you have learned. And when you don't have anything to write again, and the time is not due, you put your head on the table and you sleep. When it is time, we will call you and tell you that it is time. Bring your paper. And then you get out.
The guy, I think immigration guy, he was doing his normal checkup and he asked us, where are we from? We said Geneva. And he asked of my name. I said, my name is Honorable Linda. And then Honorable Eric also said, my name is Eric. Mpacho, wait me ask spell Eric Namami. So we were wondering, are you a staff from immigration? So how is the staff recruitment, how is it done?
Mr. Chairman,
So that, yes.
Mr. Chairman, let me put it on record. The Ghana Airport Company, we are just in charge of infrastructure at the airport. The systems in terms of customs and immigration are under different ministries. I don't know why interior, I don't know the criteria. Other interior put in place in recruiting people who come and spell Eric, and I don't have that knowledge. So,
so Mr. Minister, I have a follow-up question on this for you. You just said that you are only in charge of the infrastructure at the airport. I would want to find out who is in charge of the security at the airport.
We have two levels of security at the airport. We have the national security, they have their own people, and we also have our internal security, aviation security, but they all work they all come under the control of national security. You see, the airport architecture comes under the National Security Ministry. So even the police, immigration, and customs, everybody who works there, all comes under the Ministry of National Security. So our internal security system works under the directive of national security through this thing. So we have our own aviation security, but the overall security architecture is under the control of national security.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. Chuete, you have a question? Okay. No, let's go to Honorable BT first.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Minister, you talked about international collaboration with other airports. And with this specific issue of Belgium, that facilitated your outfit to investigate and then to put people on interdiction. And now you are telling us that the people have been absolved, and you have accepted our suggestion to at least go back to the media to let them know that they are free. May I know whether, when you concluded your investigations, the agency in Belgium were also informed of the outcome of your investigation? Because they wanted an investigation. That was why they gave you the information. And what is also the status of the person who was arrested? Is it that your report has now also absorbed the person, because you are putting the blame on technology, and technology cannot be blamed for anybody's misdemeanor? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we need to put some of this into correct perspective. I never said here that our investigation was upon the instruction of the international collaborators. And that one, I wanted to put it on record. We put in our own internal system to see how we can improve upon what we have. Mr. President, the person who was arrested, Mr. Chairman, I want to put it, the person who was arrested was under the control of NACOP. That is what I said it here, that the national security architecture is under the Ministry of National Security. And NACOP, I don't know where they've handed the matter to now, including the national security. I may find out from them where the situation, but I can only deal with the comfort zone of what I know. That is what I'm telling you, that in some of these matters, talking about them is a problem. And I think that let's limit what I can say and what I cannot say because of the system that we operate. And I think that you understand the point where I'm coming from. The internal procedure that we put in place was not under the instruction of any international collaborators. That was not instruction from anybody. It is on our own evolution that we decided that, look, let's try to investigate some of these lapses and see what system you can put in place to improve the system. So that is what it is.
Yeah, but Honorable BT Baba wants a firm assurance. Is Ghana Airport Company Limited going to put out a statement to bring finality to this matter in the public opinion, public domain? Because you put out a fair statement in April and gave assurances, talked about a committee that you had set up, you had interdicted people, and you've given renewed warnings to your staff. Brilliant statement. The expectation by every reasonable Ghanaian and member of the public is that there will be an update. Now that the Honorable Minister is telling us, we are hearing this for the first time. We didn't know, even as members of Parliament, that you have concluded your investigations. So when will that statement be put out? The statement to bring finality to the matter in the public domain?
Mr. Chairman, I think that in this particular room, I think that I've considered to a fact that maybe perhaps in terms of, because human beings are involved in their reputation, and for us to consider to that effect, I've said that maybe we will consider looking at that particular thing. But we will not come out to tell people the system that we put in place at the airport. That one we will not do it. But we will look at
No, certainly. We don't expect you to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
So there will be a statement.
I said
We
will consider this, because I need to also go back and sit down. Okay. Because I do not want to seem to be knowing everything, because maybe there are certain procedures that I also need to follow.
Okay, we appreciate your leadership style. Let's move to Honorable Lydia to ask her question. Oh, has she? No, not Linda, not Honorable Linda. Honorable Lamisi, let me use her middle name, since Linda and Lydia is confusing the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I wanted to know when the airports, your ministry will commence the construction of the airport in the Upper East region. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, should I please, because Madam, this question has been asked by Honorable BT Baba and I've answered it. It's unfortunate that you were late. So maybe if the chairman can later, if you can, once it has been asked and
yes,
answered,
so that has been asked, but if you have any follow-up in terms of what may be happening, currently in the constituency. I know that is your territory. So I would, for the honourable member traveled all the way from her constituency to ask this question. So honourable minister, let's give her a little room to tell us the latest developments on the ground in her constituency about this matter. You know the times we are in. It's important for her constituents to see that she has traveled all the way to work for their interest.
Honorable member, I think our PP mentioned COVID. He's not comfortable with it, but that is the truth. It also affected us a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a report on the, I think, 28 September 2023, and the government of Ghana, through the ministry, they were in collaboration with Cardinal Namdini Mining Limited to establish the airport. And since then, we have not heard anything about it. It's just that we always hear that it is in the pipeline, the land has been encroached. And I want to find out, land that has been acquired for a project of this nature, how come, who is in charge, and the land can be encroached, that people will not know about it, or the government will not know about it, and finally that the project is coming on, we need to move to a different land or to a different place to establish the airport. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, two things. One, this mining company that we've heard, that they say they want to collaborate with the government, but officially they hadn't come to us. And let me put that in on record. No mining company has approached civil aviation or the ministry that they want to build an airport at our place. That one I have to put down. Mr. Chairman, the second, last one, I'm happy about the question Madam Honorable Member asked. But it is precisely so that the fact that you have identified the land, that doesn't mean that, because you must first and foremost identify it. Then you do feasibility study in terms of geophysics and other things to determine whether even that particular place that you have allocated is even suitable in putting up such a facility. So that is what, if you identify the land, you must do a complete assessment to come out whether that place is fit for purpose. And madam, in dealing with feasibility studies, at times it can even take you 5 years, 4 years, before we can even conclude it. So it's unfortunate that the COVID created a problem for us. I mean, I think on this occasion you will not disagree with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, you said you have not gone in any arrangement with the company that I mentioned. In the report, it is said that it is against this backdrop that the government is negotiating with Cardinal Namdini Mining Company Limited, a subsidiary of Sundown Gold, a Chinese mining company located in the Galamsey district, to provide funds for the construction of an airport for the Upper East region. I don't know whether you've chance to read this report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, let me put it on record. There's no official communication before the ministry, and that is the position.
So Honourable Minister, can you commit to looking into that further, just to be
I've just
sure that the land for the airport is
my
intact?
Director General to contact the people around and also look, they should give me the final report as quickly as possible.
Well, Honourable BT Baba, you want to intervene?
Yes, in my constituency, for the information I have, it's a private airport that they want to build as a mining concern. And government, as she rightly read, wants to tie in the construction of this Upper East Airport of it. Naturally, like we have been saying, this company has not even taken a gram of gold from the place. Nothing. They have not extracted any ore from the place. And what I know is that per the information I received, they will be inaugurated next month on the 9th I just showed the invitation that I received to chair. Well, I don't have the power, but if you want to be there, I think your colleague minister for lands and natural resources will want to invite you. Maybe you also extend that privilege to us, since you can facilitate members of this committee to also go and see what is happening, so that in future our interaction will be more cordial than we are having now. So, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think that maybe they may have an intention. That intention has not been brought to our attention. But it doesn't mean that we cannot follow it up. You will follow it up. The name has been mentioned. My Director General had given specific instruction. I will also contact the Minister for Lands, so to find out if indeed the company has declared such an intention. Then we can look at the collaboration that we can have. So it's something that we are going to follow it up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, again. Minister, in that same report, your regional minister was there, and he described the collaboration as a very, very exciting. It was mentioned that government, it is a private company. They wanted to build an airstrip for their employees and the airlifting of gold bars. But they want to come in collaboration with government to make sure that an airport is built. Mr. Minister, can you assure me that you will go back and negotiate with them so that instead of an airstrip, the government will collaborate with them to build an airport? Because looking at commuters from Bolga to Tamale, it's always 2 hours. That is if you have a good car. If you don't have a good car, be sure you are going to make about 3 hours, which is more tiring, less cost effective. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Member has a lot of information that I do not have. He has even gone to the extent of quoting the regional minister being there. I don't know the source of that info. That not to say that it's not true, it's true. But I'm limited in terms of the knowledge about this particular thing that he's talking about. But I've also assured this House that I will find out from them and see the level of engagement that we can also have for them, so that we will move forward with it. Thank you.
Are you okay? Thank you very much. Honorable Chiwete, I want us to move to Metro Mass, so you have the last word on
yes. This has to do with the security at the airport. Honorable Minister indicated to us that at the airport we have two types of security. We have the airport security, and then we have national security. What I want to know is the national security officers there, are they coterminous to the existence of the government, like as they are there? I know the airport security, they are permanent workers. What about the national security officers? How is their operation like? Is it that when the government comes into power that they bring them? When the government goes, then the new people are employed?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, in other words, are they political officials, political appointees?
Mr. Chairman, if you talk about national security architecture, it comprises of the police, customs, and everybody. It's not limited to only people who are wearing national security dress. And I also do not have knowledge about how national security employ their members. So I will not be able to speak whether I don't understand the word political appointees or whatever it is. I don't know.
But how are they appointed to work at the airport, the national security people? How did they go to the airport?
Man, I will not be able to speak to you because national security have a system where, and that's why I'm saying that the word national security, it does not connote somebody come from national security. What I'm saying that the security apparatus at the airport, security architecture, comes under the control of national security. It does not mean that the national security people bring their people there. The police, immigration, customs, even the AFSEC people, once you work there, you are controlled by the national security architecture.
Chair, thank you so much. Mine is a commendation. Chair, I would want to commend the minister and his staff, and by extension, the government for working so. Yes, because, yes. So I want to add my voice to Mr. Chair's voice, because I was a regional minister in 2017, and it's on record that in 2016, the Sunyani Airport has been closed down. But the minister has worked so hard for the airport to be back. The only challenge we have now is that we only have a Passion Air, which comes once a day. So can you assure us that you make sure that our also start operations at Sunyani Airport for the good people of for Bono and Bono East. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rankin. I think this matter had been extensively dealt with, and I think it's a concern to everybody, the members of the committee and the ministry. Because we don't have enough airlines internally, that is what this problem is. But I'm sure...
Much the buses cost, Honorable Minister, Metromas, buses procured from 2017.
How many? Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, since 2017, 200 buses have been secured. The first one was procured by Ministry of Finance, and the first 100, which is the Daewoo buses. The second one, Ghana government had a loan from Belgian government to provide 100 buses of the VDL, which we have cleared 80. 20 is at the port now we are clearing. So together, 200
Is a loan of how much for a record?
The loan was including cost of financing. And I think that by including cost of financing, it's 23 million euros. That one I can say it, including cost of financing.
And you indicated that this was for 100. 80 has been. How about the other 100? Are they being used? Are they with Metromas?
Yes,
are they in good shape?
Yes, they are in good shape. They are being. That what really helped us to sustain our operations.
How is the health of Metromas? We know that for STC, they are making a lot of losses. How about Metromas?
Mr. Chairman, if you look about the intention, the procedure or the purpose of which Metromas was set up is to deal with this rural urban situation at Metro Mass was not, I don't want to be sound political, was not too good because the buses there had been operating over a 15-year period. And you know, these commercial buses, if you operate them for that long, most money that you make will go back into operational expenses. That is why we took a decision that some of the buses should be shaded from the road so that you will know the actual fleet of the bus that do. That is why in 2017, His Excellency decided that Minister of Finance should procure 100 buses for us, and subsequently, we have. So in terms of finances, Metro Mass may not be placed in too good a position, but I think that we are improving because we are bringing technology in terms of our revenue collection and other things to make sure that we make enough money to maintain our operational expenses.
So, Honourable Minister, can you give, just for the benefit of our report to plenary, can we have the schedule of these buses, when they are arriving, when you are clearing the rest, and all of that? That is the Belgian facility, so that our report will be accurate and comprehensive.
Mr. Chairman, like I said already, 80 has been cleared and being put to use. The 20 that we are clearing, yesterday we finished everything with the custom people. Unfortunately,
yeah, but when? Can you give us the timelines? When were they cleared? Which date?
Oh, give me the opportunity. I'll be bringing the final report before you write it. I can provide you with that schedule. I can provide it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sure colleagues would want to know when we present our report to plenary.
I will submit it to the class office. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions on Metro Mass? Okay. Honourable Bobie.
Yeah, Honourable Minister, I want to find out from you whether you have plans to open offices, Metro Mass regional offices in the newly regions that were created. Whether you have plans, because if you go to the newly created regions, I don't see your Metro Mass presence compared to the traditional regions. So if you have plans of having your regional offices and extended your operations to these new regions, you can share with us. Thank you, Mr. Chai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is very important because if you've created the regions, I think it's important that we should also provide them these services to make it. Mr. Chairman, I think that we are in contact with the regional administration for them to provide it with some facilities, which will. I remember about two of them have provided us with land that we should build our new offices. It all come back to l'argent, money. But for Dambai, we are there. Our presence is there for you also. But in terms of rare infrastructure, in terms of office building, I think we have contacted the regional administration where they cannot supply some. They've given us land, and my chief executive is telling me that even Goso had allocated some piece of land to the regional administration to begin to construct some of this office. So maybe beginning next year, you will see our complete offices there. That is why we are trying to put up.
So, Mr. Minister, if you talk about infrastructure at the regional level, do you mean only the offices or a space for bus terminal?
I'm talking about it encompasses. Okay. The offices is built on the terminal. So it encompasses everything together. So
at one particular place?
At one particular place, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Then since you are CEO of Metro Mass is here, he should see me. For God, so at least I can be of help. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bobie. Honourable Linda Oklo, Honourable Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to find out whether the ministry's debts owed to GRA has been settled. Debt. There's an outstanding debt. Yes, I want to find whether it has been settled.
Mr. Chairman, is he talking about Metro Mass debt or the ministry? Okay. There has been a collaboration between Metro Mass and GRA. They've given us a schedule and we are following it. Okay, thank you.
Well, Honourable Minister, you earlier told us that the 200 buses, it will cost 23 million euros. The 100 buses here from Belgium. 23
million euros, including cost of financing.
Okay.
And spare parts. Sorry, let me add, and spare parts.
And spare parts. This looks like a far better deal than the ambulance spare parts, which was for $34.9 million. But just to make sure our records are very aligned, I have the Hansard, your answer to Parliament on the 1st of March 2022. The figure I see here at column 39 is 25.49 million euros. But today you are telling us 23 million euros. So just so we are not accused of presenting an inconsistent report. So what exactly is the figure? Yeah.
Because figures are involved, we'll give you the opportunity to repeat. I beg you. Maybe the 25 may include the cost of financing, which I'm adding to this one, because many a time you need to add insurance, arrange and other things. But let me check. If I'm bringing the schedule, I will then come by the parliamentary approval, because Parliament gave us the approval. The resolution from Parliament will be the correct method, the report on the amount of money that. So I will check and revert.
Well, thank you. So please do that for us. And then on the schedule, you see why I was asking for the timelines. You know, this Assurances Committee. So we are not only to look at the promise, but also the various timelines. Looking at the Hansard of 1st March 2022, you assured Parliament that the remaining buses will arrive 2nd quarter of 2022. We are now in 2024. You say you are still clearing. What has accounted for the delays? It appears to be more than a 2-year delay.
Yes, you are right. That is so. Mr. Chairman, when we signed the agreement with them in 2019, in 2020, they brought us the first, hoping that they were going to, then the COVID came in. So they stopped production for almost 1.5 years. And that caused the delay of that. So they wrote to us that they could not follow the schedule that they had given to us because they stopped production. So they resumed production later part of 2022, and that is what it has delayed the distance.
Okay, so our report will capture that. Then you also told the House, the last paragraph of column 39, that, Mr. Speaker, we are also pursuing other avenues to bring in more buses to revamp the operations of the MMTL. Currently, value for money assessment is being undertaken for the supply of 300 Hyundai buses from Korea and an additional 200 buses from China. We expect to add a total of 600 new buses within the short to medium-term period, unquote. Can you please apprise this committee on what has happened to these other assurances?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the 300 buses which was going to come from Korea was based on the debt restructuring that we did. But because we had an issue, that facility did not kick in because of our debt restructuring. So we could not pursue that. What they approved for us, because they were setting 2 loan agreements that we were going to give it to us. What they approved for us was the development of the Volta Lake. But the second one, they did not because of the debt restructuring issue. Even the Volta Lake matter, now that we are even completing, we have just completed the negotiation with them. They even came in to do the advert for the consultancy before, because the projects are delayed, all because of the COVID. So we could not pursue the 300 because of the debt restructuring issue. But for the China one, we have just completed the assessment with them. So we are bringing in 100 new electric buses. So because we are moving from internal combustion engine to electric buses, we've just finished and we have had an agreement with them. As part of the agreement, the first 100 buses will come in. So we are hoping that maybe you can even take delivery about 20 or 50 before the end of the year. So that is my explanation to that particular narrative.
And are you still working with this, your target of 600 new buses in the short to medium term? Or once again, COVID has thrown this out of gear?
We are over the COVID period. We are negotiating. Like I said, we are negotiating with our partners. Because Metro Mass is so key. Like you said, where you and I come from, without Metro Mass, some of our people cannot even travel and go. So it's something which is so dear to the heart of the government. But it's unfortunate that this debt restructuring issue has created a huge problem for us. But we are working now that the China thing has kicked in, together with the Ministry of Finance. I'm hoping that we will be able to. But you have to commend the Vice President for this initiative of this electric bus system thing.
Not the President. The few good things go to the Vice President, and then all the bad things.
I say commend the Vice President for the initiative.
So how about the President?
The President gives opportunity to the Vice President to work.
And you don't commend him for giving the Vice President the opportunity.
If you give you the opportunity, if they give you opportunity and you don't have the capacity, you cannot deliver. The fact that they've given you the opportunity does not mean that we can deliver. It's based on capacity.
You know, sometimes I pity poor Akufo-Addo. All of you have abandoned him. The few good things, you give it to Bawumia. All the bad ones, you say he should be blamed.
We haven't, because it is the man who has the foresight that can identify somebody and give him the opportunity to work. And he had the foresight. That's why he has given the opportunity, knowing that the man can take over from me and even perform better than him. If you bring up your child, you are expecting that your child will be better than you. And I'm sure that you want your children to become president. That's why Nana don't want Bawumia to become president, because he thinks that he has trained him well, he has the capacity, he has the ability to work.
It sounds like you are also. Are you also a campaign coordinator? Are you for Central Region or something?
I have been.
Because our colleague is for the Middle Belt. I
have been one of
Honorable Efree.
One of the Bobie will tell you,
who made the infamous Galamsey statement.
Bobie will tell you that when you come in terms of strategy in our party, I have been one of them. Bobie is sitting by, who knows, and I know the capabilities of Bawumia.
So we want to appeal to you now that you have told us about your strategy portfolio. Please, you leave our assurances committee out of that. We don't want you to use our platform to campaign. Yeah, we beg you. The right honorable speaker might be watching, and he will query us for turning this platform into a campaign platform. So let's come back to Metro Mass. The 600 new buses, do we have any specific dates? Because it's one of the matching orders we have for our report. Do we have a specific date when we report to plenary that we can indicate that this is your target of 600 new buses? What are the new timelines?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the 100 which is coming, I think that I've also told you in this house that we haven't challenged with the Korean 300 one. But with the Chinese 200, we are pursuing it. And we have started receiving the first 100 they've given us assurance. So maybe I can talk about the 100 plus the 200. And
okay, so Parliament should now be working with 300.
No, yes, we have cleared the 100. We are also going to the next 100.
Okay, that is well noted. Okay. But in terms of Metro Mass, the various routes, are you the one who probably gave the instruction that North Town should be taken out? Because Metro Mass is not operating in North Town any longer. It used to be very popular from Japon to Ho and its environs, but it's been a long time.
Mr.
I hope you are not punishing my people because of me.
Mr. Chairman, I also want to put it on record that currently Japon to Ho is one of our busiest routes. So maybe you can also check your information. Japon to Ho is one of our busiest routes in Volta region. Because of the economic activity that goes on between Japan and Ho, is one of the busiest. But I don't know about Accra. I will check Accra. My director, I've told him that I should check Accra, Japan for you. But I can tell you on record that one of the busiest routes in Volta region is Japan and Ho. And I want you to check that.
No, but it used to be, we used to have Accra, we used to have even to Dofwa Didome. Northtown was a major. Is the MMT boss here?
Yes, he's sitting by me. Mr. Chairman, I
Yeah,
think...
but you have reduced drastically your operations in Northtown.
Mr. Chairman, it may be true because of the reduction in our bus system. I think I considered here that when I took over, we had a huge challenge about the operational cost of our old buses. And after we did our analysis more, but unfortunately, we were hit by this COVID and debt issue, and which is a fact. We are now trying to find another way of. But if there has been a reduction in the number of buses that go to Accra to Japan, it may not be a deliberate. Maybe it might also be a situation of other places, because we don't have the level of buses that President Kufuor left us, which was very effective in those days.
The buses, that there was a lot of talk about your former chairman's buses. Is that part of your arrangements? The Honorable Freddie Blaise buses. What has happened to that?
Honorable Freddie Blaise has nothing to do with MPP, with Metro Mass. I don't even know that Freddie Blaise has even promised buses. I'm not aware. I'm hearing for the first time.
Really? It was a major part of his campaign the last time. They said he was coming to
give buses
salvage,
to,
yes.
To who?
And that there will be some partnership with.
Between who and who? Mr. Chairman, if you can supply, I don't know who the kind of partnership.
Okay, once you say you don't know about it, it's okay.
Or maybe once you are not providing the information, well, that is what maybe I'm saying that. Maybe
you are saying that you didn't hear about the Freddie Blaise buses, part of his chairmanship campaign.
Mr. Chairman, I said to who? The buses to who? Is it to party people or to Metro Mass or to maybe
He said there will be a collaboration and then they will share the proceeds.
The collaboration between who and who?
That was his novel idea.
And when the statement is vague,
between MPP and the state. I mean, we all were wondering how it was going to work.
MPP and the state?
Yes.
Then maybe he hadn't come to Metro Mass.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well noted. Honorable Chiwete.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, the document I'm holding indicates that Metro Mass has an outstanding duty of 7,665,841 Ghana cedis to pay to GRA. You just indicated to us that there's a collaboration for you to pay. How much of this amount has been paid, and how is that collaboration like? Are you able to explain?
Mr. Chairman, at the time that this report happened, we were owing 12 million, and we've paid up to this level. And even recently, I can't remember, you even paid 1 million about 2 weeks ago, but I will check the final payment. The whole amount was about 12 million, and I can tell you that you've paid about 6 point something.
This one, I don't know, how is it that we have only old buses plowing the Accra Wa, Kumasi Wa? Funny enough, long distances with very old buses. Meanwhile, we have the new buses circulating within town. How is it that your company?
Mr. Chairman, that position in terms of our own may not be true, because so far as we are concerned, any bus which is more than about 10 years of, do not go to long distance. Let me finish. We have buses that carry goods. We have cargo buses. If you are talking about cargo buses, it may be true. But in terms of passenger buses, or the buses that we have them now are those buses that we brought in from 2018 up to now. That price the long distance. So maybe we need to check. I'll also check. But so far as I'm concerned, if we say you are talking about the cargo buses, that we use some of the old, but we have converted some of the old buses into cargo buses. Maybe you may see them on the road, but they may not be necessarily passenger buses, but maybe cargo. But I will check. But as far as I'm concerned, we don't have the old buses going on that long distance.
Minister, I think you should check that. Even with STC, people have complained severally. We have even some of the buses leaking. So please check that.
But if you are talking about repairs, it may be different from the old buses. So, because these are commercial buses we use for operation. There may be repairs that we need to undertake. I'll concede to that. So I'll also check, then I'll revert.
Yeah, Mr.
Honorable
Minister, this is just a follow-up to Chiwate's question. What is your definition of old bus and a new bus?
I think it's a very relevant question. My own definition of an old bus based on our report is the number of years that you put the buses on the road. And if, like I said, if the buses are more than, I think, 7 or 8 years, you classify them as old bus. And also the usage is also another important, because wear and tear, depreciation are also very important when it comes up in terms of commercial operation. The bus may not be old, but in terms of its usage, if we think that it is not fit also for long distance, we also don't use them. So it may come with two connotations.
Okay, thank you so much. I asked this question because sometimes you might see a bus. The appearance might look very old, but sometimes the engine and the seat inside must be nice and the engine must be strong. So that is why I asked this question. Thank you so much.
But I said that wear and tear is also important. Depreciation is also important.
Good. I'll come to Honorable Yadom, but Honorable Minister, please kindly ensure that your technical persons, the heads of the various agencies, don't depart until we conclude our discussions, because there are public interest issues which will come up.
Let me put it on record that I've asked the MD of Ghana Airport Company to represent me at another meeting. So if he's not here, let me put it.
Okay.
And the chief director too has gone to the leaders meeting to go through our schedule for your next business. So she's also within the.
Okay. All right. Well noted. Honorable Yadom and then Honorable Techi.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Minister, can you tell the committee how many buses currently do you have? Thank you.
Chairman, it's between 250 and 265, but I think that I'm right. 250, 265.
Mr. Minister, that's a wide range.
Because, Mr. Chairman, I think that I'm making this assertion because some of the buses at times you repair them, some of them go off the road and for some time. But effectively, I can tell you that operational, I can tell you that we have about 255 buses. By the time you repair, we can get about 10 to come in supplement. That is what I want to be a little bit vague.
When do you retire these buses? Do you have a timetable, the number of years that you'll use the buses, and then you replace the old fleet?
Depends on engineering advice. That's why I said a number of things. Wear and tear, all those things are factors with which accident may even be the reason why you retire certain buses. So it may not be specific. If we have good engines, once the body is good and you can have good spare parts, you can put. That is what in this final transaction we make sure that we have enough spare parts to even enable us to repair some of the old. We have some of the old bodies there that we are collaborating with them. They are bringing people here to train our people to repair some of those parts. That's why if we are able to clear these spare parts, they will even come in. When they come in and we finish the training, it is also part of the cost. You might not necessarily import, but you will get additional buses because we brought in a lot of spare parts. But the bodies are there, which is, they will inspect them. If it is fit for purpose, we will just retrofit them, then we use them.
All right. Honorable Yadom, and then we move to.
Thank you. Thank
the
you,
next
Chairman.
question.
Honorable Minister, can you tell the committee or give us a breakdown of this 255 per your distribution by region by region? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
When I'm giving you the schedule, I will come with the timetable in terms of regional allocations, because figures. So I need to be careful, so that Bachi, you don't hold me responsible.
As a follow-up.
Yeah,
Mr.
Honorable
Minister,
BT Baba. Yeah.
If you can give us a comprehensive report. You mentioned that some of them you are likely to rehabilitate them for use, because when you travel from the Bolga depot, there are so many of them parked there. I often go to Swedru because that's my second hometown. Swedru, Aguna Swedru.
Not Swedru.
Yes.
Is that where you come from?
No, I come from Talisi, but
you have a business.
I played football for Agona Swedru,
Fankoba, yes,
so
true.
that is my second hometown.
And you also have other activities.
Where?
You have other things, other activities.
I haven't come to your area yet. So if you can, I see the buses, the bodies are very solid, but they have maybe mechanical problems. So if you are able to submit a comprehensive report, it will help, because going forward in the past, we've heard about some of them being knocked down to be scrapped, and people buy them, and within a short time, they put them on the road. So if you can have a comprehensive report, which you will share with this committee to be...
Mr. Chairman, that is very important. That is why, if you look about this transaction that we did, we brought in new engines, because our engineers have identified some of these bodies to be very solid, that if you have engines and other spare parts, you'll be able to put them to use. That's what I'm telling you, that immediately we finish the client, as part of the pact that we signed with them, they are also bringing in experts to come and train our workers, work with us to repair some of this, to retrofit some of these buses and put them to use. So we will submit that report together with the request that we've making, for you to know how transparent we are working with this system. And we have a lot of new engines that we've imported.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Minister. So our diligent clerks, as always, are taking note of all the reports you are to present to the committee. So, Honourable Minister, the practice is that typically we give the ministries 1 week to compile all these reports and present them, so that we can also conclude our reports for plenary. So, Honourable Minister, kindly take note. Let's move to the other question for 20th February 2024. Because of the time. Okay, Honourable Techi. Honourable Techi says that Metro must please wait. Honourable Techi says he has a quick intervention.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, when we talk about our rural and deprived areas, they see governance and benefit of government when it comes to these public services. I'm saying that in the rural and deprived areas, they see governance and benefit of government when it comes to these public services. So in terms of this motor mass, when it came in, the rural folks were having enough of these buses. I don't know what is the arrangement of assigning buses to the rural areas and then the urban areas. And at the same time, too, for the sake of the deprived rural communities, is there any arrangement to have private-public partnership to get more buses so that at least our rural folks, where you don't have good transport system going on there, they will benefit from it? Because we look at our traders moving to the rural areas and the deprived areas, they suffer a lot when it comes to transporting their goods and themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Spot on. Mr. Chairman, that's what I said, that the purpose of establishing Metro Mass was to deal with rural-urban situation. Rural, urban. Even the regional capitals was not even the motive, or they will not even, you do not even see a lot of these intercity activities. What was taking place within the regional capitals was intra-city buses. Unfortunately, over the years, there has been some level of deviation, all because of the level of buses. The freight is not sufficient to deal with it. So our new policy that we are putting in place was to let us service the rural base that we are talking about before we are even dealing with the regional capital. But Mr. Chairman, We are trying to deal with the private sector, but you know this. You know there's a new law that Parliament has passed, this PPP law. We need to follow it. So in dealing with the private sector, we need to go through some level of activity or some level of this thing that we need to certify before we can even deal with people. And for PPP, a lot of people have presented PPP arrangement with us, but we are studying it to know which one will be beneficial to us, because we are dealing with our rural folks, and we don't want to go and overburden them in terms of cost of the transport. Because many a time, like I said, if Metro Mass doesn't go, about 2 or 3 days, you won't even see any vehicle going into my village or any bus. So it's so important. I come from a typical village. That Metro Mass is so crucial. So we will do our best. But the law that Sami and the chairman and his people has passed, if you go against it, they will tell that we do not follow the PPP law. So we are following it.
So, Honourable Minister, let's move to the Honourable Alhaji Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka's question relating to the circumstances that led to Delta Airlines flight from Accra to New York, making an emergency landing at the Prada Victoria, and what measures the ministry is putting in place to ensure that Delta Airlines stops using old aircrafts to ply their US-Ghana route. So Delta Airlines and international travel to the United States of America.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, like I said, the situation wasn't good. People complained. We had a lot of discussion with Delta Airlines to and fro. They came here, we went there. We raised our displeasure about the level, the kind of aircraft that they were using. But they have lived up to their promise, or live up to the negotiation we have with them. I can say to authority that since the beginning of this month, Airbus, Delta Airlines has changed the aircraft. They are using Airbus A330, the wider body 900. So brand new. It's not Sika, it's brand new. So one of the best aircraft that we have in our route now is being used by Delta. Thank you. So that promise has been fulfilled.
Did you investigate what led to this? Because other jurisdictions will not tolerate this at all. These complaints were coming in for many, many months. And the sense is that some of these airlines are taking us for granted. I believe in prevention, and I believe in high regulatory standards. If we had that in force, I mean, I don't think they will have dared for all of this while using old fleets and virtually risking the lives of our citizens. Has there been any inquiry into this matter? And what assurances can you give the people of Ghana that this will not recur?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we had a lot of collaboration with them because we are, FAA is part of ICAO, and when some of these things do happen, there's a committee and other bodies that investigate the matter. We did our own investigation. We also let them in also to do it. Though they were insisting that the aircraft was not only being used on Ghana route and that it's also being used for other routes. Nevertheless, we were more concerned about the occurrences of emergency landing on our route. And as part of our discussion, we even went to Atlanta, like I said, presented our internal report to them. They even came here, they accepted some of these lapses to the extent that we have a discussion with the Federal Aviation Authority of America to also look into this matter. So we did an extensive work together with them. And some of these things also involve diplomatic discussions. And we had all, it is based on that they even changed the aircraft, because we also indicated to them that if we could also know heed to some of this advice, that it was going to be difficult for us to renew their slot for them. Because if they were going to continue using the old aircraft, we were not going to renew their slot. And based on that, that they've changed and brought in. Now they've brought in one of the newest. So I think that in terms of collaboration, in terms of investigation, we had, like I'm saying, the Ghana Civil Aviation is one of the most respected institutions so far as the international civil aviation is concerned. And whatever report we present to them, they take it serious. So we did a lot of, and I'm happy that they've also listened to some of these concerns that you also raised. And based on that, they've changed the aircraft.
Was Delta fined? Did they suffer any repercussions for what they put our citizens through?
Mr. Chairman, in these matters, ICAO will come in, they have their own sanctions that they put in place. Maybe some may be warning because they need to follow the procedure. Some they will even report you to your civil aviation authority, not necessarily dealing with you. And finally, if you don't heed to some of this advice or this thing, they will even ban you from using the route.
Was there any compensation? Did you check to really confirm if Delta compensated our citizens for all the trauma they went through?
The airlines have their own system that they wouldn't even not. Some of them we complain they did by. Some of them they will depend on the gravity of the matter. Some of them you find them based on the system they paid, and we can show you records. Some of them they have to even refund some and take it to the passenger. Based on it is not a standard matter. It's based on the gravity of the matter, and we have our own system in dealing with it.
Yes. So in this particular instance, what happened? Because Parliament took a keen interest in this. The Speaker and honourable members, everybody said that at least Delta ought to do something by way of compensation. I'm reading the Hansard of 20th February 2024. So,
I think that
can you tell us specifically
what happened? What happened in this particular matter is that they had to refund all the tickets to the passengers on board, and they did the refund because it's a standard thing that if you commit certain offence, you are supposed to follow. So once you invoke those things and they accept the offence, automatically they have to pay.
Okay. Honourable colleagues, any other matter on international airlines? If not, let's quickly move to, I want us to try and conclude with transport by 1 p.m. so that we can take EPA. They've been waiting for a while. So let's move to the Honourable Gisela Tete's question to the Honourable Minister for Transport on efforts the ministry is making to ensure the completion of the construction of the WHAF at Senya Breku. So, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we've completed it. We are handing over the facility to individual assemblies. But let me say that because there was a break in terms of construction of the WHAF, some of them, we have had a deposit of sand that we are trying to dredge again. But in terms of the completion of some of the infrastructure, we have handed over, we are handing over to the facility to the various assemblies, to the extent that we even provided them with pickups for their own monitoring system.
From the Hansard, you said you hand over in March. Any reason for the delay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, like I said, at that time we hadn't finished the debt restructuring issue with the CDB. They brought it, so it was later that, because they needed to hand over the facility to us. Without the handing over the facility, we couldn't have handed over to our people. So later, we had to go into the negotiation with them.
Okay, Honourable Chiwete.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, you see, the members of Parliament will do a lot of work in the silence. This was a member of Parliament who asked a question. That tells us that she has the interest of the people at heart. But sometimes for political reasons, members will do follow-ups on some of these things. But when projects are about to be commissioned or to be handed over, because such members are not with the party in government, they are ignored, they are not invited, they are chased away even when they come around. Do you think this is proper for us to do as ministers or as members of Parliament? Sometimes DCEs will not even want the appearance of the members of Parliament at all, especially if those DCEs are contesting elections. What is your take?
Mr. Chairman, I have never done that. And I think that some of your members, when I was commissioning the Emina Fishing Harbour, I invited the honorable member. When I was commissioning the Jamestown Fishing Harbour, I invited the honorable member. Unfortunately, the honorable member could not attend because he had traveled outside the country. The Emina Fishing Harbour, the honorable member of Parliament for Emina was there. And I think, I also know that members of Parliament are members of the Assembly. Members of Parliament are members of the Assembly. So if the facility is handed over to Assembly, because my understanding is that the Honorable Member of Parliament cannot go and manage or monitor this thing because the DC is there to do day-and-day monitoring. So it all talks about better collaboration or a good relationship between the MC or DC and the Member of Parliament. I mean, this country belongs to all of us. I don't see why we use Government of Ghana money in building a facility, and if you are going to commission it, you say you will not bring those who matter. I mean, I don't do that.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, let's come to the Honorable Richard John Mensah's matter of concern, which relates to the Mumford Fishing Landing Beach and its ancillary works. He wanted to know the timelines for its completion, the Mumford Fishing Landing Beach and ancillary works. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it is the same as the Senyabreku one. Like I've said that because of the COVID, there was a problem with CDB, but later they came in and we finished. We are, like you said, we are handing over some of the facilities to the Assembly. We need to do dredging because over a period of time, we are having issues with our coast. Our entire coast in West Africa is now depositing sand. So we are doing re-dredging, but most of the facilities are being handed over to the party. But in Mumford, there was a problem, Mr. Chairman, about the road leading to the site. We are collaborating with Ministry of Roads and Highways. In GPHA is collaborating with them in trying to find a lasting solution to the road leading to the site.
Okay, Honorable Minister, the practice of this committee is to engage the MPs who file these questions. Sometimes we ask them to join us if it is possible. Other times we ask for a report, that is, if we are unable to go to the location ourselves as a committee. The Honorable MP has sent us this report. He says he's currently out of the country. He's saying that the project is at the same stage at which the Honorable Minister assured us in the House. And then he says that portions have been washed away by the rains, and those portions have not been worked on. The Honorable MP is also reporting that the community is dissatisfied with the work done because it has not served its purpose as at now. And then they are also concerned about the size of the project, that it can only serve smaller canoes. And the engineering work does not appear to be fit for purpose, as it is accumulating sea sand. He also says that originally the construction was supposed to be accompanied with a clinic, but that has been abandoned. And then he also says that the Honorable Minister promised that the lagoon will be dredged. However, they are still waiting. It has not been done, and the situation has gotten worse compared to the last time he filed a question that is now choked with a lot of rubbish. Then he says there's a project pickup, and that the project pickup with the ministry released is now being used by the DC and the MPP parliamentary candidate as an official campaign vehicle. So quite a damning report from the Honorable MP. Have these matters come to your attention, and what is your response, Honorable Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I think that I have said here, by Mumford, you have an issue concerning the road leading to the site. We are collaborating of Ministry of Roads, and you know they have the responsibility in constructing this road. I have also said that because there was that long break, because of the debt issue, there has been a sand deposit, not only in peculiar to only Mumford. Even MPS Port, as I'm talking to you today, there's a sand deposit along the entire west coast of West Africa. In San Pedro, Borare and government of Ivory Coast is building the port today. They have to abandon it. They stop it because the climate change situation, people don't know how damn consequent that thing is. So there's a complete deposit. Even as I'm talking to you today, the administration about that we completed. We need to go in back there and do some level of dredging because when we had the situation of the COVID, and also we had the debt restructuring issue, the job, they halted the activities or they halted the construction. So sand deposit became an issue. And also entire West African coast, sand is being deposited everywhere. Even Terminal 3, Mr. Chairman, and I think I need to, even Terminal 3 at Tema, the MPS, or Mati Terminal 3, between the Terminal 3 and Terminal 2, there's a huge sand deposit that if the ships are coming, the vessels, they have to go and navigate themselves out. Even 60 meters draft, we need to do redredging. So the issue of redredging is not peculiar to the Jamestown. It's a matter. I've sent engineers, I've done the analysis. I've sent a request to the Ministry of Finance last week for them to give us a commitment for this, I think Dredging International or where, to go in there as an emergency to do some of this dredging, which is not of a huge matter because the debt is not deep. But I want to assure the honorable member that the clinic and other facilities has not been abandoned. The clinic was an additional, it was not part, you see, Mr. Chairman, I think that some of us too, we also need to appreciate some of these projects that we do and also come out with the correct position. If he doesn't know, or if it's not well, I'm sure if he had gone to the assembly, the clinic was not part of the original facility so far as Mumford was concerned. It was after the facilities, and I think it's unfortunate that I don't have the component of the Mumford facility, that the DCE made a special appeal to me by saying that if we look at other places and the distance from that place to where the facility is, it will be better for her to include some health post in it. So I sent in people there to go and do studies, and they came out that we can do. So it was our internal generated fund, our budget. It was not part of the original funding from CDB that we said that we were going to use part in constructing the, the clinic for them. So we cannot add the clinic as part of the facilities for that the CDB gave us the money. It was appeal from the DC who says that if you look at the distance where people work in the town, we need to have a health post. That is why we are. So we are using our budget in constructing and that one, I can also tell you that the place has not been abandoned. The contractor is on site. At times he sent the certificate to Ministry of Finance and maybe delay payment. But that does not mean that the contractor has abandoned site. He has not. And it was not part of the original component, so far as the Mumford facility or fishing site is concerned.
And Honorable Minister, how do you respond to the last concern he raises about the project pickup? Do you know the status of that pickup and what it's being used for?
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, we have given the pickup as we do to all other this assembly. We give the pickup to assembly to do monitoring. He's bringing to my attention that the DCE, he's accusing the DCE of hijacking it. He's accusing the DCE of using it for his campaign, this thing. I know that the DCE there is our parliamentary candidate, but I don't know that he's using the bus to do campaign, the pickup to do campaign. But I'll find out. I'll find out.
So, Honorable Minister, when you find out and it is the case, what will you do? What will happen?
It is not acceptable. And if there's any sanctions that we need to apply, we will.
So, Honorable BT Baba, please go ahead.
Mr. Minister, water lake transport, any consideration for that? Because if you go to other countries, you go to Cairo, along the Nile, they have this various transport system. You go to Moscow, it's there. you go to Dubai, you will see that a lot of this water transport system is provided. And we are complaining about the usage of our roads. They are becoming a threat. There was this promise about the railway system, which also got kaput because there's not been any continuation after we left office. Can you give us what plans your ministry have? Because Volta Lake transport can also cure the pressure on our road and to make the road transport also safe.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a very good intervention, but I don't know. I will not be able to sit here and say that since NDC left office, this administration has not had anything to our railway line. Indeed, if we can check the records, I think that we have built more railway lines than what we inherited. And that is also, oh, you did not limit it. Why, Roxanne, are you the chairman? The chairman is there. He can talk for himself. Why are you intervening in something that you are not supposed to? The chairman
Honourable
is
Minister,
there. Yes,
please
Mr.
proceed.
Yeah,
please
Mr.
proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You are protecting me. I appreciate your leadership. Mr. Chairman, I think that this administration and myself have done a lot of work when the Volta Lake is concerned. Mr. Chairman, we consider the importance of the Volta Lake when vis-a-vis our economic activity. This is a lake that stretches from the north to the south. I think it's the biggest man-made lake in the world, and we can put it to good. That is what, you see, in some of these things, we need to have the data. That is why we talk about data. Roxanne and Co. are not comfortable with it. Because if you don't have the data, you cannot work. So that is why when I came in, I did. Oh, Chairman, Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, thank you. So that is why we've done a complete studies on the lake. As I'm talking today, based on that complete studies, one of the important things that we need to do on the Volta Lake is to look about the social intervention issue. And the lake came out with studies telling her that the Volta Lake is a major transportation artery for the people who live along the lake. That is why the Korean government, this house approved a loan of $147 million for the development of the lake's activity. We've gone through, we were hit by the debt structure. Now we've cleared ourselves. The consultant had been approved. We just did the evaluation last week. And the consultant is going to appoint the contractor to start the construction of some of these facilities. It includes the landing site, the reception area, purchase of ferry. The e-navigation system has been done by this government. So, Mr. Chairman, you can stand at Dambai, move to Bupe, and you can look at the lake, and you can see all the rocks in there so that you can navigate ourselves. What is left? Now, we are looking for money with our partners. Once again, Korean Exim Bank, to give us the money because we need to blast the rocks, Mr. Chairman, that is impeding the development of the lake. There's a huge deposit of rocks between Bupe and Yape. And if you are not able to go beyond that level, it means that you will not be able to hit your economy. Because, like we said, this is a route that we can transport all our heavy goods from Tema to the north without using our road. And it's even cut the road shorter by 400 and something kilometers. So why don't worry yourself by going through this point? That is why we wanted to do this facility at Yape and Bupe and in Pakadan, which Ministry of the VRA and the developer is having some issues. We will be able to settle the land matter because VRA thought that where we have earmarked to place the facility, it will definitely affect the lake, which invariably, because they need to clear certain areas. And that place is serving as a buffer. Though it is good for it to put the facility, that place is serving as a buffer. So they cannot allow the developer to put in the facility. Now we are moving to other areas, and I'm grateful that the chiefs at Akomu had given the developer a new land. So this railway line thing that we are talking will be put to good use. But Mr. Chairman, I think that we have done a good work. We've done a massive work so far as the Volta Lake is concerned. It's unfortunate that we delayed once again because of the facility that we're in. But we have resumed the whole activity. So the construction is going to continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Honorable Roxanne.
Chairman, thank you very much. And my friend, Honorable Siama, you are welcome.
You came to meet me here. You cannot
Yes,
welcome
but
me.
you are welcome.
So you are welcome. I have to seek the permission.
Before
of the
this
chairman
committee,
and
you are a witness, so take your time. Speaking of statistics, Southern alone, Tongo Gemini has registered over 400 abomotos that ply the Volta Lake. 400. Yes, abomotos. Now, the abomotos, of course, are fixed to boats, so they transport goods and people on the lake. Now, they ply communities like Brubeng, Echi, Nketepa, Akate, Bando Toko, Agodeke, Yeji. They all travel to Germany. And sometimes a trip from Yeji, now you've contributed to removing the tree stumps. So the journey time is also cut down by some 6 hours. It used to be like 2 days. It used to be like 2 days travel on the lake. Now, the lake, like you described, is a vast expanse. It's like a mini sea. Chairman, I think the Honorable Minister, very well. The lake is like a mini sea. So it's home to all the vagaries of the weather that seafarers go through. So ever often we experience boats capsizing. When they capsize, it leads to fatalities because the boat owners as well as the passengers don't have access to life jackets. So as the sector minister, my first request will be in the interim, as you haven't outlined all the high-falutin sounding projects and programs that you have for the lake economy. We call it the lake economy. Will you consider getting life jackets for these boat owners and the passengers? It's quite a lot because one jacket now is about 700 Ghana cedis. So those of us who are MPs in the lake region, we have to occasionally use our common fund to assist them. But we run so short of the expectations. So if the sector ministry can consider supplying the boat owners with these life jackets, it helps to save life during stormy times on the lake. That's one. Then two, if you recall, sometime 2021, when you were freshly reappointed, you came before the Committee of Roads and Transport. We considered, you actually mooted the idea of getting fiber glass boats for the boat owners to help them transport with speed and with ease. I want to find out how far have you gone with that program, and if some are being piloted, if you consider piloting some in Germany for me, I'll be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank the honorable member for bringing some of these germane matters into the fore. And I think that it's important that, for me, anything that you do to protect life, I'm all for it. And I think that I've worked well with the Honorable Roxanne and Co. in identifying some of these routes. And like I said, in removing some of these tree stumps. I'm surprised why he's refusing to congratulate me openly, because he has said to me privately that for what I've done.
Honorable Isiama, I wish to congratulate you for your efforts in removing the tree stumps on the Volta Lake. Thank you very much.
I hope the Honorable Minister is happy now, so you can proceed to answer the rest of the questions.
Mr. Chairman, in dealing with safety, it's a comprehensive matter. It's a comprehensive. We don't isolate one and deal with the other. One of the things that we considered most was to deal with the tree stumps which was causing frequent accidents on the road. And I think that per our analysis, we thought that if we could do that, it will limit the accident. And once accident is limited, definitely the death of rate will definitely reduce. Mr. Chairman, the difficulty we are finding that some of these traditional boat users, if you give them this thing, they don't even wear them. You see, so what I've asked the Civil Aviation, Ghana Maritime Authority to do is to do community engagement. Let them understand the need with which they need to protect themselves from predators. So recently you put some few of our workers on the lake to make sure that they monitor it. We are even arresting some of them who are some of them even travel during the storming hours. When you even advise them that the weather is not good, don't go. You see, they will not even heed to your advice. Then they create this problem. So now we are putting some monitoring system on the lake to make sure. But what the honorable member has said is something that we are considering. We need to begin to educate them and provide them some of this. We brought in some few ones to do some trials. We gave it to Volta Lake Transport Authority to pilot them. My report from them is that we need to do more. We don't need to concentrate so far the ferries are concerned. We need to look at these traditional boat users, and it's something that we need to do. So, Honorable Member, thank you for bringing it to my attention. We will continue the education, and we will, like you said, you may not have all the resources at the time to provide them because they are very expensive. Some of them, the 700 ones are not even. Some of them even go to the extent of buying one for 5,000 cedis. Some of them 2,000. And look at the number of people. Yeah. Some of them are 5,000. And I think the last one, when I went for a conference, some of them are even $500. And if you convert the figures, you will know how it is. So it's something that we will look at our resources, internal resources. But what is key is education. And we are engaging them until we provide them with the infrastructure or the gadget or the equipment, the safety equipment. We are engaging them. We are educating them the need why they should protect themselves. And they don't even need to travel during the warning time. That is a difficulty. You advise them, and if you don't monitor it, they don't even heed your advice. They don't care whether the storm is coming or not. You see them. So it's something that you and I, we need to collaborate more to do it. But your advice is worth taking. We will.
All right. Honour Roxanne.
Chairman, I am gratified by the minister's response. But what I think, as somebody who grew up in the area, you see, if you look at a place like Havokope from Germany, if you go through Kwau and crosses to Afram Plains north and south, there's no route to the area. So they are compelled to use Germany or Pando Toko and use the ferry. So that is their world. So if somebody wants to go and install a corn mill, and corn mill, it is not the one powered by electric motor. It is the one powered by the manpower. It's very extremely heavy. And they have like 5 they have to transport to Havokope. If you talk to them about the weather, they are not listening. It also endangered the lives of other people, but that is their life. So you should rather consider introducing a cargo ferry that would maybe once in a week visit the market centers that are dotted. So we speak of Keta, Akate, Germany, Bandu Toko, Krachi, and Agodake across the lake. If they can consider touring the market centers and lifting the cargo across the lake and allowing the passengers to use the boats, I think people will appreciate those systems, because the existing system now is that the boats will carry the passengers as well as the cargo. And therein lies the danger anytime there is stormy weather. And sometimes the weather, because there's a journey time of 9 hours, the weather may not threaten you at the time of when you set sail. In the middle of the journey, the storm rises, and anything could happen. So these are things that I think we should, as stakeholders, we can look at.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy. Maybe Honourable Member I think he knows exactly what I'm doing. Mr. Chairman, as part of the arrangement we are having with the Korean Exim Bank, one of the ferries that they are giving to us, you said they should convert it into a cargo ferry so that we can repair some of the old ones, because they are also bringing us new engines. So that some of these particular, it has been identified that it's one of the major causes of this accident of the day. People will load a lot of heavy things on the small traditional. If you see the heaviness of the cargo vis-a-vis the infrastructure that the person is, you are even surprised how he's even able to transport them from one point to another. So it's an important observation that we have made. And we are in discussion with them that they should convert one of the ferries into a cargo distance. But Mr. Chairman, in all this matter, what is important is continuous education. And looking at the comprehensively, let us not isolate some of them. We look at the comprehensive development of the lake itself. That's why we did the studies, to make a determination of what is that we need to do.
So, Honourable Minister, from the policy analysis perspective at the ministry, how many ferries do we need, looking at the population dynamics, the transportation, the goods and services that have to be moved and all of that? What's the ideal situation in terms of the number of ferries that we need for the Volta Lake?
Mr. Chairman, the number of ferries you need, so far, if you look at it, may not necessarily determine about the number, but the capacity is also important. So if you have the bigger ones, maybe you may need about, looking at the entry point, you may need about 5 or 6. Now currently we have about 4, which not all of them are put to good use. We are getting additional 3 from the Korean Exim Bank, agreement, making 7. But the problem has been the frequent breakdown of the engines of some of these ferries. At times you see that 1 or 2 may even be operational. And when you need to, Mr. Chairman, this question is, because you don't produce the engines from here, they may have to bring them from Holland. When the one engine breaks down, you have to wait for about 3 months or 2 months before we can get an additional engine. But ideally, maybe if we are able to get about 10, it may even be good. But all this being called, are the 5 actively working on the lake. It might be zooming, depends on the timing and the size.
Okay, so ideally 10, at least 5. How many do we have operational now?
Operational now, Mr. Chairman, I can say 3, I can say 4, I can say 2. Depends on the engine, this thing. Because if the engine breaks down, at times you even have 2, at times 3. So we need to limit ourselves to.
So what are your plans? Do you have any plans to restock and add to the fleet?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is what this Korean facility agreement, for me, I'm very happy about it. Apart from even renewing the fleet on the lake, the study that we have done and the level of technology we are into.
So, Honourable Minister, just a minute. I'm going to engage the EPA. They are to come right after you. So, Honourable Vice Chair will take over. I'll be back in a few minutes.
She will close me before you come. She would.
All right, thank you. Okay, please.
Yes. So in dealing with the safety on the lake, yes, the infrastructure is important. But I think that what can also help us to maintain high level of standards as far as safety is concerned is also the technology that we have introduced. Now we are doing e-chartering. Once you have done the e-chartering, we will be able to determine where the rocks and the trees are so that we can navigate ourselves. See, because we don't have enough resources, all the resources that we need. So this $147 million will really go a long way to revamp the activities so far as the Volta Lake transport is concerned, to provide safe and secure transport system for our people.
Any other? Okay. All right, then we are moving to the next question by Mr. Afo. Eric Afo, on the 20th February 2024. He asked the ministry for the transport when the driver and when the driver and the vehicle licensing authority of it at Asenkra Breman in the Ashanti West municipality will be, Amanfi West, will be operationalized. Thank you. Any updates, please?
Mr. Chairman, there's a minimum threshold of revenue that we need to generate before, from a particular district, before we can put up a permanent structure. Other than that, when we run a satellite office. We started operating this facility for some time now, hoping that our revenue base or our revenue distinct level will increase. Unfortunately, we will not be able to hit that level of revenue generation. Mr. Chairman, the difficulty about this office is that the kind of expenses we need to incur in running a permanent office, if we don't generate a minimum of 1.2 million cedis, that's the base. It will be difficult for it to break even. So we are monitoring the Asenkra situation very well. But I can tell this house that we pay for the past 2 or 3 years, we've been able even to break even in terms of our revenue generation. Somebody may ask that you don't even need to consider revenue as the only basis with which you can create an office. It is true. But here is the system. Here is the situation whereby you need to run the place and run it effectively. So if you are not able to generate enough to cover the expenses, it will be difficult for you to have an effective operational system. So that is the situation of us as Nkadoma. We are still monitoring, but our minimum revenue level have not been able to. We have not been able to achieve, which is making it difficult for us to go in. We put in the infrastructure. We can put in the value to look at it vis-a-vis the revenue that we generate to run such an office.
Minister, Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. Minister, my chief strategist. He's a chief strategist. You aren't here. Oh, Chuati, leave me alone. Are you a vendor? So, Mr. Minister, first of all, let me thank you so much for a request I put before you. You've been able to. The man is sitting right in front of me. You're asking me to go to his office. Remember, I requested for a number plate to be issued at GOSO DVLA office. Thank you so much. Now they have started issuing number plate for our region with a preface AH. The little challenge with that is that they don't have the embossment machine there. Anytime they want to issue, they have to send the particulars of the new car owners to Accra. Yes. So I want you to assure us before this committee that you will give us the embossment machine right at GOSO.
Chairman, the reason why we may not be able to send the embossment machine is that we are changing the technology. We are rolling out a new technology. So we are maintaining only one in Accra. I think only about one in Accra and one in Kumasi. We are rolling out with a new system. I can assure you that by the end of the year, we will come out with a new system because we don't want to go back to the old system that we change again. So the new system will come before the beginning of next year. Then the new machine will be there. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we are going to discharge you in 5 minutes. There are just a few public interest matters we want to get out of the way. The first one is the infamous CEO of the Keta port. Is he still at post? The CEO of the Keta port?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. Your description sounds a little bit
like many Ghanaians, we have
No.
have not understood why
Speak for
for
yourself.
5
Mr.
years.
Chairman, many Ghanaians also understand the reason why we take certain decisions. So if it is you,
Yes,
you
so
limit it to
so allow me to speak for myself.
Okay.
So for 5 years, this country has been paying a CEO for a non-existent Keta port. Why?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to say that the honorable member does not go to Keta, because I don't know whether he goes there or he doesn't go there.
I was there only last Sunday.
don't want
Our
to-
colleague, Honorable Kwashiga, launched his campaign.
I don't want to say that.
And I drove past. There's only a signpost.
The honorable
there. There's
member
no port.
did not go to the site to see the massive construction which has started so far as the administrative building is concerned. Maybe I'm throwing invitation to the honorable member that I will go to the site with him next week for her to go and see what is happening now. Mr. Chairman, I think that this question is also for you to also let you know what government has done. Building a port, once again, it's not an event, it's a process that we need to go through. We have started the beginning from feasibility studies now to a construction level. Mr. Chairman, what we are doing at Keta is a service port operation system. For what we have in Tema and Takoradi is a hybrid between a service and landlord operation system, which is outmoded. And if you are going to build in any new infrastructure, I think that it is important that we need to move to a new system that the whole world is adopting. So when we did the feasibility studies, certain responsibilities were laid between the developers, people who want to come in to own such, and I'll come to what we mean by service operating system.
So Honourable Minister,
Mr.
it's a simple concern.
No,
we don't have the time. EPA, we are eating into EPA's
Mr.
time.
Chairman, we have brought in a matter which is both political.
Yes, the question is
which
simple.
very sensitive.
Couldn't GPHA, a world-renowned organization, couldn't they carry out all of these feasibility studies and all? Why did we have to appoint a CEO?
Mr.
And
Chairman,
we've been paying that CEO for more than
Mr.
5
Chairman,
years.
GPHA does not conduct feasibility studies in terms of development. We have consultants. And feasibility studies in developing any port is done by consultant, either Royal Hansconi or Royal Hansconi from Holland. I've forgotten another company from Germany.
Yes, so it's the same way. The CEO is not conducting the feasibility.
So you said that the renowned institution like GPHA could have conducted this thing.
They could
We did
have,
not bring
they
in
could
the-
have awarded the contract, they could have supervised. That's what
Mr.
I
Chairman,
mean.
GPHA continue to employ people based on our needs and the specific project that we want to do. The director of Port for Keta is playing two major important roles. He is the CEO of Shipyard and at the same time doubling up as director of Port for Keta. So when people come out to say that we have appointed somebody who is the director of Port for Keta who is not doing anything, I ask myself whether maybe we ourselves have not put up the information for people to understand, or people are playing politics with it. But I can tell you that he's playing a dual role, which has been very effective because he has been able to make sure that in spite of the COVID situation that we have moved from the stage of studies into a stage of construction. The studies came out to tell us that government of Ghana must provide the head office, and the service operators will provide their own jetties. And as I'm talking to you here, as I'm talking to now, there's a consultant on site who is building the head office. So if anybody tells you that he has passed through Keta and it's not anything, he's seen sandboard, yes, sandboard may be there, maybe he did not go beyond the sandboard to see if there's construction going on.
So what's your response, Honourable Minister, to those who say that you have caused financial loss to the state?
We have never caused financial. If anything, we should be recommended for what we have done in Keta.
What are the conditions of service of this CEO?
A condition of
Does
service,
it come with
it's a
vehicles?
It's a condition of service to any employee who qualifies. If you put you in a certain, what if it is certain grade 5 and you qualify for any amenities, they give it to you.
So it comes with all the salaries, the allowances,
Mr. Chairman,
cross-country
it comes
vehicles,
with all
salon
the
vehicles
all the allowances that employees of GPHA enjoy.
for 5 good years.
Mr. Chairman, for 5 good years, we did not employ him for 5 years. We employ him until such a time that he will go on retirement. So if today he's supposed to retire.
So the situation is even worse than we thought.
No, Mr. Chairman, because he's working for Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, he's not working for Keta Port. He's working for Ghana Port and Harbours Authority. So his role is not only limited to Keta Port. His role is that he's working for Ghana Port and Harbours Authority.
So as CEO, does he have other staff?
Mr. Chairman, he's doubling up as the chief executive of shipyard. He's at the same time doubling up as the one seeing to the construction of the port. And if there are other staff, we think that we could employ other from outside or within who will help him to execute the project, we will not hesitate. We will do so. Because our position is that that port must be built. And whatever it is that we need to do to build that port, that is why the construction of the head office is ongoing.
So, Honorable Minister, with hindsight, couldn't GPHA as an institution have done this so that we save scarce taxpayer funds?
Mr. Chairman, GPHA continue to employ people, and whenever they employ you and they think that you have the required skills to supervise any of their project for them, they will let you do that.
So you disagree that you have caused financial loss to the state?
Man, I think that posterity will judge us to say that the decision that we have taken in building Keta Port is one of the best decisions that anybody, and the CEO was not employed solely because of Keta. He was employed as an employee of Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, who is supervising the construction of the facility.
Is the CEO based in Keta?
The CEO is based in Tema, and when the need for him to go to Keta or wherever he needs to go, you watch it. It's the same thing that you move from people from Tema to go to Takrady to go and work, to move from Takrady and come to Tema to work, to move from Tema to go to Keta, to go to Emina, to go to Jamestown.
Honorable Roxanne.
Chairman, thank you very much. I have one note of gratitude to share, but before that, is he a director of ports in charge of the Keta port construction, or is a CEO? I think, no, Honorable Minister, because I recall that in 2019, when you appeared with him before the Roads and Transport Committee, I think his role was a director in charge of the Keta ports. That was the initial. So even though people express misgivings, you explain it that he's a director in charge of the construction of the new Keta port. And I think that since then, the controversy died down a bit. But if it's being elevated to a CEO portfolio, is it serving under the DG, the Director General of Ghana Port and Harbours, or is a new entity we are creating statutorily?
Mr. Chairman, I think I said two things. That he's acting as a CEO of the shipyard, he's playing a dual role, and acting as the Director of Port for Takrady, of Keta. And anybody who works at Ghana Port and Harbours, the highest position is a Director General. So whoever works there works under the Director General. Thank you.
And Chairman, let me.
I would have to. I said 5 minutes.
Okay.
I want to keep my agreement with the EPA.
30 seconds.
They've been here since
30 seconds.
Since 10 a.m. Please.
Let me commend the CEO of the DVLA.
I thought you were going to say Keta Port.
No. The DVLA. I've just
deserves.
spotted.
I will have outruled you.
No.
Because he deserves no commendation.
No.
They are causing financial loss to the state.
No, the DVLA boss.
Okay.
DVLA. I've just spotted him.
I thought
he's done something remarkable. It's helping to roll out issuance of license to the various districts instead of centralizing it in Accra, and I have benefited. And I think that when things like that happen, we need to commend heads of institutions who try to decentralize services to reach the people.
Well, Honorable Roxton, as for
yes.
the DVLA boss, it's not only with his decentralization. He's been a reformist.
Yeah.
I call him a reformist,
yes,
a very transformational leader.
Yes, and we want to commend him.
I mean, what he's even done at the headquarters,
it's amazing.
Making sure that,
it's amazing.
you know, and these days you don't even find the Goro boys. So the committee commends the DVLA boss highly.
I've just
these are the kind of CEOs over existing institutions that this country deserves. DVLA boss, full commendations from the Assurances Committee. Please keep it up. The country is proud of you.
Mr. Chairman, if there's anybody, I do appreciate you congratulating my CEO for bringing transformation, the ministry for bringing transformation together, because it was one of the promises that I made when I was interviewed that the growth system was creating a problem for us, and we need to look at it. And I can tell you that we have done a yeoman's job. But if there's anything that you recommend the government and myself, is the construction of Keta Port. Mr. Chairman, look, you give me the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, I don't think that this thing.
No, Minister, you're totally out of order. Look,
I'm out of order.
Yes, nobody has questioned the rationale for a Keta Port. It's been on our development plans for many, many decades.
No, so you are commending the government for
starting
the project.
There is no question about it.
Good.
It is the appointment of a CEO.
Mr. Chairman, CEO for Keta Port. We have appointed a CEO for shipyard who is doubling up of director of port for the construction of Keta Port. And if government can employ one person to take a dual role, don't you think that government is reducing the cost?
It cannot be defended. There's an organization, the GPHA, is a credible institution
Mr. Chairman,
that has overseen the construction.
The man is an employee of GPHA. If I'm an employee of GPHA, and they say be chief executive for shipyard and also become director of this, the man is not being paid double salary. He's not being paid double salary. So let us get this thing right. And you and I should be able to explain to our people that the government should be recommended for what he's doing. If you sitting here,
for appointing a director,
for appointing
for a port
for a chief executive
for 5 years when the port doesn't exist,
for an employee to become a chief executive of GPHA who also sees to the construction, who also sees to the development of a port, which has led to the construction of the administrative body which is coming up, and you said that the government hasn't done anything, and you said that the chief executive or the director who is supervising it hasn't done anything, we are not going to allow this noble idea to remain on paper. That is not the aim of this government. The noble idea of building Keta Port will never remain on paper.
Honorable Minister, we thank you very much for
this matter. You know, now that you have understood the rationale.
I have not understood it for the record.
So I think it will be difficult for you to accept it.
I strongly disagree that you should have appointed
you should
a
recommend
CEO
the
and a director for 5 years.
For appointing one person to oversee two institutions, which has led to the construction of a port. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I hope that you don't send the wrong message to GPHA that they couldn't have done this work. That is one person who has come.
The man is an employee of GPHA. He's not a different nomenclature.
So that confirms the position that we take, that GPHA as an institution could have done that work.
But the man is an employee of GPHA.
Without that appointment.
What appointment?
We don't want to belabor the point. Honorable Minister, yes, we thank you for attending the Assurances Committee.
But let me also put it on record that the man is not a different entity. He's an employee of GPHA and he's working for GPHA. Mr. Chairman, let it be on record. Thank you.
We hear you, and you are duly discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Can we now invite the Environmental Protection Agency? And sincere apologies to the Environmental Protection Agency. This first session has dragged, and we duly apologize to the EPA. Clerks, please administer the oath.
No, you stand. Please turn it off because we have 3 mics. No, yours should be.
That we can't have 3 mics on at the same time.
Okay.
Please say after me. I,
Dr. John Kingsley,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
So, honorable colleagues, let's welcome our guests from the Environmental Protection Agency. On Monday, we had officials from the Minerals Commission. Parliament has tasked the Assurances Committee to look into the Galamsey crisis as relates to assurances that have been made by ministers and what, as a House, we can recommend towards solving the crisis. And the Minerals Commission hearings, there has been a number of outstanding matters that yesterday we wrote reminding the Minerals Commission to respond to those matters. So we will ask particularly the media, those who are engaging in some misreporting, to accurately report and properly follow the proceedings of this committee so that we do not mislead and misinform the general public. On that note, we want to welcome the EPA. We will do a quick introduction so that they will know who will be fielding the questions to them, and then after which they will also introduce themselves. So, honorable colleagues, let's quickly introduce ourselves to our distinguished guests from the EPA. I'll start from my left, Honorable BT.
Thank you, Chair. I am Benson Tongo Baba, MP for Dialysis and a member of the committee.
I'm George Abraham Obintechi, MP from Azon Kwanta constituency and a member of the Assurance Committee. Thank you.
Ivans Opoku Bobie, MP Esunafo North, a member of the committee.
Linda Oklu, MP for Shayo Sudoku, Vice Chair of the committee.
Chairman, thank you. Roxanne Nelson Dapamoko, MP for the good people of South Dine, the Volta region. a friend.
I am Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, the chair of the Assurances Committee. So please, you can now do your introductions.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Dr. John Kingsley Krugu, the ED, the Executive Director for EPA, and I am here together with Engineer Ransford Sechi, who's my deputy in charge of this, Engineer Ali Michael, who is my Director for Mining. Yes, so this is our team before you. Thank you.
Thank you for that generous introduction. Do we take it that only the two of you will speak for the record? If the others will be speaking, they would also have to be sworn in. That is the practice of the House. Do you want the others to be sworn in if they are going to be responding to the questions?
I think as and when necessary. For now, the two of us will be speaking.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Executive Director. So, Executive Director, can you briefly tell this committee the mandate of the EPA under Act 490? We know as members of Parliament, but the general public is following. So, for the benefit of those who are not conversant with the mandate of the Environmental Protection Agency, can you kindly take us through your mandate briefly?
Thank you, Chairman. I think in accordance with Act 490, the EPA primarily concerned with the technical or practical aspects of the environment and serve as a channel of communication between those bodies and the ministry. And we exist to coordinate the activities of relevant bodies for the purposes of controlling the generation, treatment, storage, transportation, and disposal of industrial waste. And we exist to secure by itself or in collaboration with any other person or body the control and prevention of discharge of waste into the environment and the protection and improvement of the quality of the environment, and many other functions.
Thank you very much for elucidating on your mandate. Respectfully, you see the river samples before us, and for the benefit of those who did not follow our proceedings, the committee collected these samples from the following rivers. This is the Ankobra. This is just last week when we went to the Ankobra. This is the Ewine River. This is from Mamfi, the Mamfi River. This is River Ofin. This is from the Ofin River. This is the Volta River. I think this is how all of the rivers should have looked. But only the Volta River offers some sucker, some hope. Then we have the Odan River. This is the current state of the Odan River. This is the state of the Pra River. This is the state of the Huni River. This is the state of River Subing. This is the current state of the Birim River. And the committee also discovered that this is the current state of the Pule River. Honorable Executive Director, how will you respond to Ghanaians who will say that the EPA has let us down? And that despite the fine provisions in the and the powers given to you to protect our environment, this is the result. How will you respond to those who may accuse you of abysmally failing to protect
our rivers? Bottles is the same way I'd feel about those bottles. The responsibility
On Tuesday, September 17, 2024, students of the Christian Methodist School in Accra attacked one of their teachers. What was the crime of their teacher? He prevented them from copying during the West African certificate examination. We have the teacher here to narrate the ordeal he went through to us. It's in the person of Mr. Volta. Hello, sir.
Hello.
You're welcome to GhanaWeb.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You know, it was a very difficult experience for you, but we'd like you to go through what you went through with us.
Okay. So, like you said, it's very difficult, but I'll try my possible best. Yeah. So on Monday, which was 16th. So on 16th, Monday, the visual arts students wrote their last paper, which was integrated science. That was a core subject. So after they were done with the paper, they went to lay ambush outside the school, waiting for us to come so that they will attack us. So one of the students, who was a girl, heard about it, and she came back to the school to come and tell us that, there are a number of students outside, they want to attack you. So we asked them, why? Why would they want to attack? And they said, sir, you didn't allow them to cheat in the WASI. That is your crime. And I said, really? So I thought she was joking. But my colleague alerted me that, Charlie, the students can do that. So I'm in the Department of Physical Education, and I was with my head of department. So we have a rapport with the area guys because they come and use our pitch to play football in the evenings. And there are days that they buy balls for us as a department because they've been using our pitch, you know. So we talk and we have the rapport with them. So they came and asked us why the students are outside like that. Because under normal circumstances, everybody is done. And they should go to their houses. Why are they there? And we said, oh, this is what we have heard. So those boys said, okay, so we can't leave you to go like that. We will help you. But what can you also do? I said, okay, so we can call the headmaster to call the police, Ghana police. At least they should be around. So assistant headmaster was called, and then he also called the police command. So immediately they responded and they came. Patrol team came. I think they were not less than 5, I can recall. Yes, so when they came, the students were there. They were breaking the louver blades and causing mayhem in the school, but they were not closer to where we were. So the moment the police came, they started running, helter-skelter. So the police drove them out of the school. So at that particular time, the area boys also told us that, okay, so let's move. So they were escorting us. So they were around us and we were in the middle. So they escorted us little by little until we got to the junction where we could pick our car. Can you imagine that one of the boys actually tracked us right from the gate of the school till we picked a car to go home? He was tracking us. Yes. So we went home and then we thought that was their last paper, so they are not coming around again. And so the next day was the 17th, which was Tuesday. Other students were supposed to write economics. So we came, I was invigilating again. So we came and then we invigilated. Then after invigilation, we realized that there are students who didn't write economics, but they are in school uniform. So it means that the visual arts students came back in school uniform. Yes. Even though they didn't write paper, they came back to come and lay the ambush again. So like it happened on Monday, the area guys came out with us again. Now this is what happened. When they came out, we were moving. This time around, the moment the patrol team or the police were at the demonstration, you know, that was the day NDC protested for the this thing, the voter register. Yes. So the boys surrounded us, the area guys surrounded us, and then they were escorting us. So while they were escorting us, these students, this time around, threw water sachet at them. Oh. So they came back. They were furious. They ran back, and then they were chasing the students. They want to catch them. And I was telling them that, oh, this is just water. It's not anything serious. You leave them and let's go. So they left them, and then they returned. Just in about 2 minutes, they started throwing stones at them. This time around, I told them they should leave them. They didn't mind. They went back looking for anybody in school uniform around that time to beat, because as at that particular time, we had closed the exams and everybody is supposed to be at home by then. So they
so it was the area boys who were running after the students?
Yes, after the students threw stones at us. Oh, okay. So they went back. So whilst they were running after the students, I told my HOD and the other teacher that, oh, now the focus is not on us. So let's hurry up and leave the place. They said, okay. What you are saying is true. So we hurried up. And then halfway the journey, we saw that there was another ambush waiting for us. And we couldn't go back because the other squad were also using the other path. So that is where we stood. And then passerbyers decided to talk to the students. Oh, why do you want to? And they were bold. They were bold, telling them that they didn't allow us to cheat. He is too strict in the WASI. That is when we realized that they were not targeting anybody apart from me, because the teachers they went closer to the students and they were stopping them and they were talking to them. Do you get it? Yeah. So in the attempt to leave where they were, I saw that the boys, the area boys, the boys they pursued, they all came around, and they were about 30. Wow. Yes, about 30. If you watch the video, we have about 13 seconds video. If you watch the video, they were about 30. So they outnumbers the other four teachers excluding me, and they hit me with the fist, one with the elbow, and then others with stones, you know. So there was a man, so I can even show you the wound. There was a man who was eating in his shop. So when he saw what was going on, he saw that, oh, the students were more than the teachers. He left his food. I think he was eating cake. He left the food, and then he came. So he's the one who came to cover me. Oh. And said that I should come. Can you see that I was eating, but I came for you? Come. So he shielded me and sent me to his shop, in front of the shop. And he told me that I should sit down. So the shop has glasses. So I was telling him that they will throw stone at your glass. And he said I shouldn't worry, I should just sit down. They can't. Stone came. But it didn't get to where I was sitting. I mean the glass, I was sitting closer to the glass. It didn't get there. So that was when the other teachers and the man, he had some colleagues, they also came around, and then they did human fence in front of me, and I was sitting down on a plastic chair. The thing was paining me very well, because there are places that the stones hit, even though it didn't create an external wound. Within, I could feel the pains. So I sat for more than 45 minutes. Okay. And then he saw that the students were gone. I think when we were sitting there, we saw that one policeman passed by. So that time, I had the opportunity to call headmaster. And I told headmaster that this is what is happening right now. So please, I beg you, if you can call the commander so that he will send some rescue team to come and rescue me, because I am finding it difficult to actually move. He said, okay. So in about 10 minutes time, he called back and told me that commander is not picking the call, but he was able to get a patrol team leader. The patrol team leader said where they are is not anywhere closer to Christian Methodists. So I should find a car, maybe a taxi, and use another route and then go back home. I said, okay, I hear. So I called Assistant Headmaster Academics too, and I told him that he should help me. He should also call police if he knows some. So he also called. but he didn't get them.
So all this time the students were still waiting?
The students were around. You can see them loitering around because the men were standing in front of me and they were shielding me. They were not able to come closer. So after assistant headmaster also called and said that he couldn't get them. I think the students left. So when they left, the man told us that now that they have left, we should come. So the man and his friends shielded us again. They sent us to the roadside, waited for a car, and then we entered the car. Now when we entered the car, the man did very well. Unfortunately, I was in great pain, so I couldn't ask for his name. But when I see him, I can identify him.
Okay.
So he made the driver stop. He looked into through the window to check those in the car before he told the driver to start moving. Yeah. So that's what he did, and then the car started moving. So when I got to my junction, I didn't alight at the normal place. Yes. So I went to another place. I alighted, and then I used another route to the house. That was what happened on Tuesday, 17 September 2024. So when I got to my coordinator master, and he asked if I'm home. I said, yes, I'm home. I said, okay, so I have to report at the police. And I told him that what is happening to me right now, I'm not sure I can go to the police station. And then I am afraid I can't go out. I can't go out right now. And he said, okay, but I have to report. So tomorrow, God willing, I should do that. So I went to the police station the next day, which was, I think, Wednesday, and reported the issue to the police. And then they gave me a medical form. And then they took my statement. So I wrote the names of the boys. Those I could remember as at that time. There were a lot of them in the video or during the time the issue was happening. I know their faces, but their names I wasn't able to remember at once. So I wrote those I could remember, and then I gave the statement, and I went to the hospital.
Okay. Did you share the video with the police?
Yes, I did. I shared the video with the police. I shared it with my headmaster. So headmaster asked where I got the video from. And I told him that what happened was that when I got home, another student who completed the previous day, she used to buy food for us. So we'll call her, we'll send her, she'll buy food. So she used to come to our office. So she saw the video. And so she called and said, sir, where are you? Are you okay? And I said, why? He said, I've seen you in a video. And the way they were throwing the stones at you, I don't think you are okay. That's why I'm asking. And I said, well, it actually happened, but I am safe now. And he said, oh, I'm very sorry. And I said, where is the video? He said, oh, I can record it from somebody's statement. I said she should do it and send it to me. So she recorded the video and sent it to me. Okay. And then I forwarded it to the headmaster.
So you mentioned having some injuries. The
yes.
doctors checked?
Yeah, the doctors checked. I went, the surgical officer checked, and I was given medication. And then she wrote a report, and then I sent it back to the police station.
Okay. With this, we'll go for a short break. We'll be back on Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. So, Mr. Volta, yes, we ended at you sending a report to the police. Yes. Has any of the culprits been arrested by the police?
Yes, please. They've arrested two of them. Okay. Two of them, whose names and pictures were sent to the police CID. Yes. So I was, the day I sent the report to the police CID, that was the day the senior housemaster was still in school. So the senior housemaster too is a PE teacher. You get it? So he was at post, and then he called that, oh, they've arrested. He said, so first of all, he said he has seen one of the boys around, so he will let them arrest the boy so that he will come for him. Okay. Before that, the inspector told me that there is a boy inside. He doesn't know whether he is part or he's not part. So he will take me to the boy. I will go and look at his face, and I will confirm whether he is part or he's not part. Then I said, okay, He said, that is what I'm supposed to do. I shouldn't go and fight. I said, okay, I hear, you know. So we went there, and the moment I saw him, I recognized him. He was part of them. And he threw a stone at me. Yes, that boy actually threw a stone at me. So I told that's my right number. So I told the inspector that this boy is one of them. He threw a stone at me. And I don't know if I can mention his name, but I think let me hold on with the name. So we went back. And then senior master called. Then he mentioned the boy he has seen. That was the boy was the first person to assault me. Wow. So he used his elbow to hit my jaw.
Wow.
Because he was asking that, why is it that I won't come and beat them? And then I have called people to come and guide me, and those people are beating them. Why is it that I will not come and beat them? So while he was talking, I didn't say anything. I was just standing there watching him because my other colleagues were calming the rest down. And then by the time I realized, he used his elbow to hit my jaw. That particular boy is a boy who has threatened me before. He has told me that he's going to beat me. That was when he slapped a teacher. And then he scaled the wall. When they decided to catch him, he scaled the wall and left. So later on, headmaster came and pleaded with the teacher that, oh, we should do it professionally. So the boy came back, he was given suspension, and then he came with his father. So I went to the headmistress's office, assistant headmistress administration's office. The father was sitting there with the boy, and I told the father that this your son told me that he will beat me. Look at me. Your son said he will beat me. When something happens to me, your son will be held responsible.
Was it before the incident?
Yes, this was before the incident. So the father told me that he begs. He's just a small boy and a foolish boy. He cannot do anything. I told him that you should talk to your son. This boy, the boys, what they say, they can actually do it. That's why they say it. So I left there. So can you imagine somebody who threatened that he's going to beat me?
Yes.
And then when the opportunity came, he was the first person to elbow me. And I was just looking at these boys. In fact, I actually asked one of the boys, so are you sure that when you meet me one-on-one and nobody is around, you can beat me? So I asked him. That boy said they should leave him so that he slaps me. I was looking at him. I taught him Form 1, Form 2. And I was just looking at him.
Yeah, it must be really painful that
I was in pain, not because of the stones, but it was paining me that children I have sacrificed my life to teach. They are the people who stood against me.
So have they started any criminal proceedings? Have you gone to court?
Not yet. We've not gone to court. But during the weekend, one of the boys who have been arrested, the father, somebody called. I don't know whether it's the father. He called, and I didn't know. So I picked, and he said he wants to see me. He wants to see me at the police station. And I told him I'm not in town. I'm not around. You can't see me. He said, when will I come? I said, I don't know. When I come, maybe you will see me, but I can't tell you because for security reasons, I am not even at where I live.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they are still in the police custody? The two who are arrested?
For my information, the two should be there because the police has not told me anything concerning the fact that they want to release them or they have released them.
Okay.
Because I saw them in there. So what I know is that they should be there.
Okay. And the dad called you to come to the police station?
Yes.
So they should be, I think they should be there?
Exactly. Yes. So that is that.
So the prosecutors, they haven't told you anything?
Yes, I've not been told anything. I've not been called yet.
Okay.
So I am waiting for their call. I'm waiting for them. They know the law. So whatever the law says, the law should have its course. I don't have anything to say. Even if the father calls me right now, I don't have anything to say. The law should have its course.
Okay.
Yes.
So this, like you indicated, is very difficult on you. Has it had any psychological effect on you?
Oh yes. I've not been able to have enough rest. So sometimes I sleep and I hear noise in the sleep. And I'm not able to sleep for long. I sleep
Since the
and
incident?
Yes. So 1 hour, I have to open my eyes. Sometimes I open my eyes and as if there are some of the boys around. So I'm trying to protect myself. So sometimes I see my wife, she will get up and then she will use the hand to check if I'm okay. And most of the time when she's doing that, my eyes are closed, but I'm not asleep. So I see her. So you can see what is happening in the house. She also doesn't sleep because of that. You know, when she saw the video, she was crying. I was also sobbing, but for her not to continue crying, I had to hide mine. Can you imagine? So psychologically, yes, I am facing a lot, and I'm going to go through therapy. I'm supposed to see my therapist today, but like I said, I wasn't in town. So I will talk to him later.
So aside seeking psychological help, your wounds, are they mending? Are you getting okay? The physical wound you sustained?
The physical...
Did the doctors give you any medication?
Yes, they gave me medications and I'm taking them. I took one this morning, and then there is a gel I'm supposed to use to dress the wound. So I am doing that as well. So when I cough or I sneeze, I hear pains at the places where the stone hit. Yes, so those places I feel the pains, but I think by the grace of God, it is not severe as compared to Tuesday. Yes. Yeah.
So what about the school? Have they taken any measures to help you, support you since the incident?
Yes. So when I went to the hospital, the headmaster called me, and then he asked how things were going, and I told him that, well, I didn't plan for this. So I don't have enough money to do all the medical things. So immediately he told me that, okay, so that's why he called. I should let him know so that my Momo line, so that he will send something. So headmaster sent 250 cedis to help me augment whatever I had so that I can go on with the proceedings. So as we were ongoing, I realized that assistant headmistress domestic also called. So when she called, she told me that she was also calling to ask if I've been able to do the necessary things with the money on me. She knows that it is impromptu, so I should let her know when I am short of cash so that she can also help. So the next day, I went to the hospital again. So I told her, I called her and I informed her. Then she also sent 200 cedis. So that is what the school did so far. And headmaster told me that he has also written a formal letter to regional director
of the Ghana Education Service.
Yes, of Ghana Education Service concerning whatever that has happened. And he has mentioned some of the students. He wasn't there, so those that I mentioned, he mentioned some of them in his report to the director.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of security-wise, can you go to the school now? Are they putting measures in place to lead them to the school?
I don't really know if they are putting measures in place, but when I went to the police station, commander said that they will be going. That was the Friday when they captured the boys. That was the last paper for the day, and even Tuesday that wasn't the last paper. You see what happened? So they actually went there. The patrol team went there. That is all that I can say. I've not been there again. I don't know what security measures that have been placed, that have been put in place so far. I'm not sure I am able to go there anytime soon. Okay. I'm not seeing myself going there right now. Yes, because I am afraid. I think about my family a lot. So if somebody one of my friends called me and was like, so what will your family do if something bad happens? And I said, I don't know. I don't know. But so for now, I've not thought of going there. Yes, yes. So I told headmaster I'm not in town. He's around. He's aware that I'm not around.
Okay.
Yes.
So generally speaking, you see that we've seen this trend of violence in our secondary schools.
Yes.
Even before your incident, we saw a student being stabbed at Orali Senior High School. Does it tell on the kind of education we are giving our students now?
Okay, so with that, the issue...
Because it seems the students are becoming violent.
Yes.
You record pockets of violence, especially during examination. And this is not the first time a teacher has been attacked.
Exactly.
A teacher was attacked, I think, last year, Swasi. And
I think Bright Senior High School.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is this something we are not teaching our students?
It's not about the teaching. It is about the fact that you can't touch a student any longer. Whether to punish him or her for doing the wrong thing. You can't beat them. I see a lot of people saying that caning is not the only way of correcting a bad behavior. I agree. But this is the case where when you give the student a portion of work to do because he has misbehaved, he won't do it, and you can't do anything about it.
Okay.
Do you get it? You can't punish him. You can't do anything about it. They will come and sit around. You just can't touch them. Yes. So I think because of that is why they are still doing this.
Okay, so the lack of correction is why there's more immorality.
I believe so, because when we were in school, it wasn't like that. Okay. When you don't come to school, you are even trying to hide from your teacher. How much more coming to stand in front of your teacher
and say you
beat him
and even beating him?
Yes.
Wow.
And you actually walked the talk at long last. You get it? Yes. So this is what is happening.
Okay, so do you have any advice for students and teachers how
I think
this thing can be resolved?
Let me go with the teachers first. They are my colleagues. They have to be careful. Very, very careful. They have to be very careful with their students. It doesn't matter whether the student is in Form 1, Form 2, or Form 3. Any student at all can be dangerous. Because I saw Form 2 students during the attack. And I saw a past student in school uniform who joined them. I invigilated him last year, but he was in school uniform, dressed like a caring student.
Just to attack?
Yes, just to attack me. Can you imagine? So they should be careful. They should protect themselves wherever they get to. I don't know the kind of protection they will go for, but they should be very, very careful as they go back to their school, wherever they are. Because it's not only in Christian Methodist Senior High School. Yes, a lot of them happening in Bright Senior High School, Orali, you know. And the students, I want them to understand that we don't hate them. I don't know why they think we hate them. You can't say I hate you because I didn't allow you to cheat. You are not supposed to cheat in the exam room. You are supposed to learn, come and sit down and write whatever that you have learned. And when you don't have anything to write again, and the time is not due, you put your head on the table and you sleep. When it is time, we will call you and tell you that it is time, bring your paper. And then you get out.
Okay, but just to ask something.
Yeah.
So don't you think some teachers are allowing students to copy because they are afraid to attack them?
I think some people are allowing students to copy because they are afraid the students will attack them. I also heard that
a headmaster came out to say they were allowing students to copy because they were being paid or something.
I've not said that.
Yes.
But it's possible. So a teacher will decide to I met a lot of people from Tuesday to today. I've met a lot of people, medical personnel, security personnel, who were asking me, why didn't you allow them to cheat so that you'll be free? And I said, well, I am a Christian and my biblical principle doesn't allow me to do that. So at least there should be somebody who will be different from the lot. Yes, that is it. So it is, I actually did that because I am a Christian. I'm a Christian. I go to Great Commission Church International. Do you get it? Yes. And you don't, my church, you don't cheat in exams. We teach it. And I like to practice what we teach. WAEC officials called. And they said that, hello, Mr. Volta, we are proud of you. We learned about the ordeal. We are very sorry. We heard that you are a pastor. I said, I'm not a pastor. I am a Christian, I am a church member, but we have to live the scriptures we read every day. You don't have to be a pastor to do the right thing. You just have to be a Christian to do the right thing. And that is it. Well, to add to that, WAEC officials called me. So they have called and they have also asked for my report. I have also given them reports, including the names and pictures and index numbers of those students that I can remember. I think about nine of them. Later on, we went to do further investigation. So the video was zoomed and then screenshots was taken by my colleagues, teachers, and then they helped to fish out those people that I couldn't recollect because of the situation as at the time. Yeah. So.
Okay, so with this, we end this edition of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We pray that Mr. Volta will get justice, and we also pray that there will be some sanity in our schools, because the violence in our secondary schools are becoming too much. In the past few years, we've seen students being stabbed, at least 6 students being stabbed, and students beating teachers. We pray that our educational authorities will put measures in place to curb this menace.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis, as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
You know the saying that goes like your health is your wealth. So we are going to put your health in focus. Welcome to Health Focus with me, Stella J. Jomsogli. Today we are going to talk about a very important subject, a condition that every human being is liable to get at any point in their lives, whether children, young people, old people, everybody can get diabetes. Yes. To help with the discussion today is Farm Mariam Apreku. She is a pharmacist. Hello, Mariam.
Hello.
Thank you very much for joining us on Health
It's a pleasure.
Focus. So we are talking about diabetes. What is the opposite of diabetes?
Okay, so when we talk about diabetes, we typically mean that there is too much sugar in your blood. That's the layman's point of view. So the opposite is too little sugar in your blood. But then we also know that what we want to achieve as health professionals is having a normal level of sugar in your blood.
Okay, that brings me to my next question. What is a normal level of sugar in your body?
Okay, so when we have something called your fasting blood glucose, that is the amount of sugar you have in your blood when you've not had any meal for at least 12 hours. So you should have it, depending on the meter that you are using to check your sugar level, you should be between 3.5 and 6.5. But some meters might vary, but it should not be too much. It could be maybe 3 to 7, but mostly you find them between 3.5 to 7.5 millimole.
Okay.
Something of that sort.
Okay, so now that we are talking about figures, what figures show that you have diabetes?
Okay, so what we should not deny the fact that sometimes something might happen to your body. So today, let's say you don't feel great, you walk into the pharmacy, you walk into the hospital, and you check your blood sugar level. And you've not eaten the whole morning.
Okay.
Or maybe it's even noon, but you've not eaten. And you go and you check and your sugar level is around 10.
Okay.
Okay. So that means I gave you the values already. We are 3.5 to 6.5. But on a normal day, you've not eaten, you've taken only water. Water is not part. And you go and you are somewhere at 12 or 10. You would think that my blood sugar is high. Do I have diabetes? Technically, that is not enough for us to diagnose you as a diabetic.
Okay.
At that particular moment, your sugar is high. But we do not rely on just one sugar reading to determine that someone is diabetic. Something might have happened, some medications you were taking, anything could make your sugar go high. So if you are going to be diagnosed as a diabetic, what should happen is that a doctor would have to do that for you, to tell you straight. So someone should not come to your house, go by in the neighborhood and be checking blood sugar levels and be diagnosing people as diabetics.
Okay, so on a day that I go to the hospital and I find out that, okay, my sugar levels are above the normal range, what does it mean?
As I said, it could be just because of stress on the body. That
Okay,
can happen.
so I can become fine, like the
It
levels
can even resolve on its own the next day.
Okay.
But as I said, there the doctor will look at other things, risk factors.
Okay.
The doctor will look at your age. Are you even pregnant? Have you had these issues before? Then the doctor would want to be taking regular checks. And sometimes they will take you through a series of tests. Probably will give you sugar to see how your body will process that sugar, and after some time, take another test to see your sugar level. That will give them an idea whether the sugar that you took in, your body was able to process it. That will give them an idea whether you have diabetes or not. So it's quite technical. So I would want to let people know that you don't go somewhere and they give you a figure today and diagnose you as a diabetic. Things would have to happen to be sure you are truly diabetic before that can happen.
Okay, so like I said in my introduction, it looks like diabetes can affect anybody at all. So let's look at the types of diabetes we have and the kinds of people that get which type.
Yeah, so contrary to people thinking that diabetes is the disease for the old, not at all.
Okay.
We basically have 3 types of diabetes. The type 1 diabetes that normally you find in younger people, in fact people of all ages, because that one is somehow a defect in the person that is causing the person's sugar to always be on the high side. So that's the first one, that's the type 1. The type 2 is the one that we all know of, that we always hear of, that our uncles or our grandmas have it. That is the type 2 diabetes, which is also diabetes mellitus. So that one, yeah, it can happen at any age per se, but depends. But usually we find it in older people, people probably above 40, even in their 35s. But from what we are seeing of late, it's creeping into the younger generation. Yes. And we also have the third one, which is called gestational diabetes, diabetes in pregnant women. Yes. So what happens is that because a woman is pregnant and things happen in their body, and a lot of things happen in a pregnant woman's body. There's a lot of pressure on the tummy. and the place which really handles the organ that handles your insulin production. So you go back to that place and I'll give you the basics there.
Okay.
A pregnant woman has a lot of pressure on the abdomen, and the abdominal area is responsible. There is an organ there that is responsible to regularize your sugar. And because there is a lot of pressure, there's something will happen to the body, and the pregnant woman will develop diabetes. Sadly, sometimes after having a baby, some women do not go back to their original non-diabetic state, and they get stuck there. This could be due to a whole lot of things. So that's also another type. So when you think about diabetes, I would want you to think about two things. You think about glucose and you think about insulin.
Okay.
So that's what you should think. What does insulin do? What the insulin will do is that when I eat maybe a biscuit, that biscuit that I eat will turn into sugar, and it will go into my blood, and then the blood will move through my body, and other parts of my tissues will pick it to use as energy.
Okay.
But how will that sugar that is in my blood get into my tissues? Insulin is like the fuel. Insulin is what is going to help the other parts of your body pick that sugar from your blood. So if you have a problem with your insulin, that means the sugar stays in your blood. It's not able to be picked up into your body to be used as energy. So it just sits in your blood and becomes poisonous, because you just have sugar sitting in your blood and damaging things, but not getting to where they need to be taken to be used as fuel. So that's really that. So just sugar sitting in your blood, and your body cannot use it.
Okay, so there's this thing about when you get diabetes or when you're diagnosed, it's sort of like a life sentence. There's no way you can come out of it, especially for type 1. That you mentioned that as a defect with your insulin. How true is that, and what are some of the... So we are talking about type 1 currently.
Okay.
Because that's what people say is sort of like, yes, a life sentence. Because for the other ones, I've heard testimonies of people who say they've been healed of their diabetes through management and dieting and all of that. So let's talk about type 1.
Let's go to the type 1. When someone is born with a defect, which the person cannot even produce this insulin I'm talking about. And this is the insulin that is responsible for picking up the sugar from your blood and using it as fuel. So if you can't produce it, definitely, automatically you become a diabetic. And you cannot go into the person's genetic system and change anything there. So that's how come it becomes chronic. So in this situation, we manage it. And the goal here is to make sure that you are keeping your sugar at an acceptable level. Make sure your sugar is always at an acceptable level.
Where acceptable means?
Acceptable means 3.5 to 6.5, sorry. So 3.5 to 6.5. And sometimes you can even jump to 7. The doctor will be saying, oh, no problem, we can manage this. This is not a big deal. But the moment you jump into you move from the 7s and go into the 8s, 9s, and 10s, then we have to move back and say you are not managing your diabetes well. Because someone might be on medication, but it's always recording values when the person is in the fasting mode, that has not eaten in the morning or even the whole day, and it's still recording at 8. That is not acceptable. For the longest time, if your blood sugar level is always around 8, 9, 10, in your fasting mode, that means a time will come, damage is going to be done to your body. So, as I said, type 1 is not incurable. You can only manage it. And the goal is to make sure that your blood sugar level is at an acceptable range. That is the 3.5 to 6.5. It's a range. And you can fall in between any of them. And it's not like you can jump easily from 3 to 4. So, it's kind of a little bit wide, a little bit.
Okay, so let's talk about type 2.
Yeah. So, with the type 2, yes. Okay, so if I have a 40-year-old man coming to the hospital or the pharmacy, first, men are more prone to diabetes. That's one risk factor. Second, the age is not helping, because this is the reality of life. As you are growing, your body grows weak. The organs in your body grow weak. And these are the organs that control how our body works. So by the time you are 40, excuse me to say, your body starts dying. Okay, so things start degenerating. So that's how come always age is a risk factor for everyone, for any kind of disease. So if a 40-year-old man comes in, already he has ticked 2 risk factors. and this man is obese, has a pot belly, that's also another risk factor. So if this man comes, the first thing the doctor will seek to do is not to just give the person medications. And the doctor also look at the level at which the sugar is always falling. Is it falling somewhere around the 8? That is not too bad. With lifestyle modification, you can push this man back into the normal range. Okay. So sometimes when you go, they give you 2 weeks. And if it's at a bad state, they'll give you medication first to normalize it. And they try with lifestyle modification. But the true fact is, most patients do not accept lifestyle modifications easily. First, especially if the person cannot afford a certain lifestyle change, it will not happen. Someone has lived on kenke for most of his life, and you tell the person to stop eating kenke. Probably that's what the person can afford. You're telling the person to go and buy brown rice, which is quite expensive. It won't work. You tell the person to cut carbohydrates, but this person is obese, has been living on carbohydrates for so long. Unless the patient accepts that I have this issue, I need to change, it might be uncomfortable for me, it might even be expensive for me, but to make sure my life is preserved, I'm going to change my life. Sometimes lifestyle modifications do not help. They do not, patients do not comply with it because it's difficult. And if you or someone goes to the hospital one day and they give them a bunch of medications to start taking every day, it's not easy on the patients. Yeah. Sometimes they are in denial. They refuse to take it. And some will tell you, I'm going to do herbal medication. Not say herbal medications are the problem, but as you are taking your herbal medications, are you even checking whether your sugar is decreasing? They don't do that. They live in denial, take herbs, and the next thing they come back in a coma.
Right. At the mention of herbs, let's take this break. When we come back, we'll talk about lifestyle and diet modifications and things that we can do to all stay in shape. Let's take this short break. We'll be right back. We'll be back shortly with Farm Mariam, but before that, let's take a short video of a diabetic who has been dealing with this condition for some time. She tells us how she has been coping so far.
So in 2020, I think in January, I had migraine that lasted for days. So until I'm admitted, the migraine won't go. So as part of the research, one time I went to the hospital and I suggested to them that I think I've tried every method or every medicine that needs to be tested, but I still have a migraine. So I told the doctor that I would want to check my sugar, and I wanted to be sure if my sugar levels were okay. So when I did the first test, the doctor told me that, hey, you are too young, but I think you have high sugar. So go home for 2 weeks, train, eat well, and come back. So I think I didn't go back to the hospital because I was fine. Then I think later in May, I had the same symptoms of this long migraine that wouldn't stop. So I went to the hospital again and I told them that I think I want to check my sugars again. Then when they checked my sugar in the morning, it was very high. And the doctor suggested that I have diabetes. I think initially when I heard it, I was depressed because it meant that I would be on some medication for the rest of my life. So initially they gave me some medication called metformin. I had reactions to it, so I lived in self-denial. So I didn't take the medication, but my condition was worsening. And I went back to the hospital and told them that, see, I accept I'm diabetic now, and I think I don't want the metformin because I react to it. And it is taken, I think, 3 times a day. Then later they recommended, they actually asked what I was doing and if I could afford a better medication, which was Galvusmet. At the time, Galvusmet was 200 cedis. So I took it twice a day. It was better because it was a tablet each. So I wasn't scared of the situation. And I read a lot about it, and I noticed that if I live a healthy life and I exercise, I'll be better. And I did that, and I was gradually getting better. Interestingly, at the time I was battling with this My mother was also battling with a similar condition. So I suggested to her that she should also go for a diabetic checkup. And unfortunately, when she went, she was diagnosed of type 2 diabetes, and I am type 1 diabetic. It means that my pancreas is failing to produce insulin that will break down my sugar. So we were both on the Galvos meds, and it was 200 cedis each. So whilst I buy mine, I buy for her because I am basically the breadwinner of the family. That was in 2020. But because I'm a type 1 diabetic, they added an insulin. With the insulin, it means that I have to inject before every meal. But I went to a hospital and told them that I didn't like the fact that I had to take an insulin all the time before I eat. So they recommended a 24-hour insulin. So I use it every 24 hours. And it was 150 at the time. Fast forward in 2023, the Galvos meds I bought for 200 cedis is now 720, and I buy 2 every month. So in a month I buy 7,714, 22. So I buy 1,240 cedis tablets, and the insulin I bought for 120 is now 480, and it lasts for 3 weeks. So every 3 weeks I buy medication about 2,000. Yeah. More than 2,000, because there are days I buy my test kits, which was 150 and is now 340. So in a month I spend like close to 3,000 for my medication. But with my situation, I have an insurance that covers just one of the medications. So if you remove the 720, it means I spend like 2,300 on medication every month. It hasn't been easy because aside everything, there are days I feel I'm deprived of certain things, like eating certain meals. There are certain things I can't do. I am not supposed to do heavy sports. I'm not supposed to eat after certain times. I'm supposed to eat healthy, and healthy food are quite expensive in Ghana. So for instance, if buying rice like this is not healthy for diabetics, but instead of buying rice, I would choose to eat plantain. But there are times I really crave for these things, and in my attempt to, let's say, go against my diet and I eat anything, I end up falling sick. And for my own sake, I try to live healthy. It hasn't been easy because there are times I'm depressed. Sometimes even when you eat the right meals, you wake up and your sugars are high. Then you just don't know what to do. But the worst of all is the pricing of these medications. I don't know. I think government should subsidize these medications, especially for people with diabetes, because it's hard. Imagine working and earning a salary less than 2,000, and you provide medication for yourself and your mother, and they use the dollar because most of the medication, I think every medication I am on is imported. So during the lockdown it was worse because people did not shop these medications. So during the lockdown I had to buy more, and the prices were a bit higher.
Welcome back. This is Health Focus. So we've been talking about diabetes, and I'm back with Farm Mariam. Before we went on that break, we were talking about herbal medicines and how people don't keep track of their sugars and the lifestyle modifications that they are given. But before someone will get diabetes, what are some of the things that can lead to it? So let's talk about causes.
Okay, so causes of diabetes. One thing, like I said, we talked about the age factor.
Mm-hmm.
One thing we can also not ignore is the fact that it can have a hereditary component to it.
Okay.
Type 1 or type 2. Because if you have someone in your family, your immediate family, especially your father, your mom, your grandmother, or even your sister having diabetes, sometimes the doctors, those are the first questions they have. If you have a genetic predisposition, that can, it's a risk factor. So that means you should be careful. Yeah. Probability that means there is a gene in your family, that runs in your family, that makes you prone to get diabetes. Okay. So you have to be careful. But one of the main causes you cannot also ignore is obesity. Okay, so when someone is obese, that means their weight to their height ratio is quite high. But you ask me, there are people with a lot of weight sometimes who do not have diabetes. Because we have healthy weight and we have unhealthy weight. So if you are not eating well, you remember whatever you put in your body, that's the building blocks of your body. And that's the same thing that's going to build every tissue or single organ in your body. So if your building blocks are not good, that means it will not work the way you expect it to work. It's like using fake spare parts in your car. It's not going to run for long. So if you are not taking care of yourself in terms of eating well and eating healthy, eating good food. So someone will be eating junk and putting on weight, but someone might eat whole food, good whole food with probably their family, they might be big, but they might be healthy. So yes, but we should also not ignore the fact that the mere fact that sometimes you have a big belly can cause you to have insulin issues. So that can also cause diabetes. So yeah, you might have a little bit of weight, but is it healthy weight? Do you have a lot of weight in your midsection? That is very important. So that's also one of the, so sometimes you don't per se cause it, but these are the risk factors. Okay. Things that, because someone might live all the years of their life to the 80s and might not contract diabetes. Yes. But the person might even have a little bit of weight. Because ideally, if everything is working perfectly in your body, you are not supposed to have diabetes. But when something goes wrong, you are not producing enough insulin. Even you are not even producing at all. And even sometimes some people produce it, but their body do not respond to it. What is causing that? That's the issue. So if everything works perfectly, why not? But as we grow, it becomes a problem.
Well, before the official conversation we're having right now, we're having an unofficial one, and you were making the point that sometimes diabetes is not detected early, and it is only detected when the person presents with crisis or something happens. Yeah. So all the times that the person had not presented with any symptoms or whatever and has not gone to the hospital to be diagnosed, what are some of the things that someone can know or immediately identify about themselves to know that, okay, I should go check?
Okay, so one classical symptoms of diabetes is something that we call polyphagia. That is, you have a very big appetite. You drink lots of water. You pee a lot. That's one of the earlier symptoms. Because what is happening that you are eating, the fuel is in your body, but your body cannot use it. So your brain is telling you that I'm hungry, I'm hungry. So you keep eating, you keep eating. And you drink lots of water and you pee a lot. So it's just a whole mechanism that your body is not working the way it's supposed to. Because if I eat, my body is supposed to tell me, oh, you are full because I have enough fuel.
It's okay.
No. But the sugar sits in your system, sits in your blood, doesn't go and do its work. And your brain thinks that your body is still hungry, so you still eat. So you are eating, but you are still hungry. That's one of the main things. And as it goes, some people might think this is not a big deal. Some people really have a lifestyle that their mind might not come to that point a lot. But it gets to a point where damage starts happening to your body.
Okay.
So someone can have a high sugar level for as long as 2-3 years and you don't see anything. Then one day the person feels a little bit dizzy. The person will start losing weight now. Or the person feels some tingling on the hands or the legs. Or the person feels some heat on the legs. Then sometimes some people don't see well anymore. Their vision starts diminishing. What is now happening is that you are having nerve damage. Because when there is so much sugar in your blood, it starts damaging your nerves. And remember, all these things that I mentioned, your eyes, your legs, they are very sensitive. Nerves, and there are nerve endings there. So when they start getting damaged, that's when you realize that there is something wrong with me. Now I'm saying, if I'm sitting there, she fine.
Yes,
yeah, sitting there, treaty, something of that sort. And they will come. They are worried, oh, I'm having numbness. I'm having numbness. And I have this, so it seems not to go away.
Okay.
That's when, and sometimes they will have no sort of crisis, but these simple symptoms. And now they will go and the doctor will take tests and they will realize it. But some people are not so lucky. These symptoms might not pop up. One day they are just there, they feel dizzy and they just collapse. You take them to the hospital and their sugar level is so high. Because what has happened is that the body has starved. The brain has starved and the body will just shut down because the body cannot take any fuel. It's not getting any fuel, so you just collapse. And that's what happens. So that is when it becomes a crisis. So when some people see the earlier onset, that is the too much eating, they don't really care much for it.
Okay.
They don't.
How much is too much eating?
Yeah, because you know how you are eating. Okay, so this is how it is.
And
Trust
even water.
You
because
know.
we've been told that you have to drink 8.
Okay. Yeah, so if you are taking 8 liters of water and you are peeing almost every hour, that's normal.
That's normal.
Yes, that's quite normal.
Yeah.
But then again, me, for instance, I'm someone who doesn't take a lot of water. I always have to remind myself to take water. So I wake up in the morning. Of course, maybe I visit the toilet, I pee. I've not even taken water till 12 o'clock and I've already peed 4 times. That draws your attention. I've not even drank water and my body is always draining itself of water. So because there is so much sugar in your blood that it's drawing water from your own system into the blood by osmosis. This is the science people know, so it just draws it into it and you pee a lot. So that's the mechanism there. So you trust me, you will know unless you don't pay attention to your body. Everyone is supposed to pay attention to your body. If one day you are warm, you should know you are warm. If one day you wake up tired, you should know you are tired. If you know you are sick, you wake up, you have a sick feeling.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't have a temperature, sometimes you don't have any headache, but you have a feeling of sickness. But the issue is people, especially young people of today, they don't take care of themselves. Even when they are sick, they pretend they are not sick. They get up, pick their bag, and pretend it's not happening, and go hustle.
The road running.
Yes, but in the end, remember, if you have nobody to work with, if you don't have this body working with you have nothing, trust me.
Now that we've established that, can we talk about the medications that you can use to manage? Because you said it's not curable.
Yes, for the type 1, like I said, it's not curable. This is a situation where sometimes someone is not producing insulin. So in this situation, you have to have artificial insulin injected into your body every time to make sure your sugar levels are perfect. So that one is there. And I don't want us to be so technical on the type 1 because usually we call it insulin dependent diabetes anyway, because that one is a matter of insulin. But when you come to the type 2, the diabetes type 2, the mellitus, you realize that it's not always dependent on insulin. Sometimes the person is not even producing enough. Sometimes the person is producing, but the body is not responding. And sometimes it's just that there is so much pressure on the pancreas. Remember, the pancreas is the organ that produces insulin. If there is an issue with the pancreas, insulin production will be affected. So yes, sometimes we give them medication. And some of these medications, as soon as there is too much sugar in your blood, it will take it off. Sometimes even prevents the sugar from being produced and put in your blood so that your body can take its time and fix itself. So in this situation, people who have diabetes, they know their medication. And sometimes you wouldn't want to say it on a platform like this because the next moment they go to the pharmacy and they start buying them.
For it.
But you have to be very careful with your diabetic medication because if you are not taking it well too, you have a situation where you go to the opposite of diabetes, that is the hypoglycemia. And when you are hypoglycemic, your brain can shut down. That one is dangerous, more dangerous than even having high. Because when it's at a high level, you can manage to bring it down. But when you are so hypoglycemic, you are not taking your medication well, and you are not. Some people take their medication and not eat, and it will put their body in a low glycemic level, and their body will shut down, and they might never wake up. Wow. So those are the things. So with the medications, those who have diabetes, they know. But what you would have to ask your doctor is maybe, do I need to take this before I eat? Some are taking before you eat, because it has to be in your body waiting for the sugar to come to handle it. Or some you have to take it after you've eaten. And some of them, you can't combine it with other medications. These are the little things you should ask your doctor. And we realize that some people go to the hospitals and they can't speak to their doctors. I don't know whether they are shy or they get intimidated with the doctor thing. But you really need
sometimes
to ask.
some doctors are very hostile and
Well,
mean.
when you go into a normal facilities with one doctor sitting there with 100 patients behind him, it's kind of stressful.
But I don't know that you are stressed. I've come with
so
a
the good
peculiar
thing
issue.
is when the doctor, you are giving your medications, go see the pharmacist. You have community pharmacies. Go into the pharmacies, talk to your pharmacist.
Dragnet is also there.
Exactly.
You
just call them. I have this medication. What are the side effects? Because sometimes if you tell a patient the side effects of their medications beforehand, before they take it, and they are aware, they know what to expect. But some people, when you give them anti-diabetic medications, let me give you an example. Like a 40-year-old man, like I said, will take his diabetes medication home, takes it and realize that his libido goes down. His sexual appetite goes down. He's not having a strong erection like he used to. He will stop taking the medications. He will dump them.
But it will still have an effect on him, right? Because
in the long run, it will.
Diabetes has an effect on sexual drive.
Of course. But sometimes the medication, especially some of the hypertensive medications, will also give that additional effect. And they dump their medications. They don't want to even deal with it. So sometimes if you let them know, maybe if you take this might happen, but it's just for like a few days, a few months, it will resolve. So just stick to it. If they know beforehand, if not, they are not comfortable with it, they will have to come back so that you change it for them. There are hundreds of anti-diabetic medications.
Okay, so I know that you mentioned something about sex drive. Just to digress a bit. If as a normal person your sex drive in a moment or in a split second, like in a few days, in a month's time, you realize your libido has gone down, should you be alarmed that I may be having a sugar problem? But over time,
if it's an overtime thing, you would want to find out. I wouldn't go straight to blaming diabetes. Sometimes what happens is that before diabetes will actually affect your sex drive, then it has already started damaging your nerves. That's the issue. So some men will come for a regular checkup and their sugar is high. And you give them normal diabetes medication, it's going to affect their sex drive. And that's where the issue pops up.
Okay, so when you are diabetic, you are taking diabetes medicines. What sort of medications or things are you supposed to avoid entirely?
Okay, so there is one myth that you avoid sugar when you are diabetic. That is not entirely true. Because the idea is, if you take sugar, you are diabetic and you take sugar, it's a no-no. Not entirely true. Not to say that you should go and take sugar. But what I'm trying to tell you that if you eat rice, it turns into sugar in the end. So if you're avoiding sugar and you're eating lots of yams and lots of rice, white rice, you are still ending up at that diabetic stage. So diabetes is not equal to sugar. Typical to say white sugar or sugary drinks. No, it's not about that. The idea is to cut off carbohydrates sometimes to a lower level so that you will not have too much sugar in your blood. Because remember, most of these carbohydrates turn into sugar as the end product in your blood. So the thing is, avoid sugar when you are diabetic, of course, but there are other things you can avoid, like white rice, like yams, like flour. Flour is one of the culprits. Bread, anything with flour, the cakes and the chips, yes, those are the culprits there. So it's not always about the sugar.
But as young people, those are the things we like.
Like pizza, I said, if you are young, your body is great. If you are young, your body is great.
Chicken wraps.
Oh God, they fine. Your body is great at
ice
that point.
Cream and all of that.
Yeah, you can process it all and you put it, but what amount are you taking these days? Because the moment you are taking this every day, you are taking wraps every day. Well, sometimes you say we've wrapped them in lettuce, but come on, the wrapping itself is full of carbs. And if you are taking so much bread, and if you are taking so much pizza every day, then at a point in time, these are the building blocks of your 40-year-old body. Know that what you are eating in 20 is going to be your 60-year-old body. think about that.
Okay, let's talk about final one, exercise.
Yes. So exercise is an issue. Okay. We have to be very, how many times do you see people actually walking around exercising? Nowadays, I see a lot of older people doing it, which is great. The young people go into the gyms. But how many people can afford a gym membership? I don't think my mom has ever exercised before, because my mom, I don't think so. She works hard, she does her work. So it's kind of a good form of exercise. But a point will come where your exercise becomes a stress. So don't tell me because you sell by the roadside, you are having a lot of exercise. Maybe you're exercising your body a lot. But at a point, if it becomes, you are doing it all day, it doesn't become exercise no more. It becomes stress. And that can actually cause your body to break down. Diabetes can follow. So the exercises should be very, very deliberate. You have to know, you have to tone your body, you tone your core. Make sure that you are not piling fat in the midsection. That's the main idea here. Piling fat, that's the issue. So if you are exercising, the idea is to make sure that your body is like in action all the time. You are not living a sedentary lifestyle where you are sitting in your office all day, go in the morning, sit there all day, and the night to pick up your bag, go home and sleep. Your body is not fit then. You have to have some form of exercise. So it should be very, very deliberate.
Thank you very much, Fam Mariam, for doing today's conversation with us. My name is Stella Jejom-Sugli, and this has been Health Focus. See you again some other time.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Marriage is work. So it's continuous. You don't end the preparation for a good marriage after the ceremony where you are declared a husband and wife. No, more work goes into it because
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Marriage is work. So it's continuous. You don't end the preparation for a good marriage after the ceremony where you are declared a husband and wife. No, more work goes into it because every day there will be surprises.
Divorce is a complex and emotionally charged process that often involves legal battles over various issues, including family law and custody arrangements. As relationships break down, individuals must find legal considerations, from property division to child custody agreements. Understanding the intricacies of family law and custody battles is crucial for those going through divorce and for legal professionals tasked with resolving these disputes. In this discussion, we will delve into the complexities of divorce, exploring the challenges faced by individuals and families as they navigate the legal landscape of ending a marriage. This is Legal Agenda, and my name is Matilda Boate Nati. I have with me here a private legal practitioner, lawyer, Sena Hotel, to help me with this important discussion, and Reverend Kato from SEM. He is the resident pastor at SEM. Gentlemen, you are welcome to Legal Agenda.
Thank you.
So I will start with lawyer. Lawyer, are there any legal requirements for one to follow before you can really say that a marriage is over? Because after the fanfare, after all the things that accompanies the celebration of marriage, are there any requirement for anyone to follow before they can say that this marriage is over? Because I don't know whether it's becoming a trend. After 1 year, after 6 months, people just decide, I can't do with this marriage anymore. I'm quitting, I'm getting out. Are there any legal requirement for one to follow? Because when you are celebrating the marriage, we spoke about it in our previous episode, that there are requirements for one to follow.
So when it comes to divorce too, are there any requirements for one to follow?
Thank you, Matilda, and thanks for having me back on your show. It's always a pleasure to be able to shed some lights on legal topics that are beneficial to your viewers and then the entire nation and the globe as a whole. Yes, to the topic, every good thing and happy thing has some form of an end. And divorce or marriage is no exception. All marriages come to an end at a point, whether it's a happy marriage or a not so happy marriage. It either comes to an end naturally by death or induced by the parties involved. And one of such processes of inducing the determination or termination of a marriage is through divorce. And yes, once you have gone through a legal process to create something like marriage, if you want to dissolve it in what we call divorce, in a process called divorce, you have to go through a process prescribed by law.
Okay.
And that process prescribed by law for dissolving a marriage applies to all the forms or types of marriages.
Okay.
Usually people think that I can only get a divorce for church marriage or the one that I go to court to sign for.
Yes.
But no, you can get a court divorce process for even your customary marriages.
Right.
What we call traditional marriage. When you do just that alone, and then for some reason you do not want to continue again, or both parties have concluded that the marriage has broken down beyond reconciliation and that they should be allowed to go their separate way, the law prescribes a channel and an approach for you to do that.
Okay.
By going through that process and channel, you get the opportunity not only to talk about or obtain the remedy of dissolution of that marriage,
Okay.
but you also get the opportunity to discuss issues like custody of the children
Okay.
or child. Who gets to keep the child? Who gets visitation rights?
Okay.
Who doesn't? And so on and so forth. You also get the opportunity to discuss matters of matters in relation to who pays the legal fees for the whole proceedings. You also get the opportunity to discuss matters like compensation. You know, the law prescribes a situation or a scenario where if you've been with a person and then you have met certain requirements over a period of time which has crystallized, when the marriage breaks down, it doesn't apply to everybody anyway, but if the marriage breaks down, you'll be entitled to walk away with something. And mind you, it doesn't apply to only the female.
Okay.
It applies also to the male.
Okay.
Yes, and you also get the opportunity to talk about property.
Okay.
And discuss who gets what at the end of the day, who takes what home. And so it's a holistic,
Okay.
approach to dissolving a matter.
Okay.
And for that matter, there are a number of laws. It's not just one. There are a number of laws from the 1992 Constitution, from the Marriages Act, even the Children's Act.
Okay.
All of that come together to help prescribe a mode for dissolving marriages in Ghana.
Okay. So specifically, we want to know what are some of the things the court will look out for before they can agree to the dissolution of marriage.
Okay. So the court looks at just one thing.
Okay.
Contrary to what people think, you can write all what you want to write. You can speak all what the flowery language or whatever you want to speak in court.
Yeah.
But the court is only concerned with just one thing.
Okay.
Because the court is not in a hurry or in the business of dissolving people's marriages.
Okay.
The court didn't put you together. And for the Christians who believe in the Adam and Eve story, even when a problem arose, one party pointed the other. So there's this joke that we say that these days nobody looks for a spouse for another. And so the court is not in a hurry to dissolve, to even grant it. And so there are circumstances where the court will even, recommend or prescribe that you go for mandatory counseling.
Okay.
Because the sole ground for breaking or dissolving a marriage is that the marriage has broken down beyond reconciliation. The key word is beyond reconciliation.
Okay.
And there are about 6 facts in law that can be used to establish or prove that a marriage has broken down beyond reconciliation.
Okay.
So all what you describe can be fit under these 6 facts that can be used to explain that a marriage has broken down beyond reconciliation. One of the first ones, which I believe and have said on several platforms, is one of the leading causes of dissolution of marriages or divorces in Ghana is adultery. And so when you look at the cases, and without any empirical data, as I would always say, if you look at the cases that come before you, and on a good day, if you look at the number of cases that are filed at the divorce matrimonial courts, you would realize that majority
marriage is work. So it's continuous. You don't end the preparation for a good marriage after the ceremony where you are declared a husband and wife. No, more work goes into it because every day there will be surprises.
Divorce is a complex and emotionally charged process that often involves legal battles over various issues, including family law and custody arrangements. As relationships break down, individuals must find legal considerations, from property division to child custody agreements. Understanding the intricacies of family law and custody battles is crucial for those going through divorce and for legal professionals tasked with resolving these disputes. In this discussion, we will delve into the complexities of divorce, exploring the challenges faced by individuals and families as they navigate the legal landscape of ending a marriage. This is Legal Agenda, and my name is Matilda Boate Nati. I have with me here a private legal practitioner, lawyer, Sena Hotel, to help me with this important discussion, and Reverend Kato from SEM. He is the resident pastor at SEM. Gentlemen, you are welcome to Legal Agenda.
Thank you.
So I will start with lawyer. Lawyer, are there any legal requirements for one to follow before you can really say that a marriage is over? Because after the fanfare, after all the things that accompanies the celebration of marriage, are there any requirement for anyone to follow before they can say that this marriage is over? Because
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
I honestly don't know what we don't charge the fees arbitrarily. As you know, these are submitted to Parliament, scrutinized, and then approved. So we charge approved fees from Parliament. And to us, those fees are not exorbitant. And what is even, for me, very difficult is that none of these guys or the operators or entities have ever complained to us. Thank you.
Did the Auditor General serve you a copy of this report, this Auditor General's report? Did you receive a copy?
Not that we are aware, no.
So what's the current fee?
Chair, I will have to supply you that information, please.
Okay, kindly let us have that later. I'll come back to this Auditor General's report. There are many, many damning aspects. Honorable Roxin, please take over.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I believe that this hearing is so important, and in that vein, the whole country is listening to responses from our public officers who superintend these state institutions. I hear those of lamentations. Chairman, when you say that we are all responsible, we are all at fault, I reject that submission, because I am not an officer at EPA. And my role as a public officer, it doesn't give me the power to exercise functions under the EPA Act. And let me confirm that you are still operating under Act 490, 1994. Exactly. You are inhered with powers under the law to do what you are supposed to do. If by the contemplation of the law in 1994, we've been overtaken by events, and of course, that is how nations grow. When, for instance, you speak of an environmental inspector in 1994, giving certain rules under the law, those rules must have metamorphosed into something else, given our current circumstances. So, as leaders of the institution, you should be thinking of reforming the law to reflect the current situation. And that is the kind of things I want to hear, so that we can respond to the issues on the ground. Because you cannot be operating with a law that contemplated environmental matters 30 years ago and use the same contemplation to deal with matters happening 30 years down the line. What am I saying? When you were set up under Act 490, well, nobody thought that it was necessary for you to even carry a stick when you are going to undertake your functions in the localities by way of inspection. But now it's important that you bear arms. That is what you should be telling Parliament. You should come and justify why you must bear arms. Your environmental officers must bear arms to be able to deal with the exigencies on the ground. If you don't tell Parliament, and Parliament is supposed to respond to the matters, you are cooperating with state agencies that bear arms, and they are failing you. We have had Vanguard operation. It has failed. Parliament has pumped so much money into that security operation. It failed. But you were a stakeholder. As an EPA, you were part of that operation. But because you were not the entity that bear arms, you couldn't be in the forefront. But you were giving the guides as to where they should go. It failed. Operation Galamsey, it failed. A 64-member interministerial committee, it has failed. So is it not the time for EPA to now sit up and say, no, we think that we have the mandate to safeguard the environmental safeguard the environment against degradation. And so we must rather push for sufficient powers or additional powers so that we can be in charge of this, so that we don't rely on other sister state agencies. That's the point I'm making. Then two, if you submit to the committee for purposes of recommendation to the floor that the sequence of licensing regime should change, and that you should conduct your assessment, the IA environmental impact assessment, before a concession license is issued, I have a problem, because you must have the concession. The concession will give you the cadastral map. The cadastral map will tell you the particular physical locality where the whatever mining operation will take place. So it is that locality you are going to conduct the environmental impact analysis or assessment to determine its impact on the environment and the immediate environment. You have listed them. I didn't list them. So if you conduct your impact assessment before the concession is issued, and the concession now, if we go in situ, it is at job 600. When you conducted the impact at the car park of Parliament, how would that be synchronized? So I think the current regime is the right thing, but nobody should stampede you into issuing permits when you are not ready. Like you said in the US, it takes forever for them to, that is why when they issue the permit, it is actually permitting you to do the things in accordance with the conditions stated. If you deviate once, you forfeit the license. We also have forfeiture provision in the law. But you are not exercising it. Or you have relaxed the power of forfeiture under the law. When you issue a license for a certain mining activity to be carried on in a certain environmental manner, and the operator deviates from that process, don't you order a forfeiture line, notice of forfeiture? You do that because Section 54, for instance, gives your environmental inspector certain powers. If you look at 15 also gives you certain powers. So don't lament. Don't agonize. Organize yourselves and come back to Parliament for enhanced powers. What is confronting us? You've seen the waters. We are on it. We are displaying this, but this is a microcosm of the macrocosm of the nature of the rivers as they exist on the ground. Everywhere. Even the mighty Volta is not being spared. We are lucky because it's a huge reservoir, so it may take a bit of time to actually see it, but it is also getting polluted because the rivers, the major rivers are feeding into the reservoir. So EPA, we are in crisis. And I don't work there. The chairman doesn't work there. You work there. So put your house in order, come back to Parliament, and let us empower you further to do what you are supposed to do under the law. The army cannot be dealing with the environmental issues we have. You have to. The army is only an auxiliary state institution to support you. So if the army and the police, they are failing you, metamorphose yourself into a force and handle the issues.
Thank you, Chair.
And finally, there are 4 categories of licenses that MINCOM issues, that Minerals Commission. They have license for reconnaissance. They have license for prospecting. They have the mining leases license and the small scale. We have it's not this one, but the other ones. They have uncovered that somebody goes to take a prospecting license, and the next thing you see, the person is undertaking mining properly. Even threatening school buildings. Even football fields of schools are being threatened. And auditors have uncovered this on the ground. And small-scale mining, or somebody will come for a mining license to do what you call formal mining. Properly, I mean, those that you have described as formal, they do it in accordance with all the laid-down regulations. And yet they will grant part of their concession to small-scale miners and be taking a fee and be taking commissions. You know, when such a thing happens, forfeiture must set in. Because you didn't grant the permit to the entity to go and take maybe deep underground mining, only for them to grant portions of their concession to Galamsey to go and operate on. So, the lamentations are enough. We heard it from Minerals Commission. We pushed them whether they will be willing to come for enhanced powers. They are also chickening out. If you're also chickening out, that you don't want enhanced powers, do we collapse the institution of EPA and set up a new one? Is that what you want us to do? No. People are this matter is so topical. This Galamsey matter is so topical. We are all calling it Galamsey. It's such a topical matter that we need a collective effort to deal with it. All sorts of ideas are coming up. But I think that the EPA is the entity that must lead the charge. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Roxon. That was a long one. Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair. The conversation is getting very interesting. Thank you, Chair. In this meeting, you have questioned why our process is delayed, and the honorable member questions why our process do not delay. And I have explained that the delays have a good reason, and the complaints that our process is delayed is exactly what you are talking about. But more importantly, and I'm happy the way you put it, it's about the enhanced powers. One of the reasons why our bill still remains a bill and not an authority is members of parliament fighting against the passage of the bill because EPA is seeking to have too much powers.
Honorable Chairman, I think that statement must be withdrawn, with all due respect. With all due respect. For instance, I would stand on my feet. Yeah.
You have a bill. Have you presented that bill to Parliament?
Honorable Chair, even the last recall that happened a few weeks ago, our bill was one of the reasons, and we fought hard to put it on the order. The very last activity you rose on in the other opposite this house was our bill, which we are seeking.
Yeah, but it's not been laid. Has it been laid?
No, it's gone through. Okay.
I don't know if anybody has information on this, because
we were recalled for a specific purpose. And they wanted to ambush with your bill. And members were busy in their constituencies and recalled. So after finishing that job, we said yours should be put aside. But let me correct this thing. It is not all members of parliament who have the opportunity or privilege of seeing your bill. It goes through your committee.
Your committee,
and others.
Yeah.
So please, we are seeing this for the first time. And in fact, I support you. And I think that you are checking part of your enforcement responsibility and giving it to other agencies to do that for you. But I would have wished that you would have also taken the bull by the horn to say, yes, Forestry Commission, they used to go bare hands. They realized that the people working in the forest are armed. So they were given some light arms, at least as first line of defense, before they can invite any other agency for support. So our suggestion here is to improve upon your work. If you want to become an authority, then you must incorporate something like that. And have a paramilitary training on weaponry so that you can become more effective than just going on inspection in the industrial areas and then you say you have done it. But the forest areas are equally very important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let the record reflect that indeed the EPA bill is before the House. It's being championed by the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology. And I'm one of the members who, you know, when it comes to legislation on the floor, so I'm aware. But no member of parliament opposed it, technically speaking. There are provisions in there. For instance, given what we are confronted with, I'm in favor of introducing a provision that, for instance, let the EPA own a helicopter to be able to patrol and monitor. We should be able to do that for you. when we set up the Ghana Immigration Service, they were not bearing arms. No. Because there were circumstances, the circumstances were that it was not necessary. But when the issues of terror and terror activities across our borders emerged, became an ECOWAS, a major matter, before ECOWAS became a major threat in the sub-region, we agreed that they should bear arms. Today, they bear arms. So if Galamsey is running amok in the environment, and you need to bear arms, in fact, own a helicopter, 1 or 2 or 3, to enable you monitor from, have area view of what's happening so you can zone in. Parliament should be able to do those things for you. These are the things we speak of. So as for your ministry sponsoring the bill, they must prioritize. Because members here, we don't prioritize government business. So that comment, it didn't come in good taste, but we'll forgive you. I'm sure it's part of maybe part of the frustrations. You think that it's MPs who are opposed to it. If there are provisions we think will not help, of course we will oppose or we will prefer amendments. So forgive Parliament for that. But Chairman, as part of the responses, let's hear you. Let's hear you that you are committed to dealing with these matters with enhanced powers.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy because the bill is still before you, and we have gone through a lot of debate about this bill, and in certain quarters we have been faced with the comments that you are seeking too much powers, and I'm happy that members of Parliament are asking that the EPA be given more powers to be able to bite. I think we are getting there because indeed, if you go to other jurisdictions, the EPA is a very powerful institution. You know, the boss of the EPA in the US sits in cabinet. That is how much you know, importance they attach to the EPA, and I think we are getting there, and we need to do that. We need to give more powers to the EPA to be able to do that. What I'm not very sure, and I'm not saying I'm right, is whether bearing arms is the solution, because you, as you rightly said, when the military, when the almighty military fail, I'm not sure whether arms in the hands of EPA officers brings the solution, but maybe it's an option on the table, and we can explore that.
Mr. Chairman, you see, you misunderstand the approach. A military man who is quartered in a barracks knows very little about the biomes in the Western region, especially if it's not deployed on any operation. But your district and regional environmental inspectors and officers, they do. Which forest cover is where? They do. They know. Which landscape is where? They do. Do you have the data? So if you are under the law, if you have the mandate to bear arms and deal with those matters, you are properly equipped. Bearing the arms is not a 24-hour, it's not an instantaneous matter. We are talking of a process. You go through paramilitary training and all. But we are saying you'll be better equipped because that's your mandate. The soldier is supposed to be called upon that the nation is under threat from external aggression. But if you are calling him to go and deal with environmental degradation and those in the mud and all those things, I want you to appreciate what's happening. The soldier, the military is only auxiliary. They are supposed to help you. So if they fail you, they have failed. It's genuine. It's not their core mandate. Because these are internal matters. The aggression is not from outside. That's their expertise. But you, under the law, that is your power. That's your mandate. It is only when you are overrun before you ask for external assistance. But it appears that you don't even want to take up the role. You are hesitating in taking up the role. That's what I see. I see a lot of hesitation. But the problem confronting us, we need innovative thinking to be able to deal with it. So it will also lead to changing the format of recruitment. You will no longer be recruiting pen pushers. You'll be recruiting people who are supposed to be recruited to help you fight the new menace. All those things will come up for reform.
Chair, and let me add that it also builds self-confidence in your people. Your people must have the self-confidence that at least at a minimum level, they can operate independently. And when it becomes overwhelming, then they can also seek for external support. And I like what my colleague said, that it will change the mode of recruitment, that you have to balance it, that the enforcement aspect of it is properly catered for. The example he gave about immigration, I serve on the Defense and Interior Committee. We pushed it for them to be armed because we realized that by the time the police and the military will come to the border post, they would have been overrun, they will become casualties, and then what happens is that Ghana stands in danger. So the forest and the mining activities, you know, Burkina Faso are in Dialysis. They are mining in Dialysis. Yes, they confirmed it when they met us. So you need that kind of support. And that will make you also to be having some bodyguard to follow you because, yes.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think the good thing is that our bill is coming back when you, it's before you actually, when you resume. And I think it has gone through first and second reading also. At consideration, yes. So maybe we will see, we will take your recommendations seriously and see whether we can include some provisions in this direction.
Exactly. In fact, members of parliament like us can do it so much, especially once we are laying the grounds at this hearing for it, we can introduce those provisions so much. The third consideration is actually the enactment process. That's where we actually enact the law.
Okay.
So whatever we want to put in the law to make it robust for you, to be able to perform your emerging rules that we anticipate, we should be able to do that for you.
Honorable Chair, we support this. Please do it for us and make us stronger to protect the environment.
Good. Now we are getting indication that the EPA would want to reform and we want to be stronger to totally deal with this canker once and for all. I want to come back to LI 2462. In a response to an earlier question from a colleague, you sought to suggest that the angst against LI 2462 is not grounded as per your reasoning and analysis of the situation. Is that to suggest that you will be defying the order of the president dated 9th October 2024? I have a copy in my hands, signed by Eugene Ahin, Director of Communications, Office of the President. It listed 4 interventions the president had instructed. And number 2 of those 4 instructions as listed. Quote, suspension of mining in forest reserves. The President has instructed the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, along with the Environmental Protection Agency, that's your institution, to suspend the enforcement of the Environmental Protection Mining in Forest Reserves Regulations 2023 LI 2462 with immediate effect. And with immediate effect means that by 9th October it stands suspended. Are you defying the President? Because you are saying that you don't quite appreciate all this agitation against LI 2462.
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm that beyond the statement that you are reading, we did receive directive to support in the drafting of the request to the Attorney General, and that process is ongoing. So nobody is suggesting defying the President directive. What I did say, and I sincerely hope that the repeal of LI 2462 brings a solution to the problem. It's my hope. What I told you is that from where I sit, I do not think this is the problem, because mining in forest reserve date back in very far back. You can also probably check how many licenses were issued post the coming into being of the LI, and how many post the LI, before the LI and post the LI, and come to a conclusion as to whether the repeal of the LI is the solution to the problem. If that is the solution to the problem, I will be happy. But you know, I would tell you, if you ask me, what should be the solution. I think that all of us as Ghanaians, we should declare certain places as no-go area completely. So if you say that particular places, nobody should go there, and we should not have a productive forest, for example, and it is a no-go area. Fair enough, if we can afford to do that. But the guidelines that was informing how these activities should be conducted, and some people lifted it to an LI, so that the group that is managing that process can have a legal backing. And then you say, no, okay, let's take that thing away. That by itself doesn't address the issue completely. And that's the point I made. It doesn't suggest that we are going to defy. The process to suspend as directed has started, and I think that it will carry into its completion. Thank you.
If you pay regard to LI 2462, the prohibited areas, it includes the following: a globally significant biodiversity area, a protected provenance area, an institutional research plot, a hill sanctuary, a high conservation value area, a seed orchard, swamp sanctuary, plantation sites, and cultural sites. Then this is the one many people find offending, that despite paragraph A of subregulation I, the President may, subject to Article 268 of the Constitution, give approval in writing to a mining company to undertake mining activity in a globally significant biodiversity area in the national interest. So all of these aforementioned areas, the President can, in the national interest, right to say that mining can be done in these areas. Is this what you recommended? And as our environmental overlords, if I'll call you that way, those who by law, must champion the protection of our environment and protect our environment for our collective sanity. Do you still insist that going through all of this entire list, that it is appropriate for us to mine here under conditions that the president may claim is in the national interest?
Thank you, Chair. And you see, the places that you mentioned is very much in line with what I said, that if we can declare no-go area and stick to it, that would be the solution. So enforcing that provision in the LI, for me, is closer to the solution than the repeal of the LI. With the provision that is there, I don't remember the exact provisions, but the Ghanaian Constitution already grants the president those powers. I think maybe the lawyers can help me, but the Constitution of the Republic, already grants the president those powers. I think it was just decentralized from the Constitution into the LI. And so the repeal of the LI does not necessarily prevent the president of the Republic from making an exceptional cases for people to enter into the forest reserve. And I have to be careful because I don't have the provisions before me. But I think that and that is why I say, I do hope that the suspension of the LI brings a certain solution. But if you look at the process that has gone through the years and the reason why the LI came into being, I don't think the suspension of the LI per se brings the solution. Enforcing those no-go areas mentioned in the LI, I think that is closer to the solution than the repeal.
Okay, so if we are getting you clearly, let us have legislation that will protect these areas, make sure that they are declared no-go areas.
Yes.
And under no condition should they be encroached for mining purposes. So that is clear. And just to indicate that Article 2681, I have the Constitution here, has a proviso, which is ratification by Parliament. So the President under Article 2681 cannot decide alone. If I can just quickly, it says any transaction, contract, or undertaking involving the grant of a right or concession by or on behalf of any person, including the government of Ghana, to any other person or body of persons, howsoever described, for the exploitation of any mineral, water, or other natural resource of Ghana, made or entered into after the coming into force of this Constitution, shall be subject to ratification by Parliament. And 2682 provides that Parliament may, by resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all members of Parliament, exempt from the provisions of Clause 1 of this article any particular class of transactions, contracts, or undertakings. So Parliament plays a role, and the numbers are high, unlike how it is captured in the LI. And I'm sure that it's one of the reasons why people are not excited about this LI. But can I ask specifically, has there been any permits granted under LI 2462 for people to go mine in these areas since the coming into force of this LI 2462? Has EPA granted any permits under this LI?
Okay. Mr. Chair, I think actually before this LI, as the executive director said, we've been operating with the guidelines. Maybe let me give you some perspective. Mineral exploration started in forest reserves, gold especially, in the 1990s. That's when all these things started. And in 1999, 2000, we had 5 companies that had found economic reserves, which came. So when President Kufuor took over from, may the good Lord keep his soul, President Rawlings, there was this issue on the table. So that is how 5-member ministerial committee was formed to look into it. And then the outcome of those consultations then gave the permission for companies like Chirano Gold Mines to be established, even to go through the environmental processes. Subsequently, Achim, which is Newmont in New Ebrim area, and other places. So those operations are ongoing. Yes, after the passing of this, we have received some applications, but the processes are ongoing. Like we said, you have to, the person will bring the lease, apply for the permit, we say conduct environmental impact assessment. So that process is ongoing. And let us be mindful that there are some of them I know has been rectified. For example, recently a Ghana Bauxite Company lease was rectified by Parliament. Rectified by Parliament. So in that sense, what happens? Mining was rectified. So after the passing, I mean, there were processes before even the passing, and we had continued with that process in terms of looking at documentation and all that, engaging the communities and everything. But I think that what, you know, in all aspects, it is what is before your good self, the waters, and the Galamsey that definitely has informed the public to actually call for this. But to answer your question, yes, this process started since 1990 to 1999, 2000, up to date.
So can we get the list of all the permits granted in forest reserves, as your records will have them?
Yes, please.
Do you have them here?
No, Chair. We'll supply you.
Okay. And then in addition to that, we would like to have all permits that you have approved for small-scale mining companies. Do you have that list here? All permits, EPA permits to small-scale mining.
We would add that up.
Okay. So kindly add that and let's know, let it be detailed. We want to know the locations where they are operating so that we can compare with other data that we have and present an accurate report to plenary. Honorable Yadom, I cede the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. CEO, this question is about the issuance of the permit, the EPA permit. And I know, or we all know that it's subject for renewal every 2 years. And then people normally apply when the time is due. For instance, somebody has applied the renewal from Koforidua, Eastern Region, as a regional capital. And a receipt will be issued to the miner, waiting for a copy of the permit. The person will now be waiting until maybe 6 months after. Later, he will be issued a cover note, which also permit that person to go back to site and work. There are some instances where I'm coming from, Akwatia to be precise. People have been complaining about the issuance or the renewal of the EPA. How He's not listening. Are you okay? Yes. Okay, thank you. Can you tell the committee how these issues or problems has been handled at your end?
Honorable Member, can you explain what you are saying precisely? Because one, we don't issue cover note, and renewals go through a process, not very lengthy process.
My question is, a miner has issued or maybe applied a renewal for his a permit, EPA permit, which allows him to go back to site to work every 2 years. That's what I know by law. Now, there are cases or instances people do apply from the region, Koforidua. Before, it was your head office. But now they said, go back to your region and have it renewed. So we do have complaints. I've heard it many times myself that they have been issued a receipt when it is the renewal is paid at the regional head office, waiting for the issuance of the permit itself. Now, maybe within 5 months or 6 months later, the certificate or the permit has not been issued, but the person will be asked to go back to site and work with the receipt that has been issued from the region. And I'm asking, what is causing the delay of the issuance of the permit? Because they are explaining to us that it's a cover, the receipt as they tell me to be as a cover note. That is what I'm trying to find out from you. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think the process is simple. When it is renewal, as you, Honorable Member rightly said, you go to Koforidua, you submit application, officers will go to the site. If we are okay, because normally we have to check whether, because look, if it's a small scale, it's 25 acres. And over the period, we have to understand whether you haven't even exhausted the deposit. If you haven't exhausted the deposit and you've gone by the conditions, then you are given processing and permit fees. If you pay, they forward that all your documentation to Accra, and it doesn't take more than about a week or two to issue. There are instances where there may be a problem. As we speak, I have an application where it's a small-scale application. The lease period is almost expiring, about 3 months before expiry. The question will be that, do we then have to issue a permit to overlap the expiry? So then we ask you to go back and get a proper renewal from Minerals Commission. So there hadn't been any case of we asking you to go back to work with receipt cover. No. Maybe there may be certain aspects or certain things we are asking you to do. Thank you.
Let me ask a follow-up. I think you explained earlier on that you do have officers within some of the districts. And then I also recognize that Odan, for instance, do have a EPA. Normally, they do come around the Nchembo district, to ask for those miners within the enclave. Now, when the EPA expires, does a person working within the community, let's say the Nchembo district, have to go back to Odan or Koforidua? I need some clarification.
Mr. Chair, is the Nchembo closer to Odan? Or
it's closer to Odan than going to Koforidua.
Yeah, so that person or that entity can go to Odan and submit applications, and it will be processed from Odan. And that's what we've been doing.
There has been a school of thought that has emerged since this crisis that this whole business of granting licenses, we should suspend it for some time and have a moratorium, probably 5 years, some say 3 years, some say 10 years, so that the environment can rest, can breathe. And then it also allows for policymakers, regulators, lawmakers to fashion out a new paradigm on the way forward. What's your expert opinion on this matter? Where do you stand in this national debate? Is it a great idea to suspend licenses so that we can get a breather and figure out new approaches, because we can't keep doing the same thing and continue to have these kind of river bodies? Where do you stand if Parliament calls upon you, like we are doing now, to advise us, which will feature in our recommendations to plenary? What's your view on this matter?
Thank you, Chair. We will advise against a complete ban on mining. And again, because that is not, it would not prevent you from seeing these bottles in front of you. Maybe these bottles will expand because it is not the people who have been permitted to do mining. That is exactly the problem. So if you have a case where there's a whole, and I like my colleague description, armed robbery. Okay, so you say because there is armed robbery, let's kill all human beings, because otherwise some of them are armed robbers. You know, it's not the solution. I mean, there are people, there are entities properly, legally permitted, and they are doing, they are making a big contribution to the Ghanaian economy. Mining makes a big contribution. So banning mining in general is not exactly the answer. The answer lies in all of us stopping the wrong thing from happening. And I think my colleague made a very important point that if I just get up and come to your land, even just to farm maize, you will question me who gave you the right to do that. There is land tenure systems in this country where there are places where land belongs to families and land belongs to individuals and land belongs to schools. How come that people are able to conduct illegal activities on all of those lands? And when I said it is our collective responsibility, the honorable member did not agree with me. But the bottom line is not banning mining in general. It will have serious consequences for all of us, you know. And that is not the solution. I think more people may go into the illegal realm if we take that direction. I think we need to enforce the law and make sure those who are doing the wrong thing stop it. And that would be my recommendation. My colleague want to add a bit to that.
Mr. Chairman, it's like you said, I'm just using this in hypothetical form. You have a cancer and you must be maybe killed without treating it. So I think that if we have identified this problem and we have to solve it, we solve it. The question is that if we ban, like my boss said, if we ban all mining, it means that includes all the large-scale mining. All the large-scale mining have to stop. Meanwhile, the state has relationship with this large-scale mining, small-scale mining. What happens to them? Are we then saying that we are prepared to pay, pay them off? To me, what has necessitated this is the illegal activities. And I think that Ghanaians are, we are well informed, educated, we have collective responsibility. If we all come together as one people, we could take this, nip this in the bud. Like I said, this problem cannot linger on for long. And it's doable. So those who are calling for ban, yes, they may be right because it is being said in desperation, because we've all looked on, everybody. So I think that let us give hope for us to do the right thing rather than thinking that banning will solve the problem. No. Thank you.
So we hear you on banning. How about new licenses? Should we continue to issue new licenses on the scale at which they are being issued?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the statistics to say that there is a scale. I heard you saying that on TV3 that there was about 11 licenses issued and this and some 10 and 40. I mean, if you can furnish us, then we can do the proper analysis to see. But it will be difficult for me to say that, yes, either we should stop issuing. And, I think we also, as Ghanaians, we should be mindful that this country, our beloved country, is a mining country. We are the first in gold production. When you ask, I have seen the debate that, look, the mining is not bringing us anything and we are not benefiting. That is a different debate. If we feel that we are not benefiting from the mineral wealth given to us by the good Lord, then we have to look at it again. But we should not, maybe because maybe we are not benefiting, we say, okay, then we stop it. I would say, look, previously, before the Industrial Revolution, coal was as good as gold today. After now, if you have coal, what do you do with coal? It's as useless as anything. So maybe the next 200 years, this gold, we may not even need it. So the question is that, can we put in measures, if we think that what we have is not good, put in measures that will create the necessary benefit for us and for posterity? So to me, that is a different debate we have to have. But majority of people, because of the frustration and because of impact, because of this, the only thing is that let's ban it. But Ghana is known as a mining country. So let's take clue of that, and whatever we feel maybe has not gone well, we put in the measures to correct the wrongs, to make it better. Thank you, Chair.
So if we ask the EPA to provide a list of 5 immediate steps to deal with the illegal mining menace, what would that be? 5 concrete actions that you recommend to authorities to take. What would they be?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have already mentioned one of them, which is that we should all agree to have a no-go area. And we think that the entire riverine systems in Ghana should be a no-go area, the ecologically sensitive areas, and maybe all arable lands meant for agricultural purposes, especially for food production and for cocoa. These areas should also be protected if we care about agriculture and that. We also think that there's a need to review all existing applications to enhance the conditions for environmental permit. And that is within our remit, that the conditions we give on environmental permit need to be reviewed and enhanced and tightened, you know, and that is something that we are taking steps to do. Similarly, we think there is a need to review to enhance all existing applications for large-scale mining in productive forest reserve. We started this, but of course the repeal of the LI 2462 will have implications for some of the actions that we have already started to take. We think there is a need to also enhance, to undertake a comprehensive environmental sampling in all affected rivers in collaboration with the Water Resources Commission to ascertain the extent of pollution, especially in the sediments for heavy metals. You know. Then the outcome will inform a solution to be proffered through natural attenuation, dredging, and encapsulation, as well as restoration of the channels. And as I mentioned earlier on, the use of the ACOBEN tool, you know, we want to extend it beyond its current application to large-scale mines to see whether we can also extend to cover locations and areas. So if there's a particular chiefdom, and we can rate it, and we can also rate and be able to declare, and we hope that we have the support of the National House of Chiefs, that we can declare that in this particular chiefdom, they are taking steps that will protect the environment as compared to this particular chiefdom, keeping in mind that we want to protect traditional institutions as well. These are some of the steps that the practical steps that we think, and we are aware that there has been several dialogues on this particular matter, especially in 2021, the Ministry of Lands led national dialogues around the country. But we also think that we need to have an environmental dialogue, but much more technically focused than politically focused, you know, and proffer technical solutions that can be led also by the EPA to implement, to bring about solution. And of course, we are calling on Parliament to enact our bill into law and enhance our powers to be able to bite better and protect the environment. Maybe my colleague would like to add something.
So, Honorable Chair, I think my boss has said it all, but the question is that definitely the action taken by government in terms of sending, I heard this morning that there are some security forces somewhere. So to me, that begins the process. If this thing can be continued, and the question will be the sustainability of it. And that's why we're calling for continuous, because we know that, yes, the people can be chased out. We may not be able to position these security forces permanently till Jesus comes. So we should have an alternative. And the alternative would be that we could discuss this fine alternative livelihood arrangement for these people, but then making sure that we sustain it, and we can sustain it collectively through the chiefs, like we have enumerated. The chiefs own the land. Families own the land. So if we're able to get their cooperation and also try to bring them on board, I think we're going to win this battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well noted. We are concluding in 10 minutes. I want to go back to the Auditor General's report. The Auditor General also discovered that the EPA did not make prospective small-scale miners post reclamation bonds. The reclamation bonds, as we all know, is to help with reclamation, to regenerate the lands that have been used for mining. The Auditor General says that a lot of these small-scale mining companies inspected did not have these reclamation bonds. Says, for example, at page 34, we found that 20 small-scale mining companies or groups did not have reclamation bonds. They did not post the bonds. This was confirmed in our interviews with EPA officials who said that the EPA had not enforced the posting of reclamation bonds by small-scale mining companies. Is that still the case? You are allowing these small-scale mining companies to mine without posting reclamation bonds?
Mr. Chairman, no, but I would like to explain a little bit. Actually, Regulation 23 of Airlines 1652 makes that provision, that activities that degrade the environment, the need for posting of reclamation bond to ensure that entities reclaim all degraded areas. This was prescribed in 1999. So around 2000, 2001, we started the process for large-scale mining. And as we speak, all large-scale mining entities have posted reclamation bond. But there are processes that you have to go through. One, we have to establish the liability cost. Two, we have to understand the instrument that can be used. Three, we have to look at the criteria in terms of restoration to be able to relieve the person or the entity when the reclamation is done. So those processes have to be taken. And we did that for the large scale, monitored, and we've now, we are conclusive that all those issues, whatever issues that may emanate from implementation has been resolved. So we can boldly say that this has been done properly. At the time of the report, yes, we were in the process, these processes. And as we speak, we have actually completed the process, engaged all the small-scale mining entities. There are 10 small-scale mining districts in the country. We met the leadership, met all of them across board. We've met banks that will be able to host the bond. So we are almost ready to have them now, based upon the liability per operation, to post the requisite bond. So hopefully by end of this year, early next year, we'll have all permitted small-scale operators posting bond to guarantee the nation that in the unlikely event that they don't actually reclaim, then government, for that matter, EPA, can fall on that money to to ensure that the rehabilitation is done. So yes, the Auditor General raised that, but we've gone far, and very soon all this will be the thing of the past. Thank you.
So very soon means, Parliament will deal with specific timelines. So very soon means, because the Auditor General is saying that on their field visits, they found mine sites that have not been reclaimed by the operators during our field inspections. The abandoned mine sites had heaps of sand scattered all over, making them undesirable for other activities such as farming. The open pits were also filled with water, serving as death traps and breeding grounds for mosquitoes. And they attached pictures, quite a sordid sight. So specific timelines, when do you hope to finalize all this process so that these bonds can be posted?
Mr. Chairman, maybe let me say this a little bit. Mining is a specialized area. And at times, if you don't understand what is going on there, you may think that things are wrongly done. Maybe, I don't know which site the Auditor General people went to see, but let me say this. you know, if it is gold mining, if it is determined actually, the economic deposit is determined by the cost of, the cost of gold sold internationally. So you can have, when I joined the agency, gold price was $275 per ounce, and gradually has moved. As we speak, it's over $2,600. So an area may be amenable for mining today based upon the gold price. So a pit may be left. It's not that that pit is not useful. It may be useful maybe in the next year or two. And the law requires that you do not to actually fill and actually cap that deposit, because, you know, if you do that, it means that you are depriving this country of also that resource. So there is interpretation to everything that you see on the mine side. So if you are not honestly aware of the workings of the sector, yes, such a thing can happen. But if you understand, then you know that it is not an abandoned area, but then it's an area that is so useful for operations. But that is just an explanation. Like I said earlier, we have only to cause them to open accounts with the banks, and then the necessary amounts that we've agreed with them be deposited. And we have a number of instruments. For small scale, we are using only cash. So they would have to then, open accounts, which is escrow account, joint EPA and a small scale operator account. And then the amount that is estimated is just lodged in that account. And that is all what is left. So to me, I say the next maybe let's give and take. Within 6 months, this should be completed.
You agree that this is a very, very important matter, which will require a lot more urgency. We also have to factor in those who have completed the mining period under their license. Small-scale mining, 5 years. So if you had your license in 2018, last year you are done. If you think that you got returns on your investment, you are probably not going back to that side. What's going to happen to all of those small-scale miners who had 5 years, they are not interested in renewing, and they've abandoned the sites, and we have to spend money to reclaim those sites? Are there any plans to go after those who may no longer be mining because their mining leases have expired?
Mr. Chairman, sorry. On records, we don't have such scenario. Like you've requested, when we furnish you with the records we have, you see that, yes, there are some whose leases have expired and they've applied. So we don't have cases where they have exhausted the deposit and they have abandoned, because we track all these ones. And let me assure you and assure the nation that, you know, this illegal mining thing has actually covered all the good things all of us have been doing. And there are proper processes that this small-scale, large-scale mining goes through. So we'll continue all our efforts to make sure that the proper things are done in terms of the legal one, and also continue to support the cause for this illegal activity. Thank you.
Have you improved on your monitoring processes? The Auditor General reports here at page 38 that in a lot of districts visited, EPA officials hardly went about monitoring small-scale mining. In Takwa, for example, The focus was on manufacturing, 33 visits, energy, 78 visits, health, 13 visits, hospitality, 69 visits, agrochemicals, 30, construction, 41, small-scale mining, they said only 16. In Bolgatanga, small-scale mining, 0, but energy, 101, hospitality, 111, construction, 100. Kumasi, whereas manufacturing had 173 monitoring visits, energy 463 monitoring visits, health 162 monitoring visits, hospitality 443 monitoring visits, agrochemicals 190, construction 100. Small-scale mining had only 4 visits per the records they saw in all of this. And it's a Konongo 0, Oda 0, Koforidua 0 monitoring visits between the period of the audit. Is it because your officials are afraid that some of these miners have weapons, so you're avoiding the sites, and in the process we are all suffering because you are not carrying out your mandate, you are not monitoring? That's what the auditors are saying, page 38 of the special audit.
Mr. Chairman, actually, we contested it a little bit, but I don't think that is the true reflection. But this is published, so I would raise the case here. But what we've done over the period after this, like my boss said, our staff strength is now over 700. I think we recruited over 300 people about a year ago. And we also acquired about 45 new vehicles distributed across the regions and the area offices. So what may be perceived to be what has been written is the thing of the past. We have men who go to the field as we speak weekly. But the only thing we would ask that we would also be empowered with whatever it takes to be able to actually expand the scope. So monitoring activities are now far improved because we have some logistics, we have some staff recruited, only that we need more to do more. Thank you.
Is there a monitoring visit report that you can share with us?
Yes, please.
Okay, we will be grateful to receive that. When was the last time you visited the field as top executives? Executive director, are you the deputy? Yes, deputy executive director. When was the last time you carried out a visit to these ravaged, degraded, devastated mining sites?
I think the last time was about 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago. At myself and my mining director, we went, but that is not the last time I was in the field. But this is only for mining. For manufacturing, that was just last week. So we are not sitting in the offices. I told you that I'm as concerned as you are, and we are.
So did you care to share some of the findings when you went to the field 2 weeks ago? What did you see?
Our focus was on monitoring permitted entities and looking at whether they are going by the schedule and the conditions. I think even one of them, it was to inform permitting. So our technical officers raised questions on aspects of the arrangement they have put in place. And they promised to remedy those aspects before they come back to get the permit. So that is what normally happens. If when you submit the EMP, you will state what you intend to do, which equipment you are going to apply, and all of that. And when you put all that system even in place, we need to go and check whether what is in your EMP is what is on the ground. And if we don't find that that is exactly what is in the ground, then we can raise the questions and recommend actions that you need to take. Then we can go back and check if you have remedied those conditions in order to get the permit. Thank you.
So it's good I asked the follow-up question, because
my colleague want to add.
Yes, I'll come to your colleague. But the focus of my question relates to the illegal activities, the bad guys out there who are committing these atrocities. That's our concern. As for those who have your permits, largely it appears that they are not a threat as compared to those who are unregulated and engage in Galamsey activities. So have you visited any Galamsey sites, those who are destroying our river bodies, destroying our ecological zones? Have you carried out any visit to them, to those areas?
Mr. Chair, like we said, completed monitoring, proactive monitoring, spent about 1 month in all the mining companies in this country. We ended, I think, 15th of August. The outcome of it we will share with your group or the committee, which will be report to see actually water quality, air quality, degree of degradation. My boss said that we wanted to add paramountcies and assemblies. And in our visit to these areas, yes, we interacted with the Galamsey people. But the Galamsey people, most of them are within concessions of mining company. The only thing is that the difficulty is that now they are very, very emboldened, such that when they see you, they discuss with you, you ask them, why are you doing this? And you get different answers. So definitely we have information and we have details of some of the issues that has come out due to these operations. So we have enough data and we interact. So we are constantly monitoring. The only thing is that, we cannot say you moved from there. Like I said in earlier time, in the 1990s, you can get these small families who are doing this. Say, look, this is illegal, move here. They will go, next time you come, they won't be there. But now they have such, I don't know whether it's what is causing that, emboldened and armed and all the things we know. Thank you.
Honorable Techi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I have two issues. More than the same thing. We have been talking about your activities being strengthened, but specifically, you have not been able to atomize the reinforcement that you need, either in the LI or on your own at any given platform. What specifically, if you can know, those things that you want to be, you want to be strengthened and you should be backed by law. And then the next issue is that, are you been issuing reports concerning your activities, giving them for the constitution of the government so that it can buttress your point that you are making? So far, since you came in, I have not heard from you anything like a report put out there about what you've seen, and then you are trying to seek government support or you are seeking parliamentary support to help you to get this enforcement that you want to get. So please, can you tell us something about those things that you are speaking more powers to guide you to do? And any report so far out there detailing some of these things that are your challenges? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think also learning from other jurisdictions, part of the powers we have been seeking also in the new bill is to be able to also even take on other agencies, okay, that are part of, share the responsibility for protecting the environment, to make sure they do their part, you know. In the current situation, we do not have that powers, for example. So we need to be able to make sure that all others who have this co-shared responsibility of managing the environment do their part, and we need to be able to do that. Then in terms of how we report, if you look at our mandate, we do submit our advice to the minister as expected, the minister responsible for the environment, and that is where we channel what we think ought to be done, it goes to. And then we also publish annual reports on the activities that we undertake to protect the environment and what we think should be done. It's also captured in our annual report. Thank you.
On annual reports under Section 26 of the law, you are to present the annual report to the minister. Attached to it must be the Auditor General's report, and then the minister shall, within 2 months after the receipt of the annual report, submit the report to Parliament with such statement as he may consider necessary. In preparing for today's session, we've been combing our archives, combing everywhere. We couldn't find your annual reports. Your annual reports are not coming to Parliament. When was the last time you submitted your annual report to the minister? I know that you have to submit to the minister, and minister submits to Parliament. But we don't have it as an institution. When was the last time you prepared an annual report?
We can check and report to you, but we do submit the annual reports to the minister. But we can check that. I don't have that offhand when exactly we did the last submission, but we can check that and get it to you. How it doesn't come to Parliament, it's something that we can check that. But every year we produce the annual report. Thank you.
Okay, would like to get a report on that, and the clerks, please follow up with the minister on the outstanding annual reports to Parliament, because we checked with table office, we checked with the library. There's no record of EPA annual reports, and it doesn't speak well of your esteemed organization. In terms of the mandate you have under Section 2I, you are to promote studies, research, surveys, and analysis. I believe that that's what Honorable Techi was referring to. Are you conducting these studies, research, and how do you disseminate these reports? Because you are supposed to be forward-looking. This Galamsey matter, you should have seen it probably 30 years ago, 20 years ago, and then tell the policymakers what we should do. If you look at the law, that's the kind of organization that the lawmakers envisaged, you know. But it appears that we have all been caught unawares, and we all appear surprised and shocked. Or is it a funding issue? The law also talks about an environmental fund. Do we have the environmental fund? Do we have the environmental fund that can be used to carry out this research?
Thank you, Chair. I think at EPA there's a whole department responsible for research, headed by a director, and there are several studies ongoing. I will not completely agree.
Did any of your research foresee this, predict this?
Yes. I will not completely agree that we've been caught unaware. I think this issue of Galamsey has been on the burner for quite some time, and there are a number of publications about it that can inform. And I don't think it's been the absence of the lack of knowledge and technical know-how around this issue. This is, again, to quote my colleague, this is an armed robbery situation that we need to arrest the armed robbers and then deal with them. As far as research is concerned, and then the EPA has a whole institute, the Institute of Environmental Studies, located at Amasaman, and working in collaboration with academia, the universities. There's a lot of research that is ongoing, but again, I wouldn't say that it is the absence of knowledge or technical know-how. We need to take the bull by the horn and enforce the law. Thank you.
I did ask about the National Environment Fund, which was envisaged under the law. Has that been operationalized? Do you have the National Environment Fund?
Yes, it is in
Is
force.
it being populated? How much is it? How much is in there? So we know if we have good money to do proper research.
No, I don't have the. I will check that and finish the committee. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So on that note, the last question before we discharge you. How will you respond to Ghanaians who say that in our jurisdiction, nobody takes responsibility? Elsewhere, the executive director of the EPA would have resigned, not probably because he directly polluted our water bodies, but that it was his responsibility to make sure that our river bodies are clean and that our environment is safe and conducive for our survival. And seeing that he is the executive director under whose tenure we are having this crisis, elsewhere they will take responsibility and resign if they won't be fired. They jump before they are pushed. How will you respond to those who say that you should have resigned many weeks ago, but you are still at post and appearing to pass the buck? You say we shouldn't blame you.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated, I told you that I am a public health expert myself. And trust me, if tendering in my resignation will stop you from seeing these bottles, I would do it yesterday. I am as much as concerned. But also, if I falter in what I'm supposed to do, and there is a serious environmental consequences coming on me, coming on the nation, I will resign. I don't have a problem with that. If all of us are involved and I report to you that this guy is doing the wrong thing, I don't have the power to arrest and prosecute that person. and then maybe you don't arrest and prosecute the person, then I go and resign. I don't see how that is a solution to the problem. So I don't think, and I have to say, we are not checking our responsibilities. We are not within what the law permits us to do. We are doing it. Areas where our capacity is limited. Before you do that, if we just told you that we need a workforce of 1,500 minimum, not maximum, and we have 700. So I can resign and you put someone there tomorrow. But if you don't give that person a minimum of 1,500, you will still have the same problem. And if you don't, if the security agencies does not support that person to make sure the people that ought to be brought to book are brought to book, you still have the same situation at hand. So I think that working together with the other agencies, and I said this at the beginning, that no single agency can deal with the matters of the environment, because you also have multiple mandates responsible for aspects of managing the environment. And one of the things we are seeking to do, and I made a general statement, which of course I'll take it back. But one of the things we are seeking to do, we're accused in certain quarters that we are trying to take too much powers and that we are trying to take other agencies' powers. But it was the anger we also have with what we have. And we think that the EPA of Ghana needs to be made stronger. Stronger in terms of mandate, but stronger in terms of resources and logistics to be able to play its critical role of protecting the environment. And some of those matters will come to this house. We call on your support. Let us see the EPA as a unique entity, because when you get to certain quarters and you have this conversation, they will compare, oh, how about this agency? They are not like this, you are asking for that. But the EPA is very unique. The mandate of the EPA to protect the environment, we should see it in that light and support the EPA. And I think supporting that system to work, it's more important than to say that the leader should go away and let's put another leader. We can go around the circle in that manner, but we need to strengthen the EPA and support it to be able to deliver on the mandate we all want to see. Thank you.
So, Executive Director, respectfully, leadership is about results. All the things you have listed, you say you are not getting the support from security agencies. You don't have the staff strength that you need. You need 1,500. You have only 700. You want enhanced powers. You don't have it. You don't think that a resignation will shake the system and get all those who are not doing what they must do, who are not responding, to respond. Because elsewhere, it's part of the reasons why they resign, especially if they are set up to fail. Because it's as if you've been set up to fail. Why have an EPA executive director if his instructions will not be respected? He calls for security agencies to arrest people destroying the environment, and it doesn't happen. He needs a staff strength of 1,500. He's not getting. He wants enhanced powers. He's not having it. Is that not a reason to resign, or you just want to be there and let the failure continue?
Thank you, Chair. I also think leadership, it's also about taking on the challenge and fighting on. If you check with the Committee on Environment, they will tell you how many times I have been in the committee, coming and going, trying to get our bill passed and make the EPA an authority. For example, if I resign now, you will need to put in place another ED who need time to even understand where we fought to. And that process, just an example, would delay. So I think that leadership is also about taking up the challenge. And instead of just resigning and throwing my hands into the air, I believe in taking up. That's why we have the request before government to extend the EPA to cover all districts. That will make a big difference if we can be present everywhere, for example. And my job is not to resign, but to continually go back to follow up to make sure that we get approval to do that. We get approval to become an authority. We get approval to be able to increase our staff capacity so that when we are in an ideal situation with an enhanced capacity to deliver, and then as head I fail, then I will have every cause to resign. But in a system where you see room for improvement, instead of working hard to improve that system, to strengthen the EPA, to take up the challenges, and then you throw your hands into the air and resign, I don't believe that that is also what leadership should do. And I'm taking on the challenge, and I believe that we are getting there. My colleague just told you that it's not up to 2 years when we increase the staff capacity by 300. So even the 700, deduct 300 and see 2 years ago you had 400 people who are supposed to protect the environment around the whole country. And then you know that it means nothing. So the progress to 700, means something. And we are going to work towards increasing the strength of the EPA to be able to deliver on protecting the environment. So I don't think it is a point where I would just throw my hands and resign and say if there is something that we can do and we fail to do in front of me, I'll be the first person to say that I have failed this country. But where I find myself, I think I should rather contribute my quota to have a more stronger EPA and to take up the challenges of protecting the environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Executive Director, who intends to stay on and fight the challenge. We'll all be here to support you. We pray that you succeed. We wish you and your team well. Thank you very much for attending upon us, and apologies that we kept you waiting. I think our programming today, we didn't expect the Transport Ministry to take that long. So please pardon us. We wish you the best, and please, this is your house. You are free to call on us anytime to join you in defeating Galamsey and restoring our environment. Thank you. You are discharged.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.